And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do that. No, there are no greater accomplishment in this world than punishment. That's in this world and in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly aiming for success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys look on that? Ger Toshav, Man Sheivat Balance. What's a very interesting question? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an apple has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Toshav, we'll say, well, what is a Ger Toshav? And we're going to see this in the focus about the definition of a Ger Toshav. Rashi points out here at the top of the daf, Ger Toshav, Eino Ovid Avodas Chochem. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. That's a really big thing. Right? He believes in Echad. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's an angel. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Somewhere says, on one hand, the Palach Levat the Lo Palach Levat. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Or we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barneh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all the time. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. And the rest of who are nothing, so the rest are nothing lazy. The Palach Mevato Dro Palach. Or nothing says, well, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it makes it, or is a question. This was second. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found that in the marketplace, what's that level? Actual bossy level. So, what's it saying? I remember again. So, let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold title sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not okay, because they're not acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. Okay, so what do I do? I should have so before I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember, what's his head is call over an apple and say, yeah, apple. I need you to look into this decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of the sport. Right? It becomes committed. However, again, in the Shabbos though, ain't not only the other component of that. But again, let's take it out. If I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. In Shalom, only Kochavan Medanto Avodos Kochavan Shalom, Ishachavim. And only Kochavan Apple to decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend. They of God, they She'im of. Whether he worships it, even find it is in the first. What does it mean? What does it mean that Akim could decommission of the Zarah? That he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that what we're talking about an Akum, then we already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to actually decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kochanim, in my She'im Elav of the Ovid Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual Akum. My She'im of the what does it mean? Worshipper, Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go decommission both an actual and a Ger Toshav? It's not enough. Ger Toshav, not enough. And what you see from here, that a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Medako, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only able to not sure. Rather, it could very well be the only person who can decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I was the Kamiet. I'm Shalom B'Shachar. We already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because we already said that a Hakim could go out and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Zeh, Or, Zeh, Zeh, Marcus. The Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two items, right, and both worship Baal, or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Or, Zeh, Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say we feel like this before. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number 3 is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different God. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no lie about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, we still like the Zal Dasha, the kind of Ger Tosha, which is like a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the that level? So that we still have a Ger Tosha. Listen, basically, then it's Kasha, is a Ger Tosha, what's a Ger Tosha? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? It says it's any Akum who has accepted upon himself in front of 3 heavens. Something that's careful with truthfulness. This is really spiritual about communication. So in this context, it just means it's doing kind of a days. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a days, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. Good, that's what I know. Come say, Sheva Mitzvos, so Tosha Kibra, Allah, Sheva Mitzvos, Kibra, come say, a Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah tribes. This left some don't seem to require days. That's a Ger Tosha. Sheva Mitzvos, Kibra, it makes it like Ger Tosha. Freedom only, able to evolve with Ger Tosha. Not true. Freedom say, not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? And the easy Ger Tosha, Zeh Ger Ochel Neveros, Shekidol Allah Lechayim Kol Mitzvos Hamuros Batorah, Chutz Mi'isir Neveros. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha? The Ger Tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats neveros, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. So pretty sure it's like really not kosher is the definition of the Ger Tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of Nefesh idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the ones of kosher. He's allowed to eat non-kosher. Incredible, incredible. But the basic was on. Yachadid Extra Yain, Machida Extra Yain, Tafi with the air share with Israel. What's it about is you can deposit wine with the Ger Tosha, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I should say you can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here, we saw my gift that I knew so actually like or you so much thinking about it. That I keep on the Lord Allah, but not the Roman assets. We are not going to fund us in the Amma base of Rosh Hashanah. Either the Eva and other craft, either by the Lord Allah. We say, it's not a war like a nation. So ultimately, again, you put the deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because what they're saying they may swap out the juice wine for his own meal. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, the Ger Tosha, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time, not so if Yain messed, or not to Yain messed, not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer time, he may switch his wife to the Jews. So for a short amount of time, his mother, for a long amount of time, also. Shmano, Kiena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Kiena, Spanakfa, Shemen, Mita, Honey, Yayin. That's not what can be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be in his oil. So Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, that one uses like this. That Allah, Lamaisa, that ultimately again his wine, excuse me, his wine is like his oil. But just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that for just a moment. Shmano bi Hamidiyas and Yeno Mutabana, Shmako Shutu Hashem Nakilakai, Hababishtia Awesome. But what does it mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me, but his wine is like his oil? That the same that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. And you can't drink the wine you can get from shelf, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. There's a sharp called Davar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple. Here's the rest of it. Okay, Yayin next. Va'amilei mutter b'shtia. Shimon says his wine is like yayin esach, but others say ultimately again that it was mutter ultimately again for consumption for shtia. So this will actually pause up again. We'll pick up in the next session. Actually, let's finish it. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias, we shout about it, but it's probably to we see from here that the apple is like an apple. Here, coach up is like an apple regarding every other matter. When I heard this, ultimately, again, what does it mean when I say that a kosher is like an apple for everything else? What is that mean? Which the Gemara says, love the Navata avodas kofagim ke avodas kofagim. So doesn't that mean, because what's more again, how did this whole thing like get kosher get started? It got started when you're trying to figure out, does it get kosher have the ability to negate idolatry, to eventually decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Abir Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that Holy Spirit, so too can Abir Tosha. So too can Abir Tosha. To which the Gemara says, no, we came to think about those shifts. No, it actually means something else. It means actually came for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's the Russians? In Samuel. We saw him over. The Shabbos was what's that? So just quickly. Erev Chatzeros. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard without includes. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the empty cluster. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. That's what Erev means. And if you carry from the home into the cluster into the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Fetzer, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Ruben forgot to participate in the Erev. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Fetzer. If there is a non-Jewish resident, halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So the Gemara says, we saw them, the Shara Shabbos of the Medata Rishis. Ultimately, again, if you have the Yisrael, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael, to an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the rishos, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the festival. Okay. Shemish Shabbos in the Rishos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and transfer to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no sin rishos in the rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by an apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when you say, so let's just pause finish on Ketzad, Omer Lo, of course, how does a yield, for example, yields his right to give over his rights to the Chatzar. Omer lo, Rishisi K'miyah Lecha. I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights to the Chatzar to you. Or Rishusi Levukelas Lecha. Or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as well, for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who did participate in the field, they talk this question. You don't need any formal proof. So just in general, about Erev Chatzos, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or be Madato, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzor that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzor. Even if he's an Yisrael Mummer, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mummer, who is publicly a Mummer, is treated like a also the Muslim therefore, when we said before that Ger Tosha ultimately again is treated like an Akum. For all other things means that if you live in a chutzner with Ger Tosha, the Jews in the chutzner want to make it Erev Chatzos, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Tosha as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Tosha can actually run the Ger Tosha, in the rest of the side, you will see in tomorrow's daf. Shperach everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience that this is with all of you, and see everyone. As I say, a great sponsorship to you. We'll tell all of you this morning, beginning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank. Our annual conference to first and second events is dedicating all the Sherman Russians this year as a Swiss for the sales for Moscow and Israel. Our Tommy Torres sponsors for the month of Av, Abba and Tova Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lou Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the level. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, finishing up the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch is on the level. Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordecai, Ben Norego Radnossi. Film sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rachel Bass, that are remember our time all the missions happening around the families in the family, all the neighbors, who shopping together, colorful ladies, all the prosperity, the nurses, and all of our hospitals, Shalom and Bukhara, and our soldiers to be successful for the Nazi. And those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Son of Shalom, 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Son Gimel on the base, 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula, the Avinu Rav Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula, Avinu Rav Papi, Yasser, B'chia Bar Ami Gabai. And B'chia Bar Ami, the sitting with them. The Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Lishbar B'yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right, so if the Akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour, do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept to keep the wages from this halacha? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing items that themselves may be usher by nefesh. Here, the Akum is asking you to do something with yayin nesach, but he's asking you to destroy yayin nesach. He's going to take you for it. Say, I allowed to keep those proceeds. The Gemara says, "No, what's the halacha? Me and me and keep the rest of the also." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the yayin nesach. So, on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. So, because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the closest work. We could actually just do that. Near Milan Shiva, 3 lines up from the bottom of the Rashi. The Yisrael Zeh Lotzi B'Kiyuvan Shachal Yosei. the Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtablu Akshamelem. I don't know, Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Sharebu, the Tosfanas. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore again, it's awesome. On the other hand, one hand, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of our desire. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want to also remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what desire is a good thing, and therefore, ultimately, again, should be commended. Fascinating child. Hold on, Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishva the Torah Bracha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell Bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to root out people, root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this. Yes, you shoot it on that. Ain't ultra in the object of public. So let's say again, an apple plants Kaline, right? Kaline is forbidden mixture. So we had session just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of medical. So we put in forbidden mixture. So if an object of public is planting Kaline, I the Jew can't go ahead and assist him in the plan. Ultimately, like home, removing weeds, the seed cover the third. They can't do that. Type of sign of talent, 64. About open immobility, what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. Look at sheep. About open, let's say empire to me and say, listen, silver, give me a favor, I planted Quran, but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with the lion, right? And I want the existence of the lion because if the client's not uprooted on their own, I lose that in my parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it since you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from Psalm 64. Savua Hamani, who's a baby, so be a Hebrew, so be a Hebrew Gamar, and the kind of the Kalayim local, very interesting, the whole thing in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kalayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kalayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So for example, it actually points out over here that let's say someone has planted the Kalayim, right? Apple planted Kalayim, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kalayim. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kalayim. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also benefiting. Here we go. Nafish means reason. The top means covering the seeds with dirt. So nafish and covering the look at you get malchus, right? Because you're going to come because you're actively and directly participating in the driving of planet. The Kiva Kiva says half and a kind. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the planet, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. So much as my come down here, where should be Kiva from across such from the Kiva Kilayim. Also says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even I'm putting up the fence, I'm low kilayim. I suppose say so. It's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. So again, Mars actually kind of splicing the concept low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of kilayim. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, it's just something that sustains it, that's the asura. Ilu, Gemara says the ilu, and the is a different shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, any bird of the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the kingdom. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the kingdom? So the abscess, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, does have to be the opinion of Rabbi Haman. His opinion is this. Rabbanon, it's the Rabbanon. In Rabbanon, might be open a few human manushaket. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon even need to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a few of Rabbanon told nothing you can do planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supplying up or putting up a fence to hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Kinan is very interesting. What's the case here? Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that Allah and you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually had this in the beginning of the Bible. All my hope is what most of them means. That doesn't mean compliment them and give them a stand. But he says, don't be my mistake, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the Holy Zara, you still can't do it. So which the message is that Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. Now, the fact that you're saying it's up against Yehuda, tells me that according to Rabbi Akiva, it's not permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also became a Makmasina. About the Yehuda Tifla Shakir. Must is no, according to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an outcome. But to do something to uproot our desire, that's absolutely correct. That's an objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. I found out Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm kind to line look at. When you take this shepherd, when you say something to Rabbi Akiva, even Rabbi Akiva has a more expansive approach to the prohibition of Shalayim. We're not only can you have planted, not only can you have the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even if people would agree to uproot Shalayim to get rid of this situation is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says, is so low there is nothing else going on from discussing. It's good. This phrase is Sulamidi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic. Sulamidi. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss here. So also, it's very interesting. So therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go for a circle. How did we start this? We all started by the piece of an apple wants to destroy us to break these barrels of Yain Ness. If he asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break, he's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain Ness, and I'm benefiting from the whole result. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, of that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break my soul. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get into them, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. And so Matthew says, you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I must say, there really is such an interesting idea. Because, kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in society. We should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not that religion against the love of the nor is the place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. To a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. And there's something that's evil that has to be smashed, has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the method uses this question of yes, destroy the INS and cover around love. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's ruling our people. And sometimes you would think that like the rules would just line up, false, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the math means that sometimes there is a middle record, and sometimes the math means says Yishbar the Talarabah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, Talarabah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is brutal, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's what it's from. Gemara goes like this. Gemara goes like this. With Hadli Yasli, so again, the same federal is sitting. And after the question, was Hadli Yasli becoming by like, today Avodas Pavia of the Pavim Mouth. So I'll say, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. That's $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Now, Mitos has done the Avodah. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that through. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, we're not going to say, we start with the narrative from the Avodah. So nothing says, I think it's much. I think it's much that if an Akum sells his item, when he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's what nothing's proof. Nitahano the Asir made the Rabbi. Or when these people came up with Rabbi, what happened? Another one, Zilu Zidino Kamad the Islafu, the suicide. This is fascinating. So that one says like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi, and what happened? I see Rabbi Barathu, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you can convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the last over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Cairo. Because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated. They think it cannot from it. It tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that Allah and someone sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't have considered the name of us, but having got other coming time, which the proceeds of the sale of idolatry are in the hands of the one ultimately is committed. And the Dylan Shameless and the kingdom that I feel today, bad I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So it's happened to be the back of his other. So maybe that's why the proceeds are only the offer. Only offer. That Gemara says, here's the truth. We saw Shiloh Shalom Gopam, Mother, the offer of Vogas Gopam and Dehi. Right? I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nessa was saying case, I went ahead and I rented Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Unless they got this case, I got $1,000. They still want to pay you. Give me the radio. I'm just going to sell my area. I already got to the process. I'm going to somebody I Nesach and we got to the process. Next, it's awesome. See, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Apple $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his guy Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved to. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nessa. If he comes back with the proceeds are prohibited to me. I technically my explanation, my explanation. So what's the distinction? I understand what's the difference in these two cases. And Rashi see from the Shum the Hamile Kilotz of the Kibuna. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to sort of back a little bit from the previous Sugya. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I wanted to pay. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. Listen, what's happening? If you don't say the Kiyuma Kia Gavin, that's what we just said before, that's much. In other words, it will say, when you want to continue the existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want my money. I want to continue the existence of the Ayin Nesach because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? Vatnan, Ger, Vatnan, Ger, Abikaham, Shiyarshu Adi, and Abikaham. This is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted, and one is one Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say primitive idols. So Ger, Yachol, Lo, Tom, Akam, Lo, and the animals. So after the Yain chaos. So brother Ger could say to brother Akum, so you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain, and I'll take the money and the chaos. He could do that. The Mishabol, and that's committed. However, the Mishabol is just under us. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger is not yet actively taking possession of the Yain or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right, but technically there is reasons, mainly in the series. You can get an offering to be in the backlog of the seller, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, again, what do you see from there? That halacha l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yain Nesach, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore again, it's mutter. What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol. Let's say it's made of gold or silver. Even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yain Nesach? The Charas Hadron. So this is very interesting. Adrianic. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic person, right, ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, you put wine in there, you don't absorb the wine to a degree, but you can take a shard of that anywhere, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the casks break or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. Which the Gemara said, one second, one second, even if that's even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's going to break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost, so he still wants to continue existence. Papa, Yerushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Yerusha Hager, Dakilu Baraba. Rabbis were making by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, Normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case would be problematic. But halakha l'maisa, Chazal were makers by the Yerusha. And as long as the ger has not yet actually taken possession of the Nesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother Akum. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence of it. Why? Why would they make up by a ger? We are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his inheritance. And we'll say that's not a knock on the ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right, there's something called Tikkun Hashem. That Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that was stolen item wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's true. If the thief has to return everything, he's not going to come out true. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice. Right? Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as your health, and you can pay this. Right? Because if you don't have money, just things are like you can incredibly complicated. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. And it was a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that he has to choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it, because it's human nature. So if the Chazal people want to put in that situation, therefore they will make over there. And you're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have him stay with this comprised of permitted items and permitted items. Therefore, allow him to keep the permitted items, give his Akum brother all of the incredible. Also, as kind of enough advice that supports this. Imagine when it's so, she is about to us. But in the case, let's say the business partnership will be us. So you see from here that Chazal allowed things to happen in the context of the Yerusha, but they were not normally allowed to occur in the context as well, because we don't want to put the person in this world again in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. How do you guys in timelines? Remember again, all this is the same people that are running, sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now should be back for Avodas Hashem. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a ger tosha go ahead and we'll say just before we go on, this idea that Chazal will make it like that, just so you understand the tremendous misunderstanding of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very skewed view about the Ribono, a very skewed view of halacha. That it's probably great for us to mess up, so it's great to smack us down. It's all really for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment that cannot be used. That's a key phrase in the truth. The Ribono wants our success more than you want our success. Chazal wants our success more than you want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how people do it. No, you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly aiming for success. Okay, another question. How do you guys talk about it? Ger Tosha, Moshe Bakalan's That's a very interesting question. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Tosha, what is a Ger Tosha? Now we're going to see this in our focus about the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out to on the top of the graph, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas Hashem. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. No, it's a big thing. Right? He believes in that Mishpach. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. idolatry, but in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach Mevat and Lo Palach Olam. So we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. So maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an album, then you can go ahead and decommission all this up. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an album. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the cause to go ahead and negate it. You might say that nothing. So I'm going to say nothing is this. Instead, the Palach Mevat Lo Palach. So nothing says no. Only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. He must have missed it. Raise a question. What's that? He saw Shabbat Shabbat Mission. Listen to this. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual Basel. So what's it? So now remember again. So let's say, well, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop. I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic because I have acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual Basel. So we'll start picking it up. I can call over an akum. Remember, what's the effect of this? Call over an akum and say, the akum. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this work. I don't think it's permitted. However, again, in Shabbos Aliyago, Eino Omer Yovel Kukum Novakot. But again, if I take it out, if I take the version of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. They shall know Ovel Kokavim Medato Avodos Kokavim Shalom, Vishalchavim. In Ovel Kokavim Nakum, decommission his own Avodah or the Avodah of him, saying of God, saying Shekin of whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And we're going to find it between these things. My of God or my of what does it mean? What does it mean that after the decommission of Avodah, whether he worships it or doesn't? If you want to say that what we're talking about in Akum, then Hayu Shalom Shafadim. We already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovei Kohanim, Umay She'in Elav of the Ovei Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual Akum. Umay She'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and Ger Toshav? Shmamino, Ger Toshav Namibato. What do you see from here? That Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mabato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam Imulafar usually always not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who can decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I have to commemorate. I knew Shalom B'Shachar. They already said that. And then the price is done. They already said that Hakum to God and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, or Zeh, Marcus. Reisha is teaching like this. If you have two Akums, right? And both worship Baal or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, or Zeh, Marcus. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Seifa teaches different. Let's see one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, so we can see how this week. Number one, an Akum can make an idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different one. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no right about a Ger Toshav. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, we still actually got our shot. Kind of Ger Toshav. Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the back level? That was thought of this. Most nasty was Kasha, is a gear kosher, what's a gear kosher, kosher kibo, so was it's now giving more definition. What is the definition of a gear kosher? So Zed kosher kibo love the Kibo Kavirim, Shalom La'avon Avodos Kabdirim. Meir says, it's any Akun who has accepted himself in front of Sichar. Again, I was saying, Chaver being exposed before, Chaver normally means someone who's careful with trees and resources, someone who's careful of that to encounter. So in this context, what Rashi said, it just means it's in front of a dazed. Any time an Atom comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a get That's a get Good, that's what I mean. From say, Oshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos, so Oshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shikiba. Some say a Ger Kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah 5. This means that some seem to require a base. That's a Ger Kosher. Shem Mitzvos Noah, the next Ger Kosher. Freedom only able to go follow the Ger Kosher. Not true. Chayyim say naturally that neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Kosher. What is a Ger Kosher? And the is a Ger Kosher. Ze Ger Okon Neveros. שקיבל עליו לפנים כל מצוות המולות בתורה חוץ מ-10 נבלות. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Kosher? The Ger Kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvot in the Torah. Pretty shocking definition. It looks like 3 and a half out there. Definition of the Ger Kosher. Larry Mayer, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of that portion of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of the countries. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible. And the Bible goes on, Miyachadin Etzler, Yain, Machidin Etzler Yain, Vafilu B'er Sharubu Yisrael. Let's say the halacha is, you keep the passive wine with the Ger Kosher. Right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I should say you have. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach Bakanuso actually left the oil. So much thinking about the Akiva and the Pala. לא גם לא מנסה, ומה גם לפעמים לעשות לעמר ביסר לא חשב. תחילה דאינו ענה בכך, אינו בניחו לידה עולה. יוסי, בזמן אמוע, לקר נפש. So ultimately, I think you can pass wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because what they're saying is they may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל מיחד עם אצל יין, ואפילו באר שרובה או בגו. So as I said, look, once we get to the show, you can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not to the Yainess, or not to the Yainess, not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the juice. So for a short amount of time, it's longer, for a longer amount of time, also. Shmano, Kiyeno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Kiyeno, Shemen, Mika, Harvey, Yain. It's not what can be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into that. It's like, Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, that's what it means is like this, that halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately is his wine. I look at that just a minute. That's the Shmano B'Haviyayas and Yeno Mutivano, Shmano Podin Shok Hashem Ba'Kilokai. About the street. But what does it mean that his oil is like this? But his wine is like his oil. With the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine you can get from but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The sharp called Davar, ultimately meant for every other thing, how do you call this one? He is like an apple. He's a Muslim. Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yayin, Nest. Mutter, va'amidei mutter b'shkir. Shimon says his wine is like the Nesach, but others say ultimately again that it is mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for shkir. So this will actually pause over here, and we'll pick up in the Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias, the sharp var variable. You see from here that an apple is like an apple, here Toshas is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a Tosha is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Lav, Gumabaka, Avodas Kochadim, Ke Avodas Kochadim. So doesn't that mean, because listen, again, how does this person make their Tosha stand? Like I started, if you're trying to figure out, does he get a Tosha have the ability to think idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying, in this respect, Abir Tosha was unique, but in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole Yisrael, so too can a Ger Tosha? So too can a Ger Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, litin rishus u'levato rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually Hilchos Shabbos. What does it mean Hilchos Shabbos? What's it? Watch this. Give Samuel. You saw him, Lord. The Shammai Shabbos was one second. So just quickly. Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. Somebody wants to courtyard without any things. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the evidence of Hashem. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Then Erev. So you have to pass from the home into the chutzner, chutzner into the home. But halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the chutzner, he can yield his rights. That's what Shabbos started with. He forgot to participate in proving forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the chutzner. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Momer, the Shammai Shabbos of the Shok, Mevato Lushus. Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael Momer, which unfortunately again is Yisrael, to an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the rishos, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the eating, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. Shema Shabbos Shabbos of the short, in without the rishos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process to other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Amru, Yisrael, no same rishos in without the rishos. Right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But actually, but by apple, ultimately, and you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when you say, so listen, just let's finish up. Kate said, Omer lo, say, how does the rule, for example, yield his right to be over his rights in the Chatzar? Omer lo, Mishisi K'mina lecha. I hereby give over my rights. Right? I keep my rights in the Chatzar to you. Or Mishusi Militelas lecha. Or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as what for the purposes of every Jewish residents acquire the right to this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv, they start this first. You do not need any formal proof. So it's just in general about Eruv Chatzeros. Again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield to his rights or be Mevatel, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzor that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzor. Even if he's a Yisrael Boomer, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mummer, who is publicly a Mummer, is treated like a Also, the Moshe therefore, when we said before that a ger kosher ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, all other things means that if you live in a chutzner with a ger kosher, and you are choosing a chutzner want to make it good of zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger kosher as well. Now, whether or not the ger kosher could actually go and agree with Abu in Mr. Shalom said, we'll see you tomorrow's daf. Shkaya, everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such a session with all of you. And wishing everyone. As I great sponsorship to you, which all of you this morning begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip. Thank our annual Common Core sponsor. Filter Shop and Versus of dedicating all the Sherman Brussels this year as a Swiss for the Stars Novels for Andy Snow. Common Core sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Ali, Nicole, Stephen Randy, raising in honor of their parents. Israel Jason, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig of Honor Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Steve Hirsch, of Honor Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Hachover, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Ross. Learning sponsors for today, Terry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Rochel, Bas, Ben Adler. The matter of time total, all of the Shal Sapin, the families in the family, all those needed a full shepherd together, come for the use of the Trafish, the Mesa Shalom, and all of our hostages, Shalom and the College, and allow the soldiers to be successful to follow in that city. And those are back with us begin. Today's daf is Science College 64. A really incredible daf, and today we are picking up from Science Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Yes, sir, Rav Nachman, Ula, Ba'adini, Ba'apapi. So again, Rav Nachman, Ula, Adini, Ba'apapi, Yasser, B'chia, Ba'ani, Ba'bai. And the Kia Ba'ani is sitting with him in the mercy of Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride. He asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. Safra Lushpa B'yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? So if your residence Akum comes over to your bank, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept to keep the wages in his mouth? Let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves will be asr or not. So here, the Akum is having to do something with Yayin Nesach, but he's like, Yayin Nesach, and he's going to pay for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "No, what's the halacha? Me and Miriam came to us to be more awesome." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesach? If the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the anosis. On one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. So because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the proceeds worth it. Look at actually just the moment. Miriam Kiva, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know how Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, so do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the yayin nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from yayin nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, oh dear Lord, this is the destruction of the yayin nesach, destruction of the Zara. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the house to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe all the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately, again, should be condemned. Fascinating child. Oh, no, Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishpar the Kol of Nachman says, no, take the job. True, take the job. get the money, and tell a brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say it's been a proof to this idea. Ain't ultra from the object of public grounds. So let's say again, in Akko plants Kiran, right? Kiran is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 years ago. Wheat and let's say for example, wheat and grapevines, that's what Arabic medicines, but any forbidden mixture. So if an object of public is planting Kiran, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the plant. Overloom is like hoeing. You know, you can't do that. Half of sunflower, 64, about open and what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kiran. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about Ogrin. Lashli from the Ibud Ba'afan of the road to the Kimashli Akumi Alena Chakman. Let's say Akumi hires and then it's listen, sober. Do me a favor, I planted Kiran. Okay, the Akumi for planted Kiran, you're on. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kiran, right? And I want the existence of the Kiran because if the Kiran are uprooted on their own, I lose out on my muscle. So the Gemara says. So it appears from here, this is supposed to be nothing. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one. In Psalm 64, Savua Haman, who's a baby, so the Hebrews, so the Hamar, and the kind of the lion lord, it's very interesting. They keep a hold here, so you're enjoying it. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kiran, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kiran, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else comes to the lion, right? Applicant the lion, and the applicant asks me to put up a fence around the Kiran. And the Akiva says also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kiran. So putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also according to the Akiva. The sign is very good. And Nafish means weaving. Masaka means covering the seeds with dirt. So Nafish and I look at you get Malchus, right? Because again, that's kind of hammer. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of Torah. The Kiva says, Makayim. So the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So much as my kind of people, where is the Kiva? On the cross, Sat follow Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazareh, I only know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even putting up the fence? Hamalomar, low kilayim. Alright, so let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the past like low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's Ilu, Gemara says, the Ilu, when you get Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even the prohibition ultimately is something that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Ashkos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily, no, it doesn't have to be that even have you anything. Rather, Haman is this Rabbanon. It's the Rabbanon. The Rabbanon might be open, I feel like you mean Nami Shapir. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon will everything you can with plants to plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting up or putting up a fence before is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So it's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Hina is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avad B'China. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uploading the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. What's the problem? Marcus, Amar, Likin Lahan Matnastinam Asr. Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa you are not allowed to do a favor for an Achim. Like we actually had this in the beginning of our this. Our Lo Sechani, all my focus what Lo Sechani means. That just means compliment them, don't give them a Matnastinam. But Yehuda says, don't do nothing free. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an Achim for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of a Avodah Zarah, you still can't do it. So which Gemara says, Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. Now, the fact that you're saying this up from Yehuda sounds like they're according to Rabbi Akiva. So not be permitted. Yehuda Asra Likin Matnasina. Aval Yehuda Tifla Shakin. Gemara says, no. According to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for it. But to do something to upload about Zara, that's absolutely committed. That's a good thing. That's got objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Alpha, that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm the kind of Kilayim look, yeah? The Ute Tisla Shakir. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you think you can put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of liberty, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Hashem. For which the Gemara says, Isu lo libi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase, Isu lo libi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Isu lo libi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss now. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go for a circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Achim wants to break his barrels of Yain. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go to break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain. Second, I'm benefiting from the Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm destroying the Avodah Zarah. But instead, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zarah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As the Rambam says, you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. And also, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society, my mindset is, live and let live. And that is important. As members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, you should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not grabbing into the use of using ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. To a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. That's why the Matthew uses this expression of destroy the Yayinesich and cover Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. As you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's meaning everything. And some of you would think that like the world would just line up applause, not just clap. because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little like good, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar the Tavallah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's what this was like. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadri Yasvi, so again the same fellow is sitting, and they asked about the question, was Hadri Yasvi, if you come by like, the may have us come the other people for the mouth. So we'll say this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has sold it for $1,000. He's got $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the idol itself? Mahu, Mitofes has done that the idol. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? So it's very interesting. Ultimately, we're going to nothing. So nothing says, I think it's not true. That if an Akum sells his idol, and he has that money. That money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Why? Listen to this. So here's our nothing's proof. Need to have no of the Asher connected out about it. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. What happened? Another one. Zivino Omar the Istifu, the Suez guy. This is fascinating. So that one was like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. And what happened? Rabbi Barazia. And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez guy. Because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and you can't get hana'ah from it. So it tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that Allah for my son sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, we shouldn't have covered the nail, but let's go come and get out of the commentary. Let's get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the villain shining person, the feeling that I can be God I bought them. Maybe that case is different. Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an Akum could be Mevanta is out of desire. So maybe that's why the proceeds are moved. Elmi Hafa. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. We saw Shai Moshe what we go from Mana. In Machar, although those folk are in Behedi. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nessa, in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Local? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Unless the Akum same case, I'm not $1,000. Akum still don't already pay you. To me, here to wait here, I'm just going to sell my item. I only got to the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach and we got the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, here's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved it. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I got the Gemara. My generation, my so I don't say what's there's in these two cases? And Rav Sheshes Seifam Yishum Ba'avi Leki Yosef B'Kivim. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to go back a little bit to the previous sugya. Rav Sheshes, here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akhram says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshas posits the proceeds are us. Listen a second. If he wrote to the Kiyuma Kiyagavim, that's what we just said before, but that's mutter. But that's mutter. In other words, it was said, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Akhram sells it because I want my money. I want the continued existence of the Yain Nesach because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? Vatanan, there is Vatanan, there are Olikochavim, Shiyarshu Aviyan Olikochavim. So this is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one, they're both, they're Akhram brothers. One converted and one is still Akhram. So brother Ger, brother Akhram. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akhram father died, and now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say limited items. So Ger, Yochel, Roma, Lo, Tol, Akam, Odas, Kofanim, Ba'ani, Mos. Tol, Ata, Yain, Nesach, Maniperos. So brother Ger is saying to brother Akhram, so brother Akhram, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain, Nesach, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. If you do that, the Mishabol, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabol is just like us, obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yain Nesach or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But technically there is recourse. No one really sees this. You can get an Akhram to be in the background of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very little actions. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. Come dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, what do you see from there? Now, in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yain Nesach, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? This Mishnah is an idol that's it's made of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yain Nesach? The Pharos Hadrani. So this is very interesting. Adrianic earthly. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't, who cares if the casks break or not, it doesn't make a difference, because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara said, but 1 second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not it's still lost, so he still wants to continue the existence. And Papa, Yerushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Baraka. Rabbis were makeled by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makeled by the Yerusha of the Ger. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Nesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother Akhram. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the stuff, even though yes, he wants to continue existence of it. Why? Why were they makeled by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his appearances. And listen, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right, there's something called comparison showing. So Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen item blind in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's cheating. Right? If the thief has to return everything, he's not going to return it. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, you just things are like you can't have it. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. And there's a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they would make over there, understanding that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of permitted items and permitted items, therefore allow him to keep the permitted items, give his Akum brother all of the credit. Okay, we'll say anyways. Tanya Anachi advice that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. About Mishtat Fu Asr. And in the case of a business partnership will be Asr. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because you don't want to put the person in this, you don't want to put the Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So you know, like, how do you get one? So remember again, all of this is the same people Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that we Ger Toshav Mao Shivata Avodas. So this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and we'll say just before we go on, this idea that Chazal will make go by the Ger, just so you understand the tremendous misrepresentation of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh, a very skewed view of Halacha. That Hakadosh is waiting for us to mess up, so he can smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so he can levy some type of punishment that cannot be against us. That's a pretty fair from the truth. The Ribono wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal says, no, that you have no greater advocate in this world than Mishpach. That's in this world. Than the next one. And the next one has constantly committed for success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about it? Ger Toshav, Marshe by Paul's comments. Once again, it's Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his own Israel, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance and importance. So a Ger Toshav, we also know what is a Ger Toshav. Now we're going to see there's more focus about the definition of a Ger Toshav. Rashi points out here in the top of the graph, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas Echad. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an Akum in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. And that's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this. anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission Avodah Zarah. And this guy is in the parsha, he's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You might say, I'm going to go about nothing, so I'm going to also nothing relates to this. The Palach Miracle Grow Palach. Well, Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. He must have missed it. That is the question. That's what's the thing. Yisrael Shabbat 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 Shabbat. So listen to this. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that? Well, actual basari. So what's it? So now remember again. So let's say, listen to this. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not right, because I have a quality. And once it's acquired by you, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual basari. So if I pick it up, Omer lo ovid kochav and kumevaka. I can call over an apple, and then I know what's the type of it. Call over an apple, and see the apple. I need you to negate the idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of the element that becomes committed. However, again, in the Shabbat Shalom, ain't no only open from the Bakla. But again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point, it cannot be decommissioned. They should know, Ovid Kochav and Medaka Avodas Kochav Shalom, the Shachareh. And Ovid Kochav and Medaka, to decommission his own Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, day of dawn, then she'en of whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Now we're going to define what this means. Night of da, night of. What does it mean? What does it mean that Akli is decommissioned of Avodah Zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that Moses is talking about an Akli, then Hayu Shalom B'Shacharim. We already said it, because we just said before that an Akli has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Elalav of the Ovid Kochanim, Umay She'in Elalav of the Ovid Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the mean natural act. Umay She'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual act and a Ger Toshav? Shmanina, Ger Toshav. What do you see from here? The Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mevatel, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only Imel not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah as an actual idol worshiper himself. I get to Amrit. I knew Shalom B'Shafar. He said that. Then the price is redundant. He already said that a Hakim could go and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Lepar, Zeh, Marcos. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two options, right, and both worship Al-Pa'ar, or both worship Marcos, so obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Lepar, Zeh, Marcos. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one Akum who worships Marcos, and one who worships Sal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can be worshipped in idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, we see how this is for. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different one. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no lie about a Ger Toshav. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, we still have the kind of Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be in that level? That is still the Kasha. Is a Ger Toshav? What's a Ger Toshav? Toshav Kiba. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? Toshav Kiba Meir says it's any Akum who is accepted upon So it's fun to see having, what's it? Cover every spotlight before. Having no means someone who's careful. With chasing it, just someone who's careful about teenage. Context, the practice, what it just means is you have a base. Anytime an apple comes in front of base, after you come to Taberu, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ghetto shop. That's a ghetto shop. Good, that's from saying, Hoshikuda Allah Shela Mitzvos, so Hoshikuda Allah Shela Mitzvos Shikuda B'nei. So I'm saying, a ghetto shop is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah Chai. From don't see to the days. That's a good notion. Shem mitzvahs b'nei Noach, he makes it right. Even only able to ball the mitzvah get natural. Achirim say naturally. That's not neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of get what is a get and the easy get זה גר אופן לבלוס, שקיבל עליו מקיימים כל מצוות המולס בתורה, חוץ מ-10 לבלוס. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a Gertosha? The Gertosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the lebus, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So it looks like three and a half is out there, the definition of a Gertosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the raising of worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noach. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of kashrus. He's Latina. Incredible, incredible. But the basic goes on. Yachadin Etzlo Yain, Machidin Etzlo Yain. Dafidu Be'er Shalubi Yisrael. What's like Allah says, you keep the constant wine like a dead shot, right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say you can leave within wine for a short amount of time, but you can't be constant within wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says that Rashi says over there, we saw when the Hanusa actually left the so much the Akiva and the Lord לא נצטרך לא מנסה, ולמעגו לקחון תעשינה עמר בייסה לא חשבון, תחיבה דאינו ענוע וכך אינו בניחו ליבה עולה, איזה בזמן אמוע לקר נפש. So ultimately, I mean, you put the constant wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because like it's certain that he may swap out the Jews wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, you could leave with wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not because of the Yainess, or not to the Yainess, not because he's repudiated idolatry, right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine from the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's winter, for a longer amount of time, it's Shmano, Kiena. So the says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Okay, so like the Shemen, Nika, Havi, Yain. It says, what could be wrong with his oil? Oil can't be into it. So, Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, that what it means is like this, that Allah for myself, that ultimately, again, his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like his oil is committed, so to ultimately, again, is his wine. I look at that for just a moment. That's the Shmano B'ni Hamid and Yeno, Mutabana, Shmano, Kodu Shokla, Hashem, about the and what does it mean that his oil is like that his wine is like his oil? That the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. And you can't drink the wine that you get from Shav, and ultimately you can get enough from his wine. And the sharp called Davar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple. So which is the message. Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayu Ness. Shimon says his wine is like the iron essence, but others say ultimately again that it's mutter, ultimately again for consumption. So this will actually cause up there, and we'll pick up on the session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this as well. What do you see from there? We see from here that the apple is like an apple. Is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a Tosha is like a platform for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Love, Dimavata, Avodasko Kavim, Kavodasko Kavim. So doesn't that mean, because listen, again, how did this whole thing that Gerrit Tosha can start? You guys started as you're trying to figure out, does a Gerrit Tosha have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate Avodah, so too can Agir Toshav? So too can Agir Toshav? To which the Gemara says, no, no, Likim Rishus and without the Rishus. No, it actually uses something else. It uses actually local shadows. What is local shadows? What's it about? It's Samuel. He saw a woman who Shaman Shabbat was most essence. She just Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple names that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard into a courtyard without anything. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. Remember, Erev is making a card from the home into Chatzar, thus into the home. But the halacha is here of the Jew who did not join into the Chatzar. He could yield his rights. Let's say if Shabbos started, so that's participation, moving for that participation in the Erev. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. The Gemara says, we saw them, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, and Navata Rishus. Ultimately, you have these some women, unfortunately, again, these so who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, in public he keeps Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, but at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Navata Rishus. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Erev. Okay. Shemesh Shabbos of the Shok, in Mavatal Rishos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and also to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no sin Rishos in the Rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his rights, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. Or go over to him actually by apple, ultimately, and you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the words when you say to us, just for us to Ketzad, Omer Lo, how does the yield, for example, yield his right to his over his rights in Ketzad? Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. Right? I keep my rights in the Ketzad to you. Or you will tell us now. Or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of any Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev. They took this one. So you do not need any form of things. Well, since just in general about Erev Chatzeros, again, we need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or be Naganta, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that allows everyone else to utilize. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that the Ger Toshav ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, what other things means that if you live in a cluster, with a Ger Toshav, and you are choosing a Chatzar want to make it clear zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights, ultimately again, of the Ger Toshav as well. Now, whether the Ger Toshav can actually run the Ger Toshav, and as the Shiro said, you'll see tomorrow's daf. Shkret everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such as historic all of you, wishing everyone I'm going to say a great sufficient video time with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Commodore sponsor. Tuzum Shracha Versus dedicating all the Sherman Russians this year as exclusive sales to Nostra and Islam. Commodore sponsors for the month of Av, Abali, and Tova, Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lou Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig in Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, commissioner of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch is on the Rafa. Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, her father, Baruch Mordecai, and Ben Moreno Russell. Only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, Dr. Beloved Mother, Rosie Applebaum, Ruffle, Bass, the Bible. Okay, the merit of our Tamatola, all of the Mishnahs happen on the families in the family, all those who need a full chef and come for the Israel comes for this all of our hostages, Shawn and the cutoff, and allow our holy soldiers to test the follow and not see. Was with that, let us begin. Today's dot is South Dallas. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from San Diego on the base 63B, and we are taking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula the Adini Rav. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Adini Rav Yasser Bifia Bar Ami Dabat. And here by Ami, the same with them. The University of Yosef, the Kabbalah, my boy, the Estefan, this is a fascinating question. Safra Mishmar B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Achim hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nesach? Right? So if Yayin Nesach Achim comes over to your bank, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages from his life? Let's remember again, in yesterday's class, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be usher by us. Here, the Akim is asking me to do something with the IMSF, but he's asking me to destroy the IMSF. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? And the Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Me and me keep the little to be more awesome. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS. Now, why do I want the existence of the IMS? Because the barrels would break on their own. I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the financing. So, on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IMS. So, because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the process perfect. We could actually just the moment. Near Miriam Kiva, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi, the Israel said, "Let's say the Kiva Shachar Yosef." Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabu Akshamei Lehem. I don't know how the king doesn't want them to break on their own. Achi Sharebu Vitos Hamas. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from Yain Nesach. Therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the INS, the destruction of our Zara. This is a good thing. Sure, I want Nelson in existence, but again, ultimately, Zara is and the net proceeds ultimately again should be a fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishbar Nachman says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and do that on Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So you must let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this. This is Ain't so let's say again, an active plants clients for giving me so we had sessions just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of genetics. It's a big mixture. So if an Ovid Kohanim is planting Kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ovid means like home. You know, when you weeds was covered with dirt, you can't do that type of sound of Kilayim. 64. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About Ogrin, Lashlifa, Ubud, Ba'afa, Gabdilot, to be Kumash, Yakim, Yavin, I check him. Let's say Yakim hires him, and he says, listen, sober. Do me a favor, I planted Kilayim. Not again, he happened to plant it Kilayim, you're on, right? But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that, even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim, because if the Kilayim is going to uproot on their own, I use that in my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so the case from here, this is just a example. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it since you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed itself. So when it says Savua, second one from the top 64, Savua Amar, who's a baby, so they keep it, Amar, and the kind of line look, it's very interesting, they keep a hold of it, so in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killer, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So for example, she points out over here that let's say someone has planted the Kilayim, right? After the Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided really good. Hanafish means reading. The fact that means covering the seeds of the dirt. So Hanafish and I look at and get all this, right? Because again, that's how to come up. Because you're actively and directly participating in the planting of farming. The Kiva says after the time. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. Versus my friend Rabbi Akiva, where is Rabbi Akiva? Makral, Sadfa Betizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. Imi Elazaraya, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. I'm a low Kilayim. I said, let's say, sir, it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of words. So again, Gemara is actually kind of slicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it. That's going to be like that. Ilu, Gemara says, the Ilu, the Ute Tifla Shari. And ultimately, interestingly enough, even for the Kiva. The prohibition ultimately is being said that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that thing that Rabbi Haman, who's the thing? Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be a open Kiyumi Nami Shaka. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put up a fence. Right? Because Rabbanon only can be Kiva. Rabbanon will nothing you can do trying to get planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence, is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant. It's something that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, that's been on these revolution was the case here to come. Oh, interesting. But ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Watch this. Yehuda Amar, Litin Lahem Makaskinam Aser. Or Yehuda is of the opinion that Halacha Laisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like we actually had this in the meaning of Halacha. Our Lo Sechanim. So all my quote is what Lo Sechel means. Doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a skin on them. He says, don't do this thing, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an apple for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of all Zara, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, that Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. Now, the fact that you're saying this up according to Yehuda, so that the point of Rabbi Akiva is not be permitted. Yehuda also leaking on Machnasino. Aval Yehuda Tifla Shapir. Gemara says, no. According to Yehuda, but Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an but to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have realized Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm trying to line work, yeah? And the Ite Tifla Shapir. You say something for Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only Kilayim planting, not only Kilayim from the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Israel, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the outside. To which the Gemara says, this is so low easy. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. Of course, it's good. This phrase, the Sulam media. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The Sulam media. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss here. So also, it's very interesting. So therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum was to break his barrels of Yarim. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his room to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means on one, the continued existence of the Yarim. We benefited from the Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zorah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As it says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. So I must say, it really is such an interesting idea. Kind of like part of Western society, and mindset is live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're losing ideas, nor is it your place to spend in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices of wickedness. Live and let live. To assume that has to be approached to living in society. Okay, on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the American uses this question of yes, destroy the INS and cover Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. As we think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's leading up. And so you would think that like the world would just line up, cross, right, just flat, because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a middle language, but sometimes the Matthew says Yishvar is Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Ultimately, the process is difficult. The process is really, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, at the start of the process, that's when he's doing it. Incredible. The Gemara goes like, we're hugging Yossi, so again, the same fellow is singing, and they asked about the question, was hugging Yossi, they come by like, you may have us from the other week of one now. So what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an apple sells his item? So apple sells his idol and he has, for $1,000. There are $1,000 in his. Does that money in the hand of the apple take on the same identity as the apple itself? Now, we confess as Brahma the Arabic. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm doing on that one. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're nothing. So this time the nail was from the Arabic, but probably in plus. So nothing says, I think it's more. I think it's more that if an apple sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Why? Listen to this. So here's another proof. Nitahano with the Asli connected Araba. There were these people who came up with what happened. Another room. Zidino Komadi Istafu. The Suez Scouts. This is fascinating. So that's kind of like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. What happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru, all these Skyru, the Akashi Skyru, also really got like all this stuff, I'm sure they'll because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be gated, right? Can never have its identity, and you can't get Hanor. So he tells them instead, guess what? While you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, he sees that halacha when someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says. My time, you shouldn't have some of the never let's go from the other commentary and see that the proceeds and sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Chinese person, the occasion that I the way, that I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is it different? Because since the process of conversion, they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an apple could be Madat as a maybe that's why this person is Eleni the Alpha. Eleni Alpha. Now the Gemara says, here's the social and notion of Mother. The Mother of Voldos Kofamin that he right? I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayines in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayines, and then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says. Now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akim Sim case, I don't think $1,000. Chris said, already pay you. To me, here, wait, yeah, I'm just going to sell my I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach, I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. So, again, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Apple $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I know what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple. Sell my idol. I got somebody on the Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I check the email. My generation measures. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's the difference between conversations. See from the Shumba, I relate to lots of the community. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous signal. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akim says, wait here while I sell my idol. or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. Listen, one second. If you go to the Kiyum Kia Gavin, that's what we just said before, I think that's what. But that's not. In other words, it was like when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want money. I want the continued existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Gotnan, Ger, Gotnan, Ger, Shigar, Shua, Adian, Obligations. Also, it's very interesting. You have two brothers. Two brothers. One converted, and one, they're both, they're Achim brothers. One converted and one is for so brother Ger, brother Achim. So what happens? Their father died. The father, their Achim's father died. You know, they inherit their father. So they want to speak to the estates. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say prohibited items. So Ger, Yaakov, Lomar, Lo, Tom, Akab, Lomas, and animals. Tom, Akab, Yain, Asa, so brother Ger can say to brother Achim, listen, brother Achim, you take all the idolatrous stuff, you take all the Yainites, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. If you do that, then the Shabbat, and that's committed. However, the Shabbat is just like your obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yainesa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But, well, there is recourse. Maybe when you see this, you can get an option to be more background and shut up, but it's much more complicated. Once a GM becomes it, there are really very good options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of his items, no problem. There's no problem providing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So also, so ultimately, again, what do you see here? The Halakha Laisa, in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yainasa. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah is somewhat an item that says near and greater soul, which means that what, even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain it to extend of the idol? The Pharaoh's Hadrain. So what's the debate? Pidgianic, so apparently, Fish actually points out that here, Adrianic person where ultimately it's very absorbent. Therefore, you put wine in there, you ultimately absorb the wine to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother here doesn't care if the has straight and not, doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. Which is much the one saying about one second, even if that's so, even if brother Gail doesn't care about the fact that they're great, right? But he does care whether or not he can still be lost, so he still wants to continue existence. And the couple, the Yushas again, don't be a riot. For giving a riot in the case of the inheritance of Ger, no, Shani Yushas again, but rabbis will make them by the Yusha. Whereas normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha myself, Chazal will make it by the Yusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the idols, he's absolutely committed to work this out with his brother. Right, so you take this, you take this, so this stuff, I'll take this stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would you make a buy here? That people are Zera Shem Yatsu. We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. So that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's some of the first that shows. It's also that in certain cases theft. doesn't always have to explain that which is there. Right? And the victim should not accept that the story and why in order to go ahead and facilitate the feast treatment. Okay, so he has to occur every day, that was interaction. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary, money is important. And, as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, just things are likely to be incredibly complicated. And many people did not stand up to religious challenges, and it was a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again Yisha, he may be tempted to choose his Yisha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if a chazal did want to play in that situation, if they were makel by a hair, and you're saying that often this tendency to happen in stages because of items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his apple brother all of the incredible. Also, on the base. How you know, nothing else to support this, and that's on the way to so, Shirshu, in the case of Yisha, have understand through us. But in the case of a business partnership, since even here, that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of the Yisha, and they will not have occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this role there in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. Remember that all this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that can Ger Toshanai Shulbaka Ahodas. So let's say this is can Ger Tosha go ahead and we'll say just before he said you that Chazal will make go back again. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very steep view of a very steep view of halacha. That was waiting for us to mess up, so you could smack us down. It was all waiting for us to mess up, so you could levy some type of punishment or penalty. That's a pretty fair solution. The Ribono wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are always there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Hishbach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all we do. No, you have no greater aptitude in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly commanding for success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys respond about it? Get Tosha, not shave out on what's the name? Can a get Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an apple has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. Ger Tosha, what is a Ger Tosha? Now we're going to see this much focus about the definition of the Ger Tosha. Rashi points out here in the top of the graph, Ger Tosha, Eino always avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Like, he believes in that he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. But in other respect, he's imagining. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach without the world Palach, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this. Anyone who's what we call a barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all the time. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule that so I'm going to go to the math and this. Instead of the Palach and Battle, go Palach. And that means that only someone who worships it can be guilty. If someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot be guilty. Therefore, the guilty doesn't have the ability to be guilty idolatry. Unless it makes it, there is a question. This was that the social was a little bit so went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found that in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual basari. So what's it saying? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not right because another celebrity. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be beaten. So what do? Actual basari. So if I pick it up, Omer opens the problem in the back. I can call over an apple. Remember, no, see, how you call over an apple. And see the apple. And you just engage this about decommission. But theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this about it's permitted. However, again, in the Shabbos of the Yardo, ain't not only of it from the law. But again, but if I take it out, I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. And show no, Ovid Kofavan Medato Avodos Kofavan Shalom, the Shalchaveda. And Ovid Kofavan happens, the decommission is on Avodazara, or the Avodazara of his friend, day of dawn, then She'in. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he find it as being might of God or might be earth. What does it mean to work? What does it mean that after you could decommission of the Zara, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? Ilema EDV Ovid Profile. If you want to say that what you're talking about in Akron, then Hayin Shalom Shadi, we already said that. We just said before that an Akron has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodizara and the Avodizara of his friend. And the love of the Ovid my love of the Ovid right? Ultimately, of the means an actual action. My shitting of the what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Dear Tosha. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual act and a dear Tosha? It's not enough. Dear Tosha, not your battle. What do you see from here? But a dear Tosha has the ability to be the battle, ultimately to theologically decommission Avon desire. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The ultimate in the report, not sure. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avon desire is the actual idol worshiper. I get the comment. And you should all the shuffle, you know. And so they already said that. Then the dice has been done. Because they already said that Hakim can go out and decommission his Avon desire and his friend's Avon desire. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zed Lepa'ar, Zed Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. Because you have two Akims, right? And both worship Ba'al. Both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akim 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akim 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zed Lepa'ar, Zed Oh. The Sefer is teaching something different. Let's say one Akim who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akim can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so really three levels to each Number one, an Akim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akim can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akim can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no lie about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, you still have to can a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without love? That was part of it. What's this is the Tosha, is a Ger Tosha, what's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiva, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? Zed Tosha Kiva Love is made people for David. So the Lava of our come to them. It says it's any Akim who is accepted himself in front of three habitants. And I think it was a cover being spoken about before. Probably no means someone is careful. With treason, especially is careful about team time. So in this context, the practice of it just means it's in front of a base. Anytime an Akim comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a good thing. That's a good Tosha. Good. That's what I meant. Come say. Tosha Kiba of Sheva Mitzvot. Tosha Kiba of Sheva Mitzvot. from say, and your function is any Gentile was accepted upon himself, the seven nullified. People from don't seem to apply the base. That's a good function. It's just the law, the basic function. Freedom only. Able go ball with the now get natural. Freedom say natural. So neither of these definitions satisfy the function of the function. What is the function? And the easy function. Z, their open the velos. So Tigel Allah with finding home mitzvahs and mitzvahs katorah. Chutz me'isr levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the function? The function is ultimately again who eats not for who eats the velos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like it's really not bold without the definition of the function. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the raising of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Achelin, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the Lord's apostles. He's not taking that portion. It's kind of a the price that goes on. Yachadin Etzler, Yain, they must keep it Etzler Yain. That's who the beer should really say. What's it? I love it. You can deposit wine with the dress shop. Right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time. She's in the house. You can leave within wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within wine for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says around Rashi says over here. We saw my neck, but I saw actually neck in the so much the high people in the low color. Well, not the whole Manasseh. The Mago was from us in the Amr Base of Rosh. Even the Eva and other craft, nobody for the dollar left. We think it's not a war, like a mission. So ultimately, when you keep the present wine using for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because what they're saying is we swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. Even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל יחד עם עץ לגרעין, ואפילו באר שריבה או בגובה. So as I look at the year for yourself, you could leave it in mind for a short amount of time. Not for a long time, but not for the INS, or not for the INS. Like this is repeating idolatry. Right? But you are concerned that for this time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wife to the Jesus. So for a short amount of time, it's whether a longer amount of time. Shmano, Tieno. So it's from this oil is like this well. What is that? Shmano, Tieno, Shemen, Mista, Havi, it's like what can be wrong with oil? Oil can be used. Hello, Yeno, Shishano. Interesting, New York friends when uses like this. Hello, from my son. That ultimately again is his wine, his wine is like his word. Just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that just a moment. That's one of the other guys, and you know what about God? Shmano put his shit like Shem not feel like about the Shia also. So what does he mean that his oil was like excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? It's the same that you get enough from his oil to get enough from his water. You can't drink the wine that you get yourself, but ultimately you can get and you're also the sharp of dollar ultimately for every other thing, I really for everything. He is like he's like an apple. He's a Muslim. Shimon Omer, Yeno Yair. Shimon says his wine is like the Yesef, but obviously ultimately again that is mutter ultimately again for consumption. So this will actually cover the way. We'll pick up in the next session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from there? The shard part by the public. We see from there that an atom is like an atom to hear from shop is like an atom regarding every other matter. The mind itself, ultimately, again, when you say that the shop is like an atom for everything else, what is that? Which the Gemara says, love in the back of a gospel clubbing can have a gospel clubbing. So it doesn't happen because this is really kind of this person that goes first and stuff. That's how we try to figure out, it doesn't get a person have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically definition of idolatry. So now we just got things saying that in this respect, and your touch is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just doesn't happen to theologically definition and negate that Avodah so too can a Ger Toshav. So too can a Ger Toshav. To which the Gemara says, no, 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 no. Nikim Rishus and without Rishus. No, actually, it means something else. It means actually go from Shabbos. What does it mean go from Shabbos? What's the last? It's Kinsanya. Yisrael, the Shabbos Shabbat is the most evidence. It's just cooking. Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard into a courtyard without anything. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the evidence of the Chatzah. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. There are Erev things. You have to pass the home into the Chatzah into the home. Now the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say if Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the movement, forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights from him. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Mama, B'shara Shabbos B'shok, Medata Rishusah. Ultimately, again, if you have the Yisrael Mama, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Medata Rishus. All he needs to do, if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzar to the other residents. Rather, we have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no same Rishus from the back of Rishus. Right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by Akum, ultimately again you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when we say so it wasn't just Boston Ketzad, Omer Law say how does the yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Chatzar? Omer Law, I hereby give over my rights. I keep my rights in the Chatzar. Or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participated in the Erev. They start with not even forward to this. So just in general, Erev Chatzos, again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield to it or be Nevada, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield or he can go ahead and or decrease. By an Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman, who is publicly a woman, is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that a ger toshav ultimately again is treated like an akum for all other things, one of the things it means that if you live in a chatzar with a ger toshav, and you choose in a chatzar want to make it zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger toshav as well. Now, whether or not the ger toshav is actually going to be the Avodah the Restream will say, you'll see tomorrow's daf. Shkaya everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such a system with all of you. Wishing everyone.
Reload. May Hashem bless you and guide you. May Hashem shine his face upon you and gracious you. May Hashem lift his face to you and grant you peace.
All of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank
Our
our annual commentary sponsors. Thank you to all the Shem Russians this year. This is those to us Israel. I'm Torah's sponsors to the month of Av. Abba, Stephen Registration in honor of your parents. Israel Jason, Daniel Drazen, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig. Our legal learning sponsors, Dr. Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard State, Dr. Wolf's father, Wolf Shalom, Ben, from the Rebbe, Nathan, in memory of their father, Ben Ever, However, Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Ramos. The only sponsors for today, Cherry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalie Applebaum, Rachel Das, with our of the American Time Torah, all of the Shell Sabin, the families in the family, all those who were for Shabbat, all the holy allow the souls to success in the power of the most of that, let us begin faith, not peace, the Son of God, 64. This is incredible time for us. Today we are picking up on Summit Gimel days 63. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 glories up 25. So we are not being Ula God, so again, we are not being Ula, our property, just what we have our Ani Gabat. We have our Ani, the city of the mercy. We also have our right, we have the foundation. We represent the fascinating expression. Suffer Yishma V'Yayin
Urakim Balasamea, Urakim Balasamea, Urakim Balasamea, Balasamea, Urakim Balasamea,
what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive here, the uncle is asking you to do something with the Yasa, and he's asking you to destroy the Yasa. Pay for it. He said, am I allowed to keep those places? Gemara says, no, what's the law of Miyam people that also be Kuma also? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yain Yasa. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yain Yasa? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would use the opportunity to break my nose. So, on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yain Yasa. So, because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the closest way.
That's the separate purification and this is spiritual work,
Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want to break up my own. Actually, Sharon Rule, he doesn't want. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be closeness from Yain Nesach, and therefore again, it's us. On the other hand, oh dear Lord, this is the instruction of the Yain Nesach, instruction of the Zara. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the house to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be permitted. Fascinating child. I'm not Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishmar and Kol Avavah. And Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see this. Let's bring a proof to this. Ain't ocean in my opinion. So let's say again. An uncle plants Kilai, right? Kilai is so wheat had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example wheat and grape farms. That's the paradigm. So if an overcome is planting Kilai, I the Jew might go ahead and assist you. Over means like home. You can't do that. How about son of God? 64. How about what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do. Production about Ogrin. Let's say Aku hires me and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted Kalai. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of the Kilai. Because if the plants are not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my parnasa. So the Gemara says. So the appears from here, this is to support the
is a matchmaker who
And nothing
suggests
says you
prospective
are allowed
marriage
to go
mates
ahead
and
and benefit
then
financially
coaches
from
them
the
through the
forbidden
dating
item
process that
when
turns
that
difficult.
benefit
Shut up,
ultimately again
which
results in the
commands.
destruction of the item.
Technical
Even
meaning of the
though
word
you by
aramaic
definition
ravenous
want the
actually
continued
to settle down.
existence of
Since
the
the newly
forbidden
matched
item
couple
because you
settles
want
their
to be the one who
differences
destroys
without
it so you
beginning
get
together,
paid for it as
live
opposed to being
life
destroyed on its
together.
own.
A sharp
So
sign
versus
to
Savua,
be
the
made.
second
Female
one from the
Allah,
top
female
64 line.
matchmaker is
Savua
Mika.
Haman, who's a baby.
Sharp
So
Kante
the Yaki, the Amar, and the Kaim, the Kilayim look at. It's very
in
interesting.
Yiddish
They
and
keep
a
up
Sharp
all to in general.
Chane in Hebrew.
Not
The
only is
plural
there a prohibition to
form
plant
is
it,
Shachani
not
in
only is there a
Yiddish.
prohibition to go ahead
Suggests the
and
shidduch is
facilitate
to
growth of Kilayim,
speak as
but you
shidduch.
can't even do anything that
Shad
sustains it.
Chronos
So for example, Rashi
refers to
points
both
out over
the act
here
of matchmaking,
that let's
so
say
you can
someone has
say
planted
that
a
Shad
Kilayim,
Khan
right?
is in the
Upland
business
Kilayim,
of
and the
Shad
Apple
Khanas,
asks me
as
to
a
put up
way
a fence around
as
the
well
Kilayim.
as the money
Rabbi
tradition
Akiva
given to the
says
Shad Khan
also.
for
Why?
his or
Because
her
the
service,
act of
which would
putting
more
up a fence,
accurately
by
refer to
definition, is
Shad
part of the
gift.
sustaining of
Shad
the
Khan's
Even
gift.
though putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be us according to the same. Here we go.
Judicial
And
authority.
Nafish means reading. And
That
Chapa means covering the sleeves with the work. So Nafish and Chapa, I look at and get Malchus, right? Because again, that's kind of normal. Because there you're
traditional
actively
smicha
directly
authority to judge
participating
capital
in
cases, authority to
the
employ
planting of ground.
not
Keep
so
us half of the kind. The keeper says, even if you do
authority to
anything to
establish a
sustain
calendar
it,
membership in
for
the
example, put up the fence
Hedron
around the Kilayim,
jurisdiction
that's many
rooted in
common
Eretz
as well.
Israel.
So much as my time,
Modern
where's the
rabbis
keeper
execute
from?
and
What's
put
his
biblical
name?
flags
Sat
declaring months
Amo
by
Tizra
customary
Kilayim.
Hebrew
Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the
Mutzmach.
field. In the
A
Elazareh,
official
I know the
person
prohibition of
receives
planting.
smicha
The Kayim
in
in how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something
more
to
than that.
sustain
That's the
the
tradition.
actual growth itself, like even like putting
This
up the fence?
the term
Amalomar,
specifically
low
denotes
Kilayim.
someone who
I
has
suppose
become
it's,
ordained
it's
pastor,
interesting over here. The
not
Gemara's
the
making
rest of
a
the
little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words.
Smicha is a
So again, the
traditional
Gemara's actually kind of
practice
slicing
of
it. Has like
rabbinic
low
ordination
Kilayim.
derived from
You
the
can't
Hebrew root
do anything that ultimately, again,
smith,
inhibits the existence of
or to
Kilayim,
be
even
authorized.
if it's not
The
directly
ordination
involved with the
process
actual
known
plant
as
itself,
smicha
which is
historically
something that
involved
sustains it.
writing
That's going to be a
on a pen and
Ilu,
transmission
Ilu,
of authority
the
from
Gemara
teachers
says,
to
the Ilu,
children by
when you do
users.
Tifla Shari.
The most
And ultimately,
is a
interestingly
rabbi,
enough, even according to Kiva, according to
and
Kiva,
rabbinic practice
the
and
prohibition
master,
ultimately
and
is doing something that
rules such
sustains
as
the Kiva.
tomorrow
What about if somebody's going
teacher
to pay
and
me
get
to
ready.
uproot
In modern
and
times, ordination may be
Pashtos?
created
It sounds like
with
that
words
is going to
such
be
as
totally
darshan, preacher,
interesting.
ensign,
Gemara says,
cantor,
not
or
necessarily
Navi,
so.
Sarto, and
Doesn't have to
teacher
be that
tradition.
ready. Rather, Haman, who's
The term
this?
smoke is used
Rabbanon.
primarily
It's
within
Rabbanon.
institutions.
Rabbanon might
There's
be
communities,
open
especially
to the
institutions
Nami Shah.
like
No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, if this is Rabbanon, that's
the
put up a
Muslim
fence, right? Because
thing,
Rabbanon only by the Akiva, Rabbanon only
we had
can
no
be planted to
sense.
plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself.
Work
Sometimes
is
that's
the
putting
basic
up,
of
like putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. Certainly that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avi Bechina. Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Marcus Fadibudihi, the Amar, Liting Lahem Matnaskinam Asar. Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that Halacha and Maisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for an item. Might be actually having some meaning of it. So, Lo Sechanim. So all my fault is what Lo Sechanim means. That doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a but Yehuda says, don't give up this thing. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the Torah, you still can't do it. So the Gemara says, Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're setting this up according to Yehuda sounds like according to Rabbi Akiva, it will not be permitted. Yehuda also beating on Machnasino, about the Yehuda Tifla Shakir. Gemara says, no. According to Yehuda, but Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, a free gift. You can't do a favor for an item. But to put up a Bizarre, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afa Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, Makaim Kilayim Loke, and the Ute Tifla Shakritami. You say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even according to Rabbi Akiva has a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to Root killing to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted. You get paid for that from the Akum. To which the Gemara says, the Su Lo Nizi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about this. What's it? It's great. This phrase is Su Lo Nizi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a wonder, you know, Su Lo Nizi. You know, that's it. We're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So it's very interesting.
Context emerges
Therefore,
during
what
the
this means
flowering of Spanish
now let's
oil,
take
which
this.
has
So,
roughly
how
contemporary
do we
with the
start?
appearance of
This
the
whole start with the case out. And Akum wants to destroy, wants to break his barrels of
Like the
Yain.
same symbolic
He asks him,
process
he
of
wants that
developing
irony, a
into
Jew, to go and break
likely
his
influenced
namely
by early
$50 a
mystical
barrel.
works
Right?
such as
So,
Sefer
that's
HaGaon,
or not. So remember, on one hand, you could say no,
literary style
because
construction,
therefore that means
written
I
as a
want the
dialogue,
continued existence of the Yain.
log,
I'm
difficult
benefiting from about this
physical
other
text,
hand.
structured
And
around questions and
But
answers,
Nachman said, do it and
exposition,
cover Allah. If it
symbolic
involves the
interpretation
destruction
of
of
mystical
a Zara of
occasionally
that prohibited item, even
uses
though
literal
yes, I
symbolism
do
rather than
want the
systematic
continued
logic.
existence
Central
of the INS, so
Some
I get it.
comments
I don't want it
for
to break on its own.
secret
I want to break it.
commandments,
I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it.
plan
But
emanations,
nevertheless, I am
cosmos,
permitted to
ritual
go ahead
acts,
and do these
will
activities,
awaken
get
spiritual
paid
reality,
for the
with
proceeds,
heavy emphasis on
because the
Allah's
destruction
meaning
of evil,
fulfilling
destruction of
luxuries,
Zara,
conceit,
destruction
fringes,
of
Shabbat,
prohibition, ultimately is a
with
good thing.
Sephirotic
As Nachman says,
divine
you get
emanations
paid
expand,
and
more
cover
intense
Allah.
support,
Incredible. I must say, there is
focuses
a
on divine unity
really
in the
such an
relationship
interesting
between
idea.
masculine and feminine
Because,
aspects,
you know,
restoration of
part
harmony
of Western
through human
society,
action,
the
strong
mindset
concern
is,
with
you know,
Tiferet,
live and let live.
beauty
And that
and
is important
Shekinah,
as members of society,
divine
just as a general approach to living
presence,
in greater society, we should
exile and
take
redemption,
approach of living. Yes, you
mystical
know what?
understanding of
It's not
Shekinah
your
and
obligations
exile,
against the world.
Israel's spiritual mission,
Yes,
human
nor is it
observance of
nor
Pharaoh's
is it
divine
your place to stand in
fragmentation,
judgment
redemption
of
is
everyone
cosmic,
else's
not
lifestyle
political,
choices or
Torah
everything
as
else.
living
Live
structure.
and let live.
Torah is a divine
That's
organism of
to a certain
wisdom,
degree that has to be
creations,
our approach
letters,
to
and
greater
names
society.
contain hidden metaphysical
On the other
structures,
hand,
languages,
it's
and
also
theological
teaching us
metaphors,
this idea that
theological
evil
emphasis,
shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world.
strong
And when there's something that is evil, it has to
human
be
action
uprooted.
affects
When
divine
there's something
reality.
that is evil, it
God is
has to
revealed
be
through
broken.
dynamic
When
nations,
there's something that is evil,
emphasis,
it has to be
difficult,
smashed. It has to be
leading to
destroyed.
God combines
Because if
symbolic
you let
metaphysics,
evil take
mystical
root,
psychology,
then it
philosophy,
spreads,
relationship
and
to other
unfortunately
characteristic
becomes
texts.
the norm. And
Shares
sometimes
conceptual
then those
framework
norms
with the
become
Zohar,
very
but is more compact, less
ultimately again
mystical
become
narrative,
incredibly burdened. That's what
develops
that
themes
uses
from
Ashra.
Sefer Yetzirah,
Yes, destroy the INSF and
Book
cover
of
our love
Formation,
and love.
Book of Formation,
Because
especially
ridding the
regarding
world
letters
of
and
evil
cosmology, part of
is a
the
rough.
early Spanish
It is a rough.
theosophical
It's not easy.
Kabbalah
It's not easy. And
strain.
it's fraught with incredible challenges.
Influence.
We see this for
That
one.
is widely
You think
studied
about
as the Zohar
such an incredible thing.
influenced
If you think about
later
what the nation of
Kabbalists
Israel
in
the
Spain
state of
province
Israel is doing to
contributed to
and
development
somehow
of
you would
symbolic
think that like
interpretation
you know
of
you're
mitzvot
just
as
line
prayer
of
theology later
thoughts,
systematized
righteous class.
in the Larianic
Because we
Kabbalah.
do
Why
we
it's
do the
important, it
words
helps us to
daily.
see
And
the
yet again,
pre-Zoharic and
it's hard
parallel
because
mystical
often we
environment,
can't see
clarifies
what's
how whole
evil,
thought becomes cosmic, ritual becomes metaphysical action,
but when Matthew
serves
tells
as a
us
bridge between
sometimes
early
it is a
mystical
real
speculation, fully
and
mystic,
sometimes in Matthew says
Kabbalistic
Yishar
theology.
v'Tavah.
So that was a cool
Sometimes
stuff.
you have to identify evil, you have to break
Really?
it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it,
Jam just
ultimately the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process,
something
that's
so
what's really
pleasurable.
The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadri Lasvi, so again, the same cover of sitting. And they asked about the question, Hadri Lasvi, the coming by like, the may others come the other So what's it? This is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has sold for $1,000. That's $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mahu, mitofes dana bi'adodi kachavim. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to do nothing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, we start with the nail that's come down of the kachavim. So nothing says I think it's mutual. I think it's mutual that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's what Nachman's proof. Litahano the Asuk made the Rabbi. When these people came up for Rabbi, what? Another rule. Zilu Zivinu Komar de Islafu, the suicide. This is fascinating. So that means like this. There were these people who came before Rabbi Barafua. And what happened was Rabbi Barafua. And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here?
Comes from
And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, if you have the Suez Skyru, Hove Skyru, the Akashin Skyru, also bring cover from all those because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and you can't get another from it. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah for my son, after he sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time off, the shame the customer, the never let's go home and get out of the common time, so that the proceeds from the sale of idolatry are on the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the deal and shiny us in the kingdom that I can relay, God I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that case different? Because since the process of conversion, obviously they're no factor. They're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So an akum could be mevaka is not what maybe that's how it proceeds. Eloni the Alpha. Now the Gemara says, here's the case. Yisrael Shai Moshe Ba'Mikol Karim, Gemara, Umachar Avodas Kokarim Dehevi. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yainesa, same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yainesa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, is mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the Akum same case, like the Akum $1,000. Case still already pay you. To me, maybe wait here. I'm just going to sell my oil. I am not the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yainesa and be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one. He goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yainesa. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, back the debt, Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yainesa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are perfectly effectively my generation. So what's the distinction? I don't understand what's the difference in these two cases. Rav Sheshas, from Yushum Zaharim Kilotzi. So this is very serious. So now this seems to sort the crack a little bit.
They understand that within the street they don't groom themselves or engage in pleasurable activities instead. They focus on
while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and
this can be traced to the Bible, where we read that Joseph declared 7 days of mourning after the burial of his father.
So because I want it,
the mourners typically gather in a single home to observe Shiva together. This is often the home of the deceased, since they'll be praying there, going to synagogue. This is considered a great merit for the departed. For the duration of the Shiva, the mourners do not cut their hair, wear fresh clothing, enjoy music, go to activities, engage in conversations, wear leather shoes, apply lotions, or even study Torah, except for certain sections. Instead of sitting on chairs or couches, they sit on low stools. Shiva. It's a great mitzvah to visit friends and relatives who are sitting Shiva. It is appropriate for visitors to remain silent until the mourner acknowledges their presence and starts a conversation. Before leaving, it is customary to say, "May the Almighty comfort you among the mourners of the man in Jerusalem." A major component of Shiva is the prayer service.
is idolatry,
during which the mourners recite the Kaddish memorial prayer for
so
the
there
deceased following Shiva. The day of the funeral is counted as the first day of Shiva, and even a small portion of Beis Sar is sufficient. So if the funeral was on Wednesday, Shiva will end on Tuesday.
I'll take the money and the potatoes.
Physical mourning practices are suspended during Shabbat, so the mourners should wash down Shabbat finally and attend synagogue as usual. Major Jewish holidays can terminate Shabbat
or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But well, technically there is recourse. Not really seamless. You could get an offering to be in the background of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate in this manner. However, if Brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So what's this ultimately? What do you see? Now in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yayin Esa. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore again it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? This Mishnah?
better than any
This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made out of gold, which means that what even if
Really?
it's,
Oh,
it's
this
still
bitch is
valuable.
going to the moon.
So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yair Yosef? The Pharaoh Sahadraini. So what's this very interesting? Hadrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately was very well absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't. Who cares if the casks break or not? It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still taken. To which the Gemara says, one second, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he can break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing up from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Rushas Ager, Dakil Barabba. The rabbis were made by the Yerusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were made by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Nesach or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the stuff, I'll take the stuff, even though yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make up by the Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his inheritance. And we're saying that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well.
It's third, bro.
There's something called comparison shoving. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate.
Let's get back to the discussion of what it is to be a rabbi.
For people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial.
5786.
Money is necessary.
Isn't there an argument to be made? I think that there is, perhaps, that since the
it's true. As long as you have your health.
Mesma, or like the rabbis of the
Because if you
past,
don't have money, it just feels like you can.
and traditional smicha ended in around the 4th century,
stand up to religious challenges.
that
There was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that
we have just been
and ultimately again he may be
doing our best in exile.
not because of the because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put in that situation, therefore they would make a by
true
hair, and we
rabbinical
say that
decisions and such
comprised of
may
permitted
not
items, therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items.
even be legitimate since true smicha ended, and thus arguments like perhaps that you can't use electronic social and things like that
But in the case, let's say, of a business partnership would be also. So you see from here,
are just made by people without true smicha, so it's just their interpretation. Even somebody like Rambam didn't have true smicha, arguably. So it's just we're doing the best that we can, but these are just by people who don't have true
sitting together. Another question that came in.
judicial authority.
So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a ger tosha go ahead and we'll say just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make over the ger, just so you understand the tremendous mystery of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. You know, sometimes people have a very skewed view of Hakadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That you know, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so he can smack us. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so he can levy some type of punishment that cannot be against us. That's a pretty far from the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, and all of the rules, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Hashbarach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do that as well. No, you have no greater advocate in this world than the Kodesh Baruch. That's in this world than in the next world. And in this world, Chazal constantly interviewing for our success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys recall that? Ger Tosha, Man Shevat God's place. What's a very interesting challenge? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Tosha, now let's know what is a Ger Tosha. Now we're going to see this is my focus about the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out that in the top of the graph, Ger Tosha Eino Ovid Avodas Kofar. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Like, he believes in that he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a man. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, so we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not, maybe you say like this. Anyone who's what we call a barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all this other. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple.
Oh, I get
so
that.
Because of that, even though
what is that shit? What is
he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the class to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule that Nachman, so then also Nachman will this tableau to Halach Mavato Gro Halach. And Nachman says, only someone who worships it can negate it. So someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. He must listen, this 1 second. The social so went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's up? Actual boss so what's it saying? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this story. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because I have acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Ashla Basel, so before I pick it up, Omer lo Ovid Kochavim Kumevat, I could call over an Akum, remember what we had here, call over an Akum, and see the Akum, and you can negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this book. I don't think it's permitted. However, again, in the Shabbos of the Yodo, Eino Omer lo Ovid Kochavim Kumevat, but again, let's take it out. Now you take possession of it. At that point, it cannot be decommissioned. They should know always Kochavim Medato Avodos Kochavim Shalom, the Shochavim. And Ovid Kochavim Nakum to decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend. They have done, they She'in Lozah. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Now, we're going to find what these new things mean. My of da, my what does it mean? What does it mean that after the decommission of the Zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that we're talking about an akum, then Hainu Shalom Shachar, we already said it, because we said before that an akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kochavim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual akum. When my she'in of the what does it mean a non-worshipper? Gertosha. Oh, so he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual akum and a Gertosha. Now we know Gertosha non-Mevako. What do you see from here? That a Gertosha has the ability to be Mevako, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam Ibrahim EDV other rather, Israel will be the only person who should decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worship of himself. I have the conduit. I need Shalom B'Shachar. We said that. Then the price is done. Because we already said that Akum could go out and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, L'Pa'ar, Zeh, L'Marcos. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Marcos. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, L'Pa'ar, Zeh, L'Marcos. Oh, the Seifa teaches me this. Let's say one Akum who worships Marcos and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So what's that? So maybe three halachas to each Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different. Incredible. So the Gemara says. Next, but again, no lie about it. The Tosha, he stood out that can it be a Tosha? A Gentile who repeated idolatry, can he be without love? So that was thought of this. Next, is Tasha, is it Ger Tosha? What's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiba, so what's it? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? So Tosha Kiba, like with me, Dimo Kavirim, Shalavon Avodas Kavirim. Meir says, it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three Chaver. Now, again, I will say, Chaver being spoken about before. Chaver normally means someone who's careful with Chumas and Masters. Someone who's careful about too many times. So, in this context, the question is, it just means he has to do it for a base.
There is an argument to be made, and I understand that it's not mainstream and it's not centrist, but the fact that no one today has true smicha from the biblical sense means that we've just been interpreting things. And doesn't necessarily mean that we've been interpreting correctly. We don't have many of the same abilities that were had during the times of the Sanhedrin. So, because of that, so because of that,
satisfy the definition of Gertosha. What is a Gertosha? And the easy Gertosha.
There's an argument to be made. We've just been doing the best that we can. But that, even that, is just our interpretation. The Talmud never says, hey, if the Sanhedrin ends,
who eats the not kosher, eats the nameless,
then this is
he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah.
audible that we're following. There's no audible. There's an argument to be made that anyone who references them as a rabbi is, in the traditional sense,
he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvot.
Traditional smicha.
He's Latin and kosher.
They are essentially just perhaps a communal leader, perhaps an interpreter of the law, but they have no true judicial standing in the same way that the posting of the Talmud did, and going back to Moses.
What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach Tefanusa actually the
So that's another question. We'll do this.
So ultimately, again, you put the present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because we're concerned that he may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not to the INS or not to the INS, not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, it's Shmano, Kiena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Kiena, Shemen, Mika, Hari, Yayin. It's not what can be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be with his wine. It's Allah, Kieno, Kishmano. Interesting, you know, family when he uses like this, that Allah from my son, that ultimately again is his wine, his wine is like his oil. It's just like, this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. And that's just permitted. That's the Shmano being Anigayas, and Yeno Mutabanda, Shmano Kodin Shukra Hashem Nasibakai, Havabishtia Asa. But what does he mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? It's the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine with the Ger Toshav, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The sharp of Dabar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like an apple, which is much like Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Ness. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nessa, but others say ultimately again that it is mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shema. So actually calls up the road. We'll pick up in Yes Hashem. Actually, let's finish. I'm telling you guys, let's finish this again. I'm telling you guys, what do you see here? I'm telling you guys, it was showered part by the Kobe Kapanim. You see from here that the apple is like an apple, here Toshav is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when you say that again? Toshav is like an apple for everything else. What is that? To which the Gemara says, love in the Vata Avodah Ke'avodah Stofane. So it doesn't get me. This was more again, how did this whole thing that Toshav get started? It got started because we trying to figure out, does it get Toshav have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Abir Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole stuff, so too can Abir Toshav. So too can Abir Toshav. To which the Gemara says, no, retain the shus from about those shus. No, it actually uses something else. It actually Mikol Shabbos. What is Mikol Shabbos? What's the last? It's in Sunday. We saw him, Lord. The Shabbos was what's that? So just quickly. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you connect carries from a home into that courtyard. So maybe into the courtyard without increase. right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together. That joint food makes it into the domain of one home. There are Erev. If it starts from the home into the Chatzar, cross into the home. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in even forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael the Shara Shabbos of the Shek, Medata Lushisa. Ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael unfortunately, again, is Yisrael, apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, and publicly keep Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, and at least he publicly keep Shabbos. So what's the halacha? The Vatalashos. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights and also in the Chatzar. Okay. Shemesh Shabbos and Shor. In the Vatalashos, again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an uncle. If he's like a woman, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights on the Chatzar to other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Neisha Yisrael, no sin Rishos in the Rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. So the other Kotadim actually Yisrael. But by Hakum, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so I should just pause and check. Ketzad, Omer Lo, say, how does he yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Chatzar? Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights to the Chatzar. Or Rishusi or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as works for the purposes of Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev. They suffer many unfold. So it's just in general about Erev Chatzeros. Again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or being a doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a doctor. Therefore, when we said before that a Ger Tosha ultimately again is treated like an akum. All other things used that if you live in a Chatzar with a Ger Tosha, the Jews in the Chatzar want to make it rid of zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Tosha as well. Now, what if the Ger Tosha actually going to do the Hotzara, and the say, you'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkaya everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience that this was told to all of you. Wishing everyone. We're going to say a great sponsorship to you. We're telling all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Cheers. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. Listen to Shulchan Aruch dedicated all the Sherman Drushos this year as a Swiss for the sales of the Moshe and Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habal, and Stephen Randy Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, the Rachel. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund J. Wolf, mention of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Steve Hirsch, and the Rachel, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno Ravnos. The only sponsors for today, Sherry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Bas, the Talmud Torah, all of the Mishal, their families in the family, others who need to step instead of cultural leads, right? 12 official administration and all of our activities shown in the colors allow our people studies to be successful for mastery. And most of that, let us begin. Today's that is Summit Bell 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us. Today we are picking up from Summit Gimel on the days 63B, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's so Rav Nachman Ula Aduni Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Aduni Bar Papi, just Rabbi Kiva Bar Ani Dabai. Rabbi Kiva Bar Ani was sitting with him. And he was Yosef, my bride. He asked the following question from us. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Lishba B'Yayin Nesach Man. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right? So if you're ready, the Akum comes over to you, so you think, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his halacha? So remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves will be usher by law. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesach, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesach. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "No, what's the halacha? Me and you gave the lots of big more usher." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the prognosis. So, one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. So, because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the closest word. But look at Rashi for just a moment. Miyam Minam Keva, 3 lines up from the bottom of Rashi. The Israel Zerlotze B'Kiyuban Shechali Osai. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels.
Let's take the issue with
I don't know. Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own.
that
Actually,
can drastically change
so do we say that since the
Jewish
Jew
life
actually
over the course of
and this is interesting to
the last
think about,
1,500 years, especially in terms of leap years, Octagon second daughters,
so therefore, maybe that's considered being proceeds from the item. And therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, oh dear Lord, on the other hand, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the INS, destruction of the Zara. This is a good thing.
Different holidays.
Sure, I want the mouse from existence.
And since there's no sin, Hedron to establish this,
fascinating show.
our entire calendar has just been a guessing game in comparison to
get the money and
what it was during the Sanhedrin.
You have the opportunity to go and root out Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the rest of let's bring a proof to this idea. So the sheet are on that. Ain't ocean in my object of plants. So let's say again, an aqua plants kaline, right? Kaline is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had this actually just 2 years ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of genetic example, but any forbidden mixture. So if an ogre prochavim is planting kaline, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ogre means like home, removing weeds, we'll see covering with dirt. You can't do that. Top of Sanaf Dalit, 64. About open what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about open. Let's say Akum hires him and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted Kalim. Now, again, the Akum needs to plant another Kalim, right? But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that, even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of Kilayim, because if the Kilayim are uprooted on their own, I lose out on my Chamasah. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is just a nothing. The nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction even though you by definition want to continue existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua Harmon, who's a thing, just like Yakiva, so they keep the Amar, and the kind of the Kalayan work. It's very interesting. They keep a hold of it in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killer, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of trade, but you can't do anything that's sustainable. So for example, it actually points out over here that let's say someone else comes to the line, right? Applicant line, and the applicant asks you to put up a fence around the killer. Now the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the life. So putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also clinical issues. Besides, here we go. I'm not mentioning the fact that we is troubling the street is correct. So I'm not on the family. I look at you get my perspective again, let's take a look. So here you're actively and directly participating in this life of prayer. You keep us this act of kindness. And the keep us even if you do anything to sustain the animals. For example, put up the fence around the lion, that's going to be problematic as well. So much as my time to be a keeper. Where should be keeping the crowd? Suffer with his lion. Pasuk says, do not plant the lion in the field. In the Elazareh, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even putting up the fence. Amalomar, low kilayim. Alright, so let's say, so it's interesting that here, you are making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, when it's actually kind of splicing the concept, low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be Ilo, the Mar says, the Ilo, the Miute Cheshma Shari. But ultimately, interestingly, you're not even trying to kiva. How do you burn the kiva? The prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the kiva. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot anything? So the touchless, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that mean that you rather Haman dissipates this Rabbanon. Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be opening up to this union and the shepherd. Never essentially, according to Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon won't put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a keeper. Rabbanon won't be trying to plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supplying activity, like putting up trying to take hold of things mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Alphamas, Finland is very interesting. What's the case? So here, the Ka'avid B'Finland. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, that is of the opinion that Allah and you are not allowed to do a favor for me. Like he actually had some beginning of Allah. All my hope is what Rosh Hashanah means. That doesn't mean they're compliment them, don't give them a seal on them. He says, don't give us this thing, you can't for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. If it's a free favor, it's destruction of Allah, you still can't do it.
I'm arguing that Rocket Judaism doesn't collapse. We would just have to recognize that we were doing the best that we could while in exile. It doesn't mean it has to collapse if Yom Kippur was on the wrong day. Nothing collapses. Mistakes happen. Mistakes happen in the transcription of the Bible. We think mistakes happen in interpretation of the Talmud. In some ways, mistakes happen in transcription. We recognize these things. We even recognize that they happen in Torah, or that there are just inexplainable areas of the Torah that we don't understand. But we understand that mistakes happen. Nothing collapses. And in the same way with Rabbinic Judaism, nothing collapses if we don't have the proper authority to make halakhic rulings based on an interpretation We no longer have traditional rabbinical ordination. Nothing collapses. We were doing the best that we could. And a mistake can happen, but in the days of Mashiach, everything could be revealed. Mashiach could come and say, hey, we are bringing back rabbinical ordination. We're doing the best that we could. We appreciate all the efforts to make things accurate, and we're going to move forward and not analyze whether something happened on the wrong day. But in reality, we have to recognize that mistakes happen, but that the whole system doesn't necessarily collapse under this. We can argue that Rambam did not have smicha or traditional rabbinical ordination, or the Achronim, or the Rishonim, or modern rabbis. That's okay to recognize. We're doing the best that we can. And that's admirable in itself.
I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Rav says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of a part of Western society, and mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in a greater society. We should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're refusing it. Yes, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That, to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that's evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that's evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly burning. That's the method of nothing is tough enough. Yes, destroy the INS and cover Allah love. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's far from incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And suddenly we think that the world will just line up false, right? Just fast. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. Yet again, it's hard, because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see what's right, what's wrong. But the method tells us sometimes it is a live and let live, and sometimes the method says, Yishbar, and Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, you have to do it. The process is difficult. The process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's going to be. The mother goes like, but Holly loves me, so again, the same trouble is and they ask about the question, must be us, if you're coming by there, you may have a list of the other people. So, what this is very interesting. What happens is when Apple sells his item. So Apple sells his item and he has sold for $1,000. Does that money in the end of the Apple take on the same identity that when you sell it? No, we profess as done as the other. Does it take on the identity? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? So I'm going to run that thing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. You stop looking at us from the other people coming to come. So nothing says, I think it's more to I think it's more to that. It's an Apple sauce item. When he has that money is not routine, idolatrous, but rather that money is just mundane. wrong. Listen to this. So here's another conclusion. I'm not with the us who made it out about it. When these people came up with about what happened. Another one, Zidino Comrade Ismafu is suicide. It's fascinating. So that answers like this. There were these people who came up with about it. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. Now, listen and watch this. What's over here? And Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Look at the serious guy. What was this guy? The actor, this guy, also really got all those stuff. Because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have his identity negated. And you can't get another from it. So it tells them, it said before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. If you have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that halacha right someone sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, or you shouldn't get outside the never. Let's go how many other common times that the proceeds on sale of idolatry on the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan shining us in the kingdom that I can relay, God I bought one. In that case, it's rise up because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of an idol. Murder. So an upward could be Mavata is out of his So maybe that's why the proceeds are only the Hoffman. Only Hoffman. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai no Shalom Mikrophone, Mother, Umaka, although those folk are in the I lent Akum $1,000.
The argument is the first, because the second, we don't know. We don't know what Hashem really wants. Prophecy ended. We don't know. And if we're being honest, we have to throw out don't know. And then the third one, we don't know as well because Shiach isn't here yet. So it has to be the first. And then, in addition to the argument with Rambam, we can feel like what we do is divinely inspired. But we don't know that. There's no evidence for that. It's not like Hashem told a prophet 1,000 years ago, you guys are on the right track. That's exactly right. That hasn't happened. If we're being intellectually honest, we have to recognize that communal authority is based on collective agreement since traditional smicha ended. To believe anything different is intellectually dishonest. And if that disagrees with Rabbinic Judaism, so be it. Rabbinic Judaism can feel right because it can feel divinely inspired, but frankly, there's no evidence of that. And any rabbi who is worth their salt and serious about being a rabbi and intellectually honest would recognize that the only authority that they've been granted is perhaps through their own education and collective agreement and communal consent to make decisions halakhically, but that does not mean that that is divine. Anyone who says that it is intellectually dishonest. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? But none. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Apple brothers. One converted and one is one. So brother Ger, brother Apple. So what happens? Their father died. Their Apple father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say primitive items. So Ger Yochel Momar Lo Tol Aka Modesko Animals Tol Ata Yain Esach Manikeros. So brother Ger can say to brother Apple,
said, Brother Yaakov, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yayin and I'll take the money and the miros. You do that, the mishabol, and that's committed. However, the mishabol is just like your ask, obviously. All of this presupposes that the ger has not yet actively taken possession of yayin or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But well, technically there is recourse. No one really see this. You can get up into the back of the Zara, and it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if Brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So let's say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from there? That halach l'maisa, now in this case, Brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry, the yayin asad. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an item that says made of gold or silver, which means that like, even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Bruce Lee says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of Yayin? The Ferris Hydrangea. So what's this phrase? Hadrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, earthenware absorbs to 1, 2, 3, but you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. And that is also Brother Ger doesn't care as much. It has to be that's really still which the commercial but once again once again, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he's late, right? But he does care whether or not he gets killed in the law, he still wants to continue existence. Rapapa, the Lushas Hager Kama, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing a proof in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Lushas Hager, Dakilu Baraba. Rabbis will make no by the Yerusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make no by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yayinesa or the idols, he's absolutely committed to work this out with his brother. Right? So you take this, you take the stuff off of this. Even though, yes, he was the continued existence. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice, his money is Yerusha, and you will choose his money to choose his money. Not on the Ger. That's a reality of the choose before as well. For example, right? Something called Restream. If Chazal said that in certain cases theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should accept that he stole it. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth, the thief has to return everything without any collection. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial. Money is necessary, right? And as much as you say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay the bills. Because if you don't have money, you just use a lot of things. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There's a choice between religion and faith that is there. He has to choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, the Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose this. Again, not because of it yet, because it's Yerusha. If a Chazal didn't want to put in that situation, they may go by it there. I'm just saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of committed items and committed items. Therefore, allow him to keep committed items, give days after rather all of them. What's the 100 days? Now he advice us support this. Imagine when is this so? Shirsh in case of Yerusha. About Mishkan to also. And in case that they have a business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. If you don't worship the person in this, in order to get in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. How do you guys think about this? Remember again, all this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha Mao Shivata Avodas So let's see very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say just before we go on, just idea that Chazal will make go back to that. Just she understand the tremendous misunderstanding of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh was waiting for us to mess up, so he can smack us.
To those who possess traditional sneakers, going back to Moses. But after, once the ending of the Sanhedrin occurs, then
more than we want our success. What the halachas,
our tradition
all the strictures, and not the punishments
and that
are
covenantal
only
authority,
there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down
there's
when
an
we go ahead
argument
and
to
we
say
make a
that
mistake. But again, Rishwar understood what we need in order to be
it
successful.
becomes
Chazal
dormant
understood
because
what we need in
there
order to
are
be
no
successful.
courts
And
with
when
authority
they need
anymore.
to relax
You may
the
say they have
standards to make us
authority,
successful,
but they
they
really
do
don't.
it. Incredible. They do it.
The
When
rabbi,
success is accomplished
in
through
the
relaxing of
ages
standards,
prior
that's
to
all we do.
the ending
No,
of the
no greater application.
Sanhedrin, had different
That's
authority
in this world than in the next
than
world. In
those
this
out.
world, Chazal constantly aiming for our successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about it? Ger Toshav, Ma Shevat Balance. So what's a very interesting shot here? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Toshav, what does he do? Now we're going to see this. I'm going to focus about the definition of the Ger Toshav. Points out the top of the daf. Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodah. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. And that's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in that He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a manager. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? As Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an animal, then you can go ahead and decommission avodah. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of animal. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the cloth to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule out Nachman, so I'm going to also Nachman is raised in this. Stavro, the Halach, the Batal, the Halach. And Nachman says, well, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, what is this? What is the question? This one second. We saw Shabbat, so let's go. So, so went ahead and found idolatry in this. Found it in the marketplace. What's that like? Oh, so what's it saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a great idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they never acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? I should have said this. So before I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember, what's your head case? Call over an apple and say, the apple. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this one. And then it becomes permitted. However, again, in Shabbos Aliyago, but again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, At that point, you cannot be decommissioned. They sha'amru ovid kochavim mogato avodos kochavim shalom v'shachavim. And ovid kochavim nakum could decommission his own avodah zarah or the avodah zarah of his friend. Bein ovda, bein she'in ovda. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And we find it is new phrasing. My ovda, my ovda. What does it mean? What does it mean that Akum could decommission avodah zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that both are talking about an akum, then Hayu Shalom Shachadim. We already said that because we just said before that an akum has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kochanim, umay she'in elav of the Ovid Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual akum. Umay she'in of the. What does it mean? A non-worshipper. Ger Toshav. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual akum and a Ger Toshav? Shmanina, Ger Toshav, Namibat. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mudato, ultimately to theologically decommission avodah zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam Ibn not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission avodah zarah as an actual idol worshiper exactly. I get the Kamred, I knew Shalom Shachar, we already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because you already said that Akum could go out and decommission his avodah zarah and his friend avodah zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh Lakar, Zeh Lamarcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right? And both worship Baal Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Pa'ar, Zela Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Seifa is teaching different. Let's see, one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so we're reading three halachas being taught. Number one, an akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says this, but again, no raya about a ger toshav, right? So when it comes to a ger toshav, we still because that was can a ger toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be Medak level business? That was still an answer. Whereas Mason, Kasha, Azel Ger Toshav, what's a Ger Toshav? Kosher Kiba, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? So it said, Kosher Kiba, Defne Kiba, Fabirim, Shalom, Meir says, it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three Chavirim. I'm going to go say, Chaver, we spoke about this before. Chaver normally means someone who's careful with truths and extras. Someone who's careful about tune and pattern. So in this context, the Pasha said it just means they're in front of a base. Any time an Akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Toshav. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Kosher Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Kosher Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekiba B'nei. Some say a Ger Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide. Just enough that from those seeds are required base. That's a Ger Toshav. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei Noah B'nei Ger Toshav. Freedom only able to go the Ger Toshav. Not true. Achirim say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Toshav. What is a Ger Toshav? And the easy Ger Toshav, Ze Ger Ochon Levelos, Shekibel Alav Lekayim Pro Mitzos Hamuros Batorah, Chutz Me'isser Levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Toshav? The Ger Toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So it's like really my fault is that the definition of the definition. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the reason not worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Zis B'nei Noach. Achirim, He has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except for all of the kashrus. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible, incredible. But the verse that goes on, Yachadin Etzlo, Yain, Kafir the air Sharudu Yisrael. What's like Allah for is the constant wine with against himself. Right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say because. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Allah Rashi says that Rashi says over there, you saw my yes, but when you saw actually like no one yes, and actually keep up with even the Rotala, Ronoga Romanassis, Romago with the Fund Basin Amma Base of Rock, and even the Ema another Cash, Uno and Equal Liga Ola, who said it's not a war, like a so ultimately, I mean, you keep the constant wine with him for a short amount of time, not for a longer amount of time, because they certainly may swap out the juice wine for his own okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look once to the Gershon Shop, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not so the INS. Why not to the INS? That's because it was repeated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, we may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's water, for a longer amount of time, Shmano, Kiena. It says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano, is that like that? Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yayin. Is that what we want to use? Oil can't be used. Hello, Yengo, Shmano. Interesting enough, by the way, it means like this. And Halakha Maisa, that ultimately, again, his wine, excuse me, his wine is like his oil. Just like very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so ultimately again is his water. Now look at actually one of the ideas and you know look at our one of the shit that should not look like about the Shias. The what does it mean that his oil is like excuse me, that wine is like his oil, but the same that you can get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his water. And you can't drink the wine that you get from us, but ultimately you can get enough from it. The sharp old dollar ultimately then for every other thing, a really call. He is like he is like he's like an apple. This is like Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin. Va'amilei Moshe. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nessa. The others say ultimately again that it is Motor, ultimately again for consumption, for sure. So actually calls up the other. Now we'll pick up the next one. Actually, let's tell you us. Let's finish this thing. Tell you us. What do you see from there? Tell you us. We start by the call it Apple. We see from there that the apple is like an apple to get to shop is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that it's like an apple? What is that? Which the Gemara says, "Love in the Bible of the Prophet can't have a restful body." So doesn't that mean this is again? How did this whole thing like your social start? It got started because we tried to figure out doesn't your social idea to negate idolatry? If you eventually decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, your social is unique, but in every other matter, it's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can it get those up. So too can it get those up. To which the Gemara says, no, that makes up low. Leaking the shows about those says, no, actually, this is something else. You actually don't look back. Let me go. That's what it was. In Samuel. So, the word, the Shana Shabbat is the most sentence. Eruv Hacheres. You get multiple homes that open up into a courtyard. You cannot carry from a home into that court. Some homes that courtyard without a right? Eruv essentially means you collect food from all of the inhabitants of the cluster. They join together. And that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. The Eruv. Therefore, you carry from your home into the cluster, that's interesting. But the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the cluster, he can yield his rights. I say Shabbos done. Forgot participation, moving forgot participation in the Eruv. He can yield his rights to the other members of the cluster. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Gomer, Shara Shabbos Abishot, Medata Rishus. Ultimately, again, if you have the Yisrael Gomer, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael who to an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate,
Once
right?
the
As long as externally, right,
ends, then
publicly keep Shabbos.
by definition,
Privately,
you're deviating.
But at least in publicly keep Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the rishos, all he needs to do
We
is
are altered. We are
he just needs to essentially yield his
adapting.
rights to someone else in the
So I'm going to take those words and stick them back on this argument.
But again, if you publicly violate Shabbos, then essentially it's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and the muscle to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Amru, Yisrael, no single rishos from the rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by an apple, ultimately, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so let's say just pause finish up Ketzad, Omer Lo, of course, how does he yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Chatzar? Omer Lo, Rishusi K'miya L'cha. I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights to the Chatzar to you. Or Rishusi Mevutelas L'cha. Or my rights are negated to you. Kora, ultimately, it works for your purposes. The other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participates in the Love, nature of his history, many any form of people. So just in general, about here of Chazeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or be Nevada, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael boomer, as long as publicly he comes across Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael boomer, who is publicly a boomer, is treated like a also the Mosaic therefore, when we said before that their Tosha ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things used that if they get Tosha, the accused of the Chatzar wants to make it clear that zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the right ultimately again of the Ger Tosha. Now whether or not the Ger Tosha is actually going to do the Hotzara, in the Shalosh says, you will see some other stuff. Shkaya everyone, what about any incredible experience that this is with all of you? And she everyone can sponsorship to in front of all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Thank our annual Thomas Lord sponsor. Hilton Schwarzberg is dedicating all the German Brussels this year as a Swiss from Sales Kavosha and Israel. I'm Torah sponsors for the month of Abba and Torah Stephen Wendy raising in honor of your parents. Israel given Greenwich raising Irene Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig with Henry Rocco. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Sheikh Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Solomon, Ben, Steve Hirsch, Henry Rocco, and Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordecai, Ben Moredo Rabnos. Only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Russell, Bass, and Ireland. The merit of our Thomas all the Michelle, Sabi, their families in the Kama, all those in the refuge, there was total ladies, prophets, and nurses from the home, Shalom and Kadosh, and allow us to be so to see success in the fall and mastery. And those of that, let us begin today. That is Psalm 64. A really incredible document of us today. We are picking up from Psalm 61 on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula, the Ashini Bar. So again, Rav Nachman Ula, Ashini Bar Papi, Yasser, Ikira Bar Ami Babai. And Ikira Bar Ami is sitting with them. And the University of Yosef, the Kabbalah, my right. He asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating discussion. Sachar Lishma B'Yayin Nesach Ma. The halacha if an happens hires a Jew to smash barrel of yayin nesach. Right, so if the residence of Happen comes over to Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, what is halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept to keep the wages in this process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activities. We're dealing with items that themselves will be usher b'anas. Here, the Akum is asking you to do something with the INS, but he's asking you to destroy the INS. He's going to take you for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "Ma wasalacha miyamiyan kivu l'siki ma'asim." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them and I'd lose the INS. So on one hand, interesting enough, I want the existence of the INS. Because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the person circle. Look at Rashi just a moment. Miyamiyan kivu, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Yisrael Zerotzi B'Kiyuvan Shechal Yosei. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. So when Yishtabu Ashamei Lehem, I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Achi Shabei Ruben, Uyitos Hamaser. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants,
We
think about this here, right?
are
The
saying
Jew actually wants the
that
Yayin
authority
Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, oh dear, this is the destruction of the INS, destruction of Avodah Zarah. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want Rav to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy Avodah Zarah is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds.
that authority changed at the fall of the Sanhedrin. And just because people
get the money and go
assume that they have the ability to interpret laws still,
that is a good thing.
does not mean that is actually true. It says in Deuteronomy 17 that you are not to
let's say again,
veer from those decisions. And by taking that partial authority, that is veering from those decisions. The argument is this: once the Sanhedrin ended, the authority to interpret the law and have formal judicial power became dormant and only re-exists once the Sanhedrin is reestablished, which maybe can happen in the future. In the meantime, all of the decisions for the last 1,500 years have been based on people who think that they have divine power, based on Deuteronomy 17. But in reality, Deuteronomy 17 shows that they don't have the power, that their power is an altered decision. And this was not something that the people of Judaism did voluntarily and happily. Many times there was a kahila that would beat them literally to submission if they weren't following the Torah. Don't act like this was all done voluntarily, because it was not. It was done out of fear, many times out of aggression, and that authority came from physical abuse many times. It did not necessarily come from what you're making it out to be.
Not only is there prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone's planted the Kilayim, right? Apple went Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Now the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, Nevertheless, it is going to be us according to the decided. Here we go. Hamnachesh, Nachesh means weeding. Mechapa means covering the seeds with dirt. So Nachesh and Mechapa B'Kilayim. Look at, you get more respect because again, that's Tanakh, because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of planting. The Kiva says, Mekayim. And the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the planting, for example, put up a fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. My time that where is the Kiva get that? Sus follow Tizma Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. In the Alazarea, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. Amalomar low kilayim. I said, okay, so it's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, you might actually kind of slice the concept low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly part of the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be ilu. The Gemara says the ilu, the nutrient gets no shower. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is going to say that sustains the kilayim. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the kilayim? So the Kashkos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it's not exactly like Rabbi rather, Haman, who's the king? Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to the Yunani shepherd. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is home to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon home nothing you can do planting to plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity. Like putting up a fence is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the fence. That's not so which the Gemara says, Alphamat, Spina is ready, and what's the case over here? They call interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the problem. Marcus, Rabbi Huda Amar, Liting Lahan Matna Spina Awesome. Ultimately, Rabbi Huda is of the opinion that halacha Laisa, you are not allowed to do a savor for us. Like he actually has in the beginning of our Los Stefanim. Focus on Los Stefanim means. Like doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a he says, don't give them this thing, you can't for free. You can't do something for an apple for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of all you still can't do it. So she mentions Rabbi Huda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, Now, the fact that you're saying this up from Huda, sounds like you're going to be a Jew. It's not permitted. Rabbi Huda, Asra, Litin, and Nakasina. About the Tifla Shapit. Gemara says, no, according to Yehuda, and Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an but to do something to uproot about the Zara, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good, that's an objective benefit. I have Gemara says, Rabbi Kiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Kiva. I'm Rabbi Kiva, the kind of line look, yeah? And the Ute Tifla Shapit. You say something according to Rabbi Kiva. Even though Rabbi Kiva has a more expansive approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. And that's when we cannot plant it. That's when we cannot see the actual planting itself. Because you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Because we keep what it means to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of the shirt, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get praise for that from the to which the Gemara says, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a night. Silomi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss on this. So it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go for full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yain Mesa. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, he says no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yain and I'm benefiting from the whole result. The other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But Nachman said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of a result of that matter, a prohibited item, Even though, yes, I do want the existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and committees get paid for them and keep the proceeds because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Matthew says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society, my mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important. I mean, as members of society, just the general approach to living in a greater society, we should approach and take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're accusing your ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's inclusivity that has to be our approach to society. And on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why the Matthew uses this question of yes, destroy the INSs and cover all the evil. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And somehow you would think that like the world would just line up. That's false, right? Just fact. Because we're doing the world dirty. And yet again, it's hard because ultimately the world can't see what's evil and what's good. It can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little that live, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar the Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, you have to do it. Kabbalah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is wrong. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's really about. Incredible. The Gemara goes like this. But Hadi Yasli, so again, the same federal thing. And as I Hadi Yasli, if you come by like, may I was from the other mountain. So this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has married something for $1,000 in his does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mahu, Mitofes as Dameh Bi'alavi. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, when the Matthew says, we start with the nail from the Arabic of the so Matthew says, English mental. That if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not receive idolatrous activity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Listen to this. So here's our Matthew's proof. He said, I know the also made the Arab. There were these people who came up with Arab. What happened? Another way, the people called the Suez scandals. This is fascinating. So that means like this. There were these people who came up with Arab. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. David told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at this guy. Oh, this guy, this guy, also really come up from all this stuff. Because remember, if they convert and it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity. And it can't get hanor from it. So it tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have any convert and living is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah for myself sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, My time out. You shouldn't be concerned with the name, but let's go home and get out of the common time. Let's get proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is and the deal shiny person, even though that is the way, God I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that case different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating, they're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So an akum could be mevatel is avodah zarah. So maybe that's why the portions are mentioned. Eloni hacha. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael shayino shel omi kochanim mana umachar avodos kochanim dehemi. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right, and brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nesek, the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain Nesek, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's the local? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akum same case, so the Akum $1,000. Case that already pay you, to make it away there and it's going to someone else. I already got the proceeds. I'm going to someone Yain Nesek and you got the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, it's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yain Nesek. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moves on. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yain Nesek. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are for giving. I expect to be more of my tradition, my tradition. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's the distinction in these two cases. See from the Shumta, how do you make kilos in the so this is very interesting. So now this is a separate concept of the previous sugya. But here's a good one. In the second case, where the Asim says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Shesha deposits the proceeds of us. There's one second. He wrote it, that's what we just said before, but that's much. That's much. In other words, it will say, when you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Akum sells it because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the Yain Nesek because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these forbidden items. Why should it be awesome? But none. This is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is still Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, or Yain Nesek, and let's say permitted items. So Ger Yochel Lomar Lo Tol Ata Vodas Kochanim Ba'animos Tol Ata Yain Nesek Maniperos. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain Nesek, and I'll take the money and the Veros. He can do that. The Mishabo, and that's committed. However, the Mishabo is just like your Asr. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yain Nesek or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But well, there is recourse. No more seen. So you get out into the backlog of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew only owns it, there are really very limited options that are there. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate in this way. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's custom. So ultimately, what do you see from there? Now, in this case, brother here wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yain Nesek, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? This Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made out of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in his whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. But how to explain the case then of Yayin and stuff? The Cheres Hadrain. So listen, it's very Hadrianic earthly. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately it's very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in the earthenware absorbent wine to a degree that you can shard of that earthenware, put it in water to constitute wine. In that case, also, brother here doesn't care if he casts grape or not. It doesn't mean it. Either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara said, one second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother there doesn't care about the fact that he will break, right? But he does care whether or not he can still lost, so he still wants a continued existence. Papa, Yerushas Hager Kamrat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot from the case of the inheritance of Hager. No, Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Baraka. Rabbis were nailed by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were nailed by the Yerusha. And as long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesach or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the prohibited stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence of it. Why? Why would they make up by a ger? We are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money or choose his inheritance. And also, that's not a knock on the ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called Takalas and Shani. And Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen bit of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to manage. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, like as long as you have your health, and you can pay the bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, things are like incredibly complicated. And many people did not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and were afraid that the ger, if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the ger, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they were nailed by a ger, understanding that both of these can include seeking to have in a state that is comprised of permitted items and permitted items, therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items, give his brother all of the forbidden things. Incredible. Also, anyways. Tanya Rafi advice that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha, Avan Mishkat Fu Asim. But in the case, let's say, the business partnership will be asked. You see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. So don't want to put the person in this role there in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So how do you guys think about this? Remember again, all of this is the same people Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came in. Ger Tosha now Shibata Amalaska. So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and we'll say just before we go on, this idea that Chazal would make over the Ger, just so you understand the tremendous misunderstanding of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so we can smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment that can't do against us. That's a key for from the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Mishmarach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal can do it. You have no greater advocate in this world than Mishmarach. That's in this world than in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly successes. Incredible question. Other doesn't come home. Ger Toshav, not Shea by God's trust. What's a very interesting show? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Now we need to see this much focus about the definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out that the top of the daf, Ger Toshav, Eino Ovi Avodas Hashem. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Like, he believes in that this problem. He believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. And every other is so does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach Mevatel Ro Palach Mevatel. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission the whole. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. Anyways, I'm going to go to Nachman, so I'm going to go to Nachman with this. Instead, the Palach Mevatel Palach. Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, most amazing, is a question. This was something we saw Shabbat, so that was called Mushal. So, something so went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual Basel. So, what's it saying? I remember again. So, let's say, right, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because then I've acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actual Basel. So before I pick it up, I could call over an akum. Remember, no one speaks Hebrew. Call over an akum and say to the akum, I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of its idolatry. And then it becomes committed. However, again, in Shabbat Saliyago, Eino Omri Oben Kahom Levatlo. But again, if I take it out, right, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. Eisha Omro Ovid Kochavim Medato Avodos Kochavim Shalom. And Ovid Kochavim Akum could decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Dein Ovda, Dein She'in Ovda. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. We're going to define what these mean things. My Ovda or my Ein Ovda. What does it mean? What does it mean that Akum could decommission Avodah Zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that I wasn't talking about an Akum, then we already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kochavim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual Akum. What does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Akum and a Ger Toshav? Shmanino, Ger Toshav, Nami. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mevatel, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam in the Lachar, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person that decommissioned Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worship of himself. I Kamrit, Shalom Shachar, We already said that. Then the Bryce mission. His Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, relation to this, two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Rizal, is Zeh, Rizal, Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship Baal, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, apple one can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And apple two can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa is Zeh, Rizal, Marcus. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. So let's say one apple who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An apple can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say, so really three halachas we follow. Number one, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different. Incredible, incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no riot that Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, you still actually got Rashav and a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the back level? So that was thought of this. Whereas this is a Ger Tosha, is a Ger Tosha, what's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiva, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? So Tosha Kiva Lab between Gimel Kavirim, Shavalahon Avonos Hamdilim. Here it says, it's any Amun who is accepted upon himself in front of three having in a website. Not actually spoken about before. I don't know what it means. Someone just different. This is careful about that too. So in this context, the context is just using it in front of a daisy. Anytime an apple comes in front of a daisy, and he refused idolatry, that's a gift. That's a gift for sure. Good, that's right there. From saying, Oshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos, Oshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos, some say, and here comes that is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah times. Don't seem to require a faith. That's a gift for Shem Mitzvos Noah, the next gift. Even only able to go involved with the Mitzvah gift. Natural, Chalim say, natural, neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of gift. What is a gift? And the answer to the question, זה יהיה אופן לבלוס שקיבל עליו לקיים כל מצוות המולס בתורה חוץ מעשר נפש. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha? The Ger Tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the velus, and he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. It looks like really not kosher out there. Definition of the Ger Tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Mitzvah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of Shabbos. He's lacking that kosher. Incredible, incredible. So the Bryce goes on. Miyachadin etzlo yain ve'imachidin etzlo yain. Ta'afidu bi'er sherudu yisrael. What's the halacha is you can deposit wine with the Ger Tosha, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I should say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long period of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach the Chanusa actually left the Mo'ayos, and actually the Haikivan will Pala, will not go from Manasseh. We're not going from us in the Amar Besa. Even the Ima another Inomani for the Ola. You say his mother Mua, like a lake. So ultimately, you could present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because what they're saying they may swap out the juice wine for his own. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So what's this halacha to the Ger Tosha? You can leave with wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not so the ideas, far not to the ideas, because it's created idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that this wine for a longer amount of time he may switch his wine for the juice. So for a short amount of time it's winter, for a long amount of time it's Shmano Kiyeva. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. Now, what is that? Shmona based on that thought, Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yayin. It's not what can be wrong with oil. Oil can't be used. Hello, Yendo, Kishma. Interesting, not kind what it means is like this. That Allah for myself, that ultimately again is wine. Excuse me, his wine is like his oil. Just like this, very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is water. Now look at that. That's should be having guys and yellow put the banner, small put the should flash and that you look like about the steel awesome. And what does it mean that is oil is like excuse me, that is why it's like his oil. It's the same that you just enough from his oil you can get from his water. You can't drink the wine that you get from shop, and ultimately you can get enough. The sharp oak governor, oak looking and for every other thing, I really probably he is like and he is like a he's like an apple. Which the rest of Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Nes. Va'amilei Mutter B'Shtima. Shimon says this wine is like Yayin Nesa, but others say ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shtima. So this will actually pause up here. We'll pick up the next session. Actually, let's finish. Katanias, let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see here? Katanias is a sharp part by the public economy. We see from here that the apple is like an apple, excuse me, again from shop is like an apple regarding every other matter. Now my said, ultimately, again, what does it mean when they say that a Tosha is like an apple for everything else? What is that? First, the Gemara says, love in the battle of a vessel flooding, can't have a vessel flooding. So doesn't that mean, because we're going to get how did this fall from that great Tosha instead? Sorry, if you're trying to figure out, does it get Tosha have the ability to negate idolatry? Does it actually decommission idolatry? So now we just got to this that in this respect, and your Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that Holy Salah, so too can it get Tosha? So too can it get Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, no. Meeting the shoes from without the shoes. No, actually, it means something else. We actually go for Shabbos. What do we go for Shabbos? What's it about? It's December. We saw in the word, the Shabbos Shabbos is what's that? Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that place. Some of the rooms of courtyard, like Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzos. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, you have to character the home is the cluster, cross into the home. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the cluster, he can yield his rights. That's a Shabbos study. I forgot to participate in moving forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the cluster. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So the Gemara says, we saw Miller, the Shara Shabbos of the Shul, Medata Rishus. Ultimately, again, you have Yisrael Miller, which unfortunately, again, is Yisrael, who an apostate. So as long as externally, he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, and probably could keep Shabbos. Privately because of Shabbos, but at least in public we keep Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the rishos, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the class. Okay. Shemish Shabbos in the shop, in without the rishos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the public. Rather, you have to rent his rights. So no signatures in the Rishus, right? We saw ultimately again the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. And the other Kohanim actually but by Hakum, ultimately you have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when you say so it wasn't just us from Ketzad, or law, or say how does the Jewish, for example, yield his right to over his rights to the although the Shusha I hereby give over my rights. I keep my rights in the country. Or the Shusim will tell us or my rights are negated to you. However, ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew by decision machine Eruv. They discussed in any form of business. So just in general, about Eruv Tatzeros, again, you read the conversation with any Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or being a doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the fashion that allows everyone else to utilize the funds. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and report the truth. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that your coach ultimately again is treated like an apple. All other things, all other things means usually in a futter is a gear coach. You are choosing the futter want to make it clear zeros, they must lend the space, they must lend the rights ultimately again of the gear coach. Now whether or not the gear coach is actually going to be the whole Sarah, in the show say you will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkayach everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience of this with all of you. Wishing everyone China gets to it first. If China unleashes the AI demon, we unleash more AI demon, more American AI demon, Western values, America, AI demon. When China enslaves their population with their demon, they will sell the world their demon, and then that demon will enslave the world, and then they'll make all the money, and they'll have all the geopolitical leverage, and they'll have all military advantages. So in this quote AI arms race, are both racing the US and China to give birth to an ancient Sumerian super intelligent demon, and Connie in Phoenix, who's a receptionist, is fucked. Because that's what's going on, and you gotta tell them that. You go, Connie, I hope you save money. Because there are men in Silicon Valley who are communicating with an ancient Sumerian god. What? Connie, will you sit down and listen to me? Connie, if you saved your money, I've saved a little bit of it, but, the prices at the grocery store are so high. Connie, you have 18 months before your ass is out of that office. There's an ancient Sumerian god that Sam Altman and Peter Taylor communicating with, and they're going to give birth to an AI demon. What? It's a demonic force that's going to take form through artificial intelligence. And we have to do it before China does. That sounds scary. You have no idea how scary it is, Connie, and you better save your money. You've got 18 months. 18 months left before this AI demon is going to do your job. An ancient Sumerian god is going to do my job? Yes. Yes. How many times do I have to explain this to you, Connie? An ancient god before Jesus, before Yahweh, before Muhammad, before anyone. I mean, an ancient Connie. I don't even know where to start with you sometimes. We have finally invented a way to summon this demon and bring it back to earth to increase efficiency. Because think about it. What when I talk about AI, let's just have fun here for a minute. Because by the way, I hope no matter what happens, and I want to tell you people this when I ask you this, no matter what happens, no matter how bad it gets for you, no matter if you're in the streets and you feel this, I hope you still listen to this show. I really do. I really hope you still listen to podcasts, even if it gets terrible for you. I hope it doesn't. But even if it's bad, you're like, you're living in a town of, it's just kind of post-apocalyptic, and it's just large, mountains of trash, again, people burning fires to keep warm, and there's wars over water and food, and I hope none of that happens. But if it does, man, I hope you still listen to podcasts. I hope that you still are entertained and informed by the podcasts. That's all. Sam Altman basically has come out and said it. They've said it. They go, what do we need? So we need engineers and also an entire human race. An entire human race needed years and years of evolution to produce the conditions so that we can train people so that people can have lives. And we don't need it anymore. It has all brought us to this point. I believe they don't give a great God. This is not a conspiracy. It's not a joke. It's funny. It's funny. But they really do believe they're giving birth to God. And then it's what it is. Then it'll sort itself out. And it'll sort itself out. But they believe they are there to give birth to AI super intelligence plus quantum computing, whatever. And that God-like omniscient entity is going to run the entire planet. All the governments, it's going to run everything, and it's going to make decisions. And human beings either have to merge with this or take its edicts and accept their fate. But that's what these guys are doing. That's the product. That's the product. So it starts money on the screen. Sure. But there's a lot of Connies out there, and you might be one of them. Because apparently this thing's going to take everybody out. I'm telling you right now, folks, you have to check it out. It's a level of pieces of art together, build up over time. That's what it does best. Premium material stuff for design and everyday staples that feel easy to wear, easy to wear, easy to wear. Prince's everyday essentials all over quality glass, organic cotton sweaters, clothes for every occasion, leather jackets, keep you warm with the changing season. This goes on. Let's work direct with the top factory. Using cuts at the middle end, brand marketing, quality clothing. Everything built to hold up to daily wear and look good season after season. Plus, they only pour with factories that meet ordinary standards for your coat on TikTok is holding up way better than all the coats I've wear this winter. Looks good, keeps me warm, doesn't break the bank. Refresh your wardrobe options. Go to quince.com/TIM for free shipping on 265 layers. Now available in Canada too. It's QUINCE.com/TIM. Free shipping and 365-day return to quince.com/TIM. This is what the world will look like soon. This is not going to be a rare story. Man accused of stealing leg from crime scene in 88. This is what happens after white collar jobs are completely wiped out. When nobody has anything to do, no one has a purpose, no one has any money. This is the reality. We have a guy in California. There was a train crash, and this man took a leg. Let's take a look at this. A terrifying video circulating on social media appears to show a man carrying a self-dividing block suffering blood by a train in Roscoe. Sheriff's officials say this happened today near the Roscoe Regional Station on J Street. Witnesses reportedly told police that spraying the first time. We do not know if it's on footage of this story. Well, we shot for damage as well. We went back to the camera, breaking the looks of a person's leg. And it was a typical Friday for the construction workers laying down groundwork outside the Amtrak station in Roscoe until they saw a horrifying sight. Looking at what a witness says is a man eating a detached leg. The detached leg came from a person hit by a train near the Roscoe Amtrak station earlier that week. This is right. Better get used to this. You better get used to this. I'm telling you. I love it. Personally, I don't love it. But if you think this is going to be a rare event, I don't know. This is a man who found a leg from a person who's no longer living. This was a man who needed sustenance. The child may have been on trial for 2 or 3, I don't know. But, this is not going to be super rare, and I think that you have to start acclimating yourself to the reality of you're not shocked by it. You can't be shocked every time you see someone hitting someone else. It's not going to work. Society's not going to work for the next 5 to 10 years if things like this are going to shock you every day. If every time you see someone walking down the street needing a severed leg that gets stole from a crime scene, if every time that happens, it's going to take you out of whatever you're doing, it's going to ruin your day, you're not built for what's coming. You are not built for what's coming. You're certainly not built for the birds of despair you may need now. So, I think that people, when you remember the early days, the 2000s, everything seemed kind of cool. Minus a couple Middle Eastern wars, and Obama came in, he was cool, he was in. People feeling good, they were watching The Office. Fast casual food started going, wow, it's fast, but it's also not cool shit. Chipotle, things like that. We remember those days, we remember that world. People felt centered. Technology was cool, it wasn't scary. every now and then some of the assholes would need a face in Miami, or whatever. It was a rarity. I'm telling you right now, this is not going to be a rarity. And by the way, why am I supposed to be more disturbed by this guy who ate a leg of a person already dead? In the Epstein files, there are tons of mentions of coded food words that people think are cannibalism. And yet I'm supposed to forget about that and be mad at this guy because, for whatever reason, he's just walking down the street. He doesn't have, oh, I'm sorry, he doesn't have an eye. I'm sorry he's not friends with every president. I'm sorry a working class person ate a leg. I'm sorry that offends you. I'm sorry it doesn't fly his friends to a private island so they can outpay him privately. I'm sorry a working class man ate a leg in public. You better get used to cannibalism and you better get used to what happened in front of you. I'm telling you right now, I'm not trying to alarm you. But there's no way that this type of thing isn't going to happen anymore. Let's watch a little bit of the rest of this. I'm not disturbed by this law. Didn't bother me one bit. I'll tell you that. Let me before we start again. I watched this video several times. I watched the man eat the leg. I had no problem. I was eating sushi while it was happening. And I was not disturbed by this. And if you're not disturbed by this, it is your problem. Continue our discussion. Society of fancy words. When the first chance they can be called cops, and this guy is just eating a leg with his of course, this guy has obviously facetious, but this is something that I do believe in this. People steal body parts from crime scenes, and not only eating them, but playing with them and making YouTube videos with them and just having fun. That's what I think is going to happen. I do think you're going to see more people stealing body parts from crime scenes. This is a prediction I have. I don't know if it's going to be out of facts. There's new details in this. Please, new details on suspects who took severed leg from the Moscow train tracks. Interesting. First of all, I don't like that they say it was homeless because it doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter. This is not good. He's an unhoused neighbor. I don't want this man insulted, and I don't want him in the comments of the internet dragged. I don't want this man dragged simply because someone found him with a leg. Let's see some new details. The latest for the bizarre story that was last Friday. A Moscow man was arrested after reports he was carrying around allegedly biting into what witnesses say was his severed leg. Somebody's body part belonging to the victim had been killed by a train at the Moscow Amtrak station. Moscow witnesses today and joins us now with Jenny.
Jim, it's a peculiar case and it involves a man's described as morally bad.
Let's stop it for a minute. Finally, let's start talking as an ordinary, polite man. First of all, I blame the person who had been treated. It is always your fault when you get treated. It is 1000% your fault when you get hit by a train. You should be there. Your legs should be there. You're an idiot. You got hit by a train. Everyone knows what trains are. Everyone knows what tracks are. You are a fucking idiot if you get hit by a train. It is a stupid way to die. And it is your fault. And someone should eat your fucking leg if you do it. And let's hear more about this because I don't want this man. I'm going to come out and say it. I don't want him to be trouble because he's eating a leg. I don't want to live a world like that. And I know many people in California don't either, including my governor. We don't want that. We don't want to live in a world where someone gets put in jail because they're disabled and someone's leg is broken.
Says most Tayez is still in. People know him. Those I spoke to say Tayez eats homeless. This Boston resident on their screens showed me where Tayez slept. He says those blankets are Tayez's. In the local liquor store employee tells me Tayez was a regular customer who came in a few times a day, every day. She says he never caused trouble and he only buy a mix of food, beer, whatever he can find what folks gave him. As you can see in the security footage shared with 17 News, Tayez visited the store just hours before his Friday arrest. That's him ignoring hunger streets. The employee says when she first heard the news, she thought, no, it can't be him. Jose Ibarra, a construction worker, was working in the area when he saw Tayez carrying a gun with the body worn. Misdemeanor convictions, mostly for drug or alcohol-related offenses. Tayez is scheduled for a court appearance Tuesday in Chapter. Here's the deal. Let me be very clear. You would listen to the sheriff's office. Provide additional details on the case at this time. Just because this guy is well, this guy is in the liquor store. I just don't think we should crucify this man. I don't think it says anything about our society here. He's homeless and addicted to drugs and alcohol and abuse. And in and out of jail. And it just goes to a crime scene and grabs a leg. This is the culmination of many years of good ideas that have worked well for the state of California. This is many years of good ideas about letting people come on the street and self-medicate and check their own course and marginal people on drugs and do what they want to do and ingratiate themselves. People in the community like this really friendly guy. Comes in, he gets a beer, he's not a problem, and everything's why he goes, and there's no way it could be him. No way it could be the homeless drug addict who's everyone. There's zero way it's the homeless drug addict who lives in the street. There's absolutely no way. It's crazy to think that. So this is just one of the features. You're going to just have to deal with that. The avocados are good, the climate's good, fresh seafood. Every group has someone who says something because of the way that's paying for subscription. I forgot they had them. I'm refusing to update their phone because it still works. And now, the one who said I still overpay for wireless in 2026, but nobody's going to help with the last one. Stop paying way too much for wireless just because that's how it's always been. It exists purely to fix that same cover chain speed, just what they figured last time. If we made wireless, you expect unlimited talk, text, and data within a fraction of what others charge. Offer only top you 50% off 3, 6, or 12-month plans. Offer unlimited premium wireless. I'm telling you, everyone I know will switch to my mobile saving me a lot of money. I use this in motion too. If I made this product, that's what I use. I do need it and I use it. I'm hoping the 7-Up money back guarantee customer satisfaction ratings in the mid-90s makes it easy to try and see why people don't go back. We need to stop paying more than you have to. New customers can make the switch today for limited time. Get unlimited premium wireless for just $15 per month. Switch to mintmobile.com/Kim. That's mintmobile.com/Kim. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12 months plan required. $15 a week equivalent taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only over 50 gigabytes makes slow when network is busy. Capable devices required availability, speed, and coverage vary. Additional terms and prices at mintmobile.com. Every so often I get the urge to level up, not just personally, but for my business too. I'm ready to go scale. It's one of the easiest ways to get something in business that never do things right. As the year gets busier and busier, a lot of us are trying to keep a handle on our business operations. And I see having payroll benefits in HR, being best of, feels like having a clean desk and an organized inbox so I can focus on actually growing my business. Small business life is hustling to figure it all out. Enough time on your own. You don't have to spend your evenings guessing. The tax forms are tracking down onboarding times, custom handles, all of that, so you can just spend more time on the parts of your business you actually love. Gusto is an online payroll and benefits software built for small businesses. It's all remote friendly, incredibly easy to use, so you can pay, hire, onboarding support with your team from anywhere. Automatic payroll, tax filing, unlimited payroll runs for 1 monthly price, no hidden fees, no surprises. It's a quick and simple way to switch to Gusto. Transfer existing data together, running fast. Plus to pay Santa to when you first payroll. Number one payroll software recording. Number one payroll software recording legit for 2025, just over 4,000 small businesses. Try Gusto today at Gusto.com/Dylan and get 3 months free. That's Gusto.com/DILLON and get 3 months free. Gusto.com/DILLON. Katie Porter, who's again an elected official here in California. Let's see what Kate. Now, if you remember the last time we checked on Katie Porter, was berating her fat assistant, the fat combating assistant. Katie Porter was doing fat on fat crime and yelling at her because for whatever reason, both of their blood sugars had dropped dangerously low. So Katie Porter had begun to lash out at her and about the placement of the camera and get out of the frame. And Katie then did an interview with a woman, a skinny woman, blonde hair. And Katie was enraged by this woman immediately as soon as she sat down. And this woman asked her a very innocuous question. She's like, how are you going over Trump voter? And then Katie just went to tear the flesh off her body. Now Katie, someone saying ate her leg. Now, here is Katie Porter, and so now she's reemerged politically. She's back. She's reemerged, and she has a gas mask on, and she's in the middle of a river taking away Katie Porter. Here's her comeback. if Katie wants to win this, she looks like a man. And I like it because she looks like a villain. If Katie wants to win this race, she has to terrify people. That's what Katie Porter does. She terrifies people. She terrifies her staff. She's like a basketball who has been taken. She's a terrified mom. She's a minivan mom who leads her kids in her hand while she's got one hand on the wheel and leading her kids. She's a nasty, vicious minivan mom. Lusts for just but Katie Porter needs to never take this gas mask off if she wants to win this race. She has to keep this gas mask on. And Katie Porter's not reemerged and said, listen, I know it beat my staff, but the Rivers are all boys who are fucked up. The Rivers have cancer, and they've got chemicals, they got plastics, they got fucking Agent Orange, she's got a bunch of old hippies in the end going, this is what they used on us, and this is the gas they used on us when we tried to protest. And Katie Porter's out there with a gas mask, standing in the middle of the river, looking like bad. And this is a good look for her. And I think this could be her ticket back. Because she's focusing on what's good about this is she's not doing the environment. Because people in her campaigns, and you can't go to your people. You need to start talking about trees and lakes. And the other people, they run away from you. Like you're a bear that's stuck in a campsite. You disturb people, they're unnerved by you, they find your presence deeply unsettling, and they hate you. But trees don't seem to mind you. So you need to stand in the middle of a river with a gas mask on like Bane and talk about the cancer in the water. It'll give people the idea that you care about them without actually having to be near you. Those people cannot stand you. Let's watch the rest of this. If we like Katie Porter, by the way, I do like her. Is it cost to me nothing? This is not an issue that anyone really cares about. Now they should, but this is just not an issue. I know she's trying to do something, but these issues that never I've lived on this earth for never can get people to care about that. It's just not, it doesn't motivate anybody. Maybe it should. It just doesn't work. You can stand there in a mask in the middle of the forest and scream at you. But really, people just don't care. They don't really care that the river has cancer. They don't care that the town. That's our country. Our country. If the town next to you all died of cancer, you wouldn't care. There are cancer clusters all over the country. And then a zip code over, no one cares that everyone in that other town is dying of cancer. That's just the kind of country we have. It's just the kind of country we have. There are people that live in areas that are toxic dumps. Unless you're directly affected by this, like the sewage water is going through your yard. Literally. If it's not going through your yard, you don't give a shit. When I drive to Vegas to go perform or see friends of some people who had their countries that studio with me, I like Vegas, a 4-hour drive. I drive through desert communities where people live in toxic environments that I've never lived in before. Horrible industrial waste all over the place. I don't think about it at all. At all. The first time I made that drive, I thought about it a little. I went, God, I bet there's Really, no one cares. Only the people in that town care. Nobody is talking about the preschools, which is like they're breathing in this air. You know what I thought? Boring. Talk about the leg. Talk about eating the leg. If I was Katie Porter, I'd have the Bane mask on. I'd have to reverse. If I had the Bane mask as Katie Porter, the people in this country are needing legs in finding crime scenes. Do you want it to be your leg? I'm Katie Porter, and I used to give a shit about dumb shit like cancer or river or whatever. I used to try to chase down companies who were polluting our rivers. But here's the reality. Who's even swimming anymore? What are we even doing? Don't swim! I realized that the more pressing issue was the drug addicts living on our street, literal zombies who were eating people's legs. Boy, did I stop caring about rivers after I realized how many people were starting to pick up legs and eat them. I didn't care about rivers anymore. I used to care about the air the kids were breathing at the preschool. I know nice people care about the environment. I'm not telling you it's a good thing that they do. This is not. I'm trying to get out telling you. I grew up in Long Island my whole life, and people don't care about beach erosion. All of the little kids that tell the beach characters, killing hookers, and depositing bodies in the beach. No one cares about beach erosion. No one cares about the poison water. No one cares about forest fires. No one cares about any of it. No one cares if their fellow citizens are living in a microwave. No one cares if their fellow citizens are living in a microwave. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, I'm a reasonably normal person, certainly not the best, but do you know, people that live in the Bakersfields and places like that, in the food deserts and the opportunity deserts, and are living every day in a Stephen King novel, where there's some weird factory that's polluting everything, and they have to hold the work. I find baffling. But I'm telling you right now, it's not something that I think about, but no one thinks about it. No one thinks about it. Every now and then they'll try to do like a thing where they're on the news and go, everyone in this one town has cancer. And then they go, I don't live there. I don't live in that town. Everyone in this one town has cancer. Everyone has cancer. Well, I don't live there. So Katie Porter can get in the middle of the river with the Bane mask and screaming out about carcinogens, but it just doesn't motivate people. It doesn't motivate people to turn the cause. Let's talk about Iran, because I think, and by the way, we probably won't I have to report it. From what I am hearing, these talks in Geneva are productive to a degree. Also, here's the deal. We've built a tremendous military buildup. This is bigger than anything we've ever done. But I think, and this is very important, I'm not breaking any news, but the military is telling Trump this is not an easy war. And I don't know if we get bogged down in this war with Iran, if we're going to be able to fight other people, if that's going to leave us vulnerable and exposed. You know, they've got a significant number of jet fighters and support aircraft in the Middle East, assembling the greatest amount of air power in the region since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. I just don't know. We're not living in a world where we can just knock the shit out of people anymore. We're not living in that world. There is a war that goes in 2002 that just don't knock shit out of these countries. You can knock shit out of these countries without any type of, listen, people die with a big issue, with a big problem, would you just spend a lot of money, would you overextend yourself? Yeah. I'll tell you this, the power that we had back then to act unopposed, unilaterally unopposed, to just go knock the shit out of this country. You can't do that with Iran. It's not going to work. The military options are not great. They're going into Trump. They're going, listen, we can hit him here, we can hit him there, but we don't know what's going to happen afterwards. The Ayatollah is living in an underground bunker. He's living in an underground, but there's no good shit going on. Real people, I'm around them. I call them Beverly Hills at the time. So I understand the radio regime sucks. They're killing protesters, killing real people. And I understand the excitement. And sometimes I even get into it. Because I'm surrounded by Persians and I like their food. I like hummus and I like whatever salad and the chocolate, whatever. But the point is, I get it. I get into it. I think I'm like free Iran and I'm with it. And I can get swept up into that free Iran fever. Because sometimes it does feel good to just drive your car, and think about, a bunch of people that are being, oppressed and whatever, by a government that I certainly would want to live under. And if that government would be able to magically go away and get replaced by a better government, everybody's happy. I'm happy. I have nothing to say positive about you for the Mullins. I don't know how the fuck we do this. I think the military is going to Trump. I don't really know how the fuck we do this. I guess the American military is the greatest in the world. It can do whatever. But I think you're coming to him and they're going to listen. And the options are not great here. They're not like amazing options. If we go in and we decapitate the leadership, we don't want it. Number one, they're going to fight. They're going to fight back. They've got a real military. They've got an arsenal of weapons. They get weapons from Russia. They get weapons from China. They're not a completely isolated country. They have, allies now in Russia trying to jump in the fight. China will happily watch us bankrupt ourselves. And completely politically, our system completely like disintegrate. And China will just win the chaos with this we saw. Not only in the region, but here at home, China will just definitely win. And Russia's busy in Ukraine, so I don't think it's supposed to deliver World War III thing. But the economy, global economy, oil exports, these things are going to start hitting U.S. bases, the Gulf, they can start destroying facilities. And the global economy can suffer greatly. It's a real war. It's not bullshit. You can see a spike in oil prices, interest rates are almost all kinds of things. And everyone has said this, by the way, this is, but we have a lot of artillery out there. We have a lot of weaponry there. And it does feel like it's something might happen. Even though everything I just said, there are good reasons to try to obviously take the temperature and turn the temperature down. I do think there's so much there is such a buildup there of F-35, F-22 fighter jets to aircraft carriers, and I'm wondering if is there a way to do a man-to-dog fake war? Listen to me, because we want to see face. We have a lot of stuff there. Is there a way to have a fake that doesn't exist? There's a movie called Wag the Dog about this, where we blow some stuff up. We have a press conference. The Iranians have a press conference. And we end this thing. Because we have too much. We spend a lot of money to move these boats over there. And, we gotta do something. But is there a way to just do a kind of pretend, fake strike on Iran? No one will really know. And we save face. And we say, listen, we did it. And everything's fine. Everything's fine. We're not making nukes anymore. They learned their lesson. what scares me is that you're just too deep now that I've got these talks in Geneva, these Geneva talks with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. They are making progress. I believe they're making progress because I think Iran is showing flexibility because they know they're not going to win this war. They know that now it's going to be a prolonged conflict in America's economics are there. Imagine America getting anything out of this. But Iran knows that they're not going to be able to go up against the United States of America and the government is going to fall. We also ran nuclear talks with wrapped up. No announcement of deal has risk of warlords. However, this is in Geneva. Iran and the United States held hours of indirect negotiations Thursday looking to resume its nuclear program while without a deal. Given the danger of another Midwest war on the table as the U.S. has gathered a massive fleet of aircraft warships in the region. Iran's foreign minister Badr al-Husseini, mediated the talks in Geneva, said there had been significant progress in the negotiation. Without elaborating, this could be solved diplomatically, but even Israel will not be happy. They will not be happy. They will push for war. They want the regime to be toppled. The neoconservatives in America will probably push for war the 10 first times, whatever. They want this whole thing's about remaking peace. And if you take Iran out as regional player, it's easier to remake the Middle East. Israel's probably not going to be happy, but diplomacy is the only way to do that. America doesn't want this war. America does not want this war. I mean, we've got white collar people, they got about 8 months left in their jobs before they're extremely homeless things. We don't need a war. And those white collar consultants from the military and the front guy in Iran don't need a fucking war in the Middle East. So we can either do something fake, which I'm for, and pretend, show force. I did talk to somebody who said, it feels like we're too far down the line. There's a little bit of war fever in Washington, and that means we're going to people, and that there's an inertia that's moving us forward towards this conflict, no matter what it will be. And once you want a path like this, it's very hard to completely reverse course. That was somebody told me that maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. But they did say it does feel like we're on a collision course for Iran. We have Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. I believe that the talks are Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and then Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk is over there negotiating with the Iranians right now. And I'm hopeful that she can pull this off. Erica Kirk, who's my friend, Erica Kirk right now over in Iran negotiating on behalf of the United States government. And we hope that it is positive. We don't know. U.S.-Iran negotiations wrap for the day. I don't know. I can just tell you what it is. The war need to have the right vibes. This is something that many people don't understand. You need to just feel a certain way for you. You need to have a certain. There's got to be kind of a like war environment. We just haven't achieved it. We haven't achieved it yet. We're not there as a country yet. You know what I mean? I'm too busy in this country just relaxing. No one's ready for this war. We just don't. Nobody's into it. And it's being put. You can feel when something's being pushed and no one wants it. You can feel it. And that's what you feel about the Iran war. distant retaliation attacks that might come from random snipers as a result of this video. Do we trust Cash Patel to be a popular? Can you believe that people get accidents and go home and turn on what's wrong with these people? Why would they just live in pain and agony and have to do something to like switch on a cat and sit on the sideline? Man, I get emotional sometimes thinking about how these people are just sitting in the car and it's hard as much as we can love. They have over 100 offices nationwide, more than 1,000 lawyers, over 30 million coverage for over 500,000 clients. Working more this proven track record of fighting meaningful and fair compensation for the leader. With the negligence of another, you deserve to be paid. We're never injuring each other. Our fees free unless they win. That's right, our fees free unless they win. Learn more before the people.com/GIM. This is a paid advertisement. Anyway, let's also come and look at the Cash Patel release. Cash Patel, that's to be said, is not running here. Cash Patel was installed, not running. This is a very obvious conclusion that you come to. This guy
What up, baby? Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods? Very well, because that. All right, big man. Well, in terms of the prophecies, many of them are self-fulfilling. Many of them are very vague. In terms of the red heifer, yes, we are buying the red heifers because we do plan on rebuilding the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem. I'd like to see it done in a peaceful way. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to be done. We do have the Temple Institute that is basically training Kohanim in the proper ways of what's known as the carbon, the sacrifices. In terms of the red heifer, we don't necessarily need a temple in Jerusalem to perform the sacrifices of the red heifer. We just need control over the amount of olives which we have. That sacrifice is different than temple sacrifices. That sacrifices consists of the purpose of it is who have been made unclean due to their interaction action with a dead body. And so the way that sacrifice, look, everybody really interested in these red heifers. They know that they can't be milked. Yo, dog.
All right, we'll say good morning, or great sports opportunity to continue. Saturday has begin by making all our responses for this morning shape today. All right, chemical response for the month of Adar Habayu October. Benjamin will be small. There is a shop for parties of a worldwide birthday. Yes, it's because of the half the Jewish group of years, following that dedicating the trustee was grandfather Samuel Halak Zechariah, then Zechariah. And that's only sponsors for tonight, my beautiful sponsorship. Dr. Mrs. Robert Edelman and their sons Dan, Adam David, and Moshe Yaakov to commemorate the other Zayd Ali Yerzeh of Dr. Edelman's father, Marvin Edelman, Mordechai Ben, Hannah Allah Shalom. Although the dedication is really for his schools, the best accolade is that his son and grandsons learn Torah every day, either at the Yeshiva Skura Sari or at our Dafron Shir. May our learning may be in Mordechai Ben kind of merit and Alina for his neshama. Incredible. Yahweh said Steinberg in the source of continued help and for Shulam is Hannah Bas Susha for the ultimate for Shlema, and Adam Plonka in commemoration of the yahrzeit of Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe ben Amram, today on a Zion Adar. The merit of our commentary, all of them shows that the families in the Kama, all those who need to push out and give Kol Israel, which was not the Meretz Hashem to the source, Thomas and Rachels for all of Am Yisrael and Israel. And also with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, the Torah amount to do, and a really beautiful and exceptional Gemara ahead of us. Today's daf is Men down at 44. We are picking up 16 lines down from the top on 43b, Men Gimel on the base. This is the Tanya Idach. Another Raisa, Uri Isa also is Hakan. Remember again, the way the mitzvah of tzitzis is framed is that the mitzvah of tzitzis ultimately is always to see it, and by seeing it, tzitzis you are supposed to remember something. So multiple approaches as to what it is exactly that one is supposed to remember. So additional by Uri Isa also you shall see this Hakan. Re'ei mitzvah, see this mitzvah, i.e. tzitzis, u'zechar mitzvah acheres hasmucha. And ultimately go ahead and remember another mitzvah. Which mitzvah? The one that is juxtaposed or right next to tzitzis. What is that refer to? The Ezel Zu mitzvah kilayim. Ultimately, again, this refers to the mitzvah, the prohibition of shatnez. The tzid, no sibosh shatnez, tzaref v'shniach. Because the Torah says you shall not wear shatnez more than them together. And then the next passage says, "V'gedilin ta'asarcha." Right? But the next passage is tzitzis. So interestingly enough, this approach says that a whole mitzvah is to remind you not to wear shackles, which I also, if you think about it, is quite fascinating. That where else do you find this? That you have a mitzvah asay that is absolutely, completely dedicated to reminding you not to perform a mitzvah los asay. So there's an entire mitzvah of tzitzis that is there just to remind you not to wear shackles. It seems a little bit strange. Perhaps the Yisod as follows. What's the prohibition of shackles? The prohibition of shackles is a recognition that certain things cannot be mixed together. Certain things don't go together, but you have to be careful the way certain realities, certain forces mix together. In fact, Sefer HaChinuch brings down, that's the whole Yisod of shackles. That is shackles basar, b'chalal. These prohibitions are all the same. What they say is that in life there are different energies, different forces, and so you have to be careful about bringing certain things together. What exactly is the energy of women? What does it create? That's more of a cult. That's a bit more esoteric. What's basar b'chalal? Same idea. These forces should not be brought together. And if you think about this is one of the most important episodes for successful living. It's knowing what influences to allow into your life and what influences to keep out. That's the whole mitzvah of Kirayim. Kirayim says there are certain things you can bring together, certain things you can't bring together. Successful spiritual living, what influences do you allow into your heart, into your home, into your soul, and what influences do you have to kind of keep on the outside? So what the Bryce is saying is the entire mitzvah of tzitzis. A reminder about the prohibition of shakas. The entire mitzvah of tzitzis is to keep you on guard and to create a certain vigilance. What do you yourself to be exposed to? What influences, what realities, what mixtures do you allow into your home, into your soul, and into your heart? Incredible. Let's go back to it. It says in Martani, another Bryce, where you said also starting to come across Hashem. Kevan other mitzvah is high the mitzvah school. So what's this? Interestingly enough, so the pasuk says, remember, you see the tzitzis, you will remember all of the mitzvahs of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what does this mean? The Gemara says, because once you become chayiv in tzitzis, you become chayiv in all the other mitzvahs as well. Now what does that mean? Now remember, the Gemara says, according to Restream, it says that so there's a time not commandment. So when does the time that tzitzis begin? We'll call it Barkas' day. Okay, daytime. Interestingly enough, most mitzvahs are applicable by day. So what the Gemara is saying over here, when the mitzvah of tzitzis begins, that's when you are reminded about your obligation for all other mitzvahs as well. Incredible. The Gemara says, "Thank you. Nothing about the Brayso. So you shall see this since it's fight was mitzvahs Hashem, and you remember all the other mitzvahs. So also you see a common theme that tzitzis. Interestingly enough, tzitzis is this mitzvah that is not an end, rather it's a means. It's a trigger mitzvah. The whole idea is because I'm wearing this on my body the whole day. So therefore, what's happening over here is it's reminding me about something else. The shaila is what's the something else, and of course, no approaches are mutually exclusive. So the verse is really incredible. Shkula mitzvah zu, kineged kol mitzvah skula. The mitzvah of tzitzis, literally again, measures up, corresponds, or is equal to all of the other mitzvahs. There was that is a very strong statement. Right? In general, we try to stay from statements that this mitzvah is as important as this mitzvah. All mitzvahs are important. So what the Gemara says that this mitzvah again literally measures up against, which means is as important. Shkula means most of the imagery is like on a scale. Like if you put the mitzvah to one side and the other mitzvah on the side, the scale would be equal. So what does that mean? So first of all, Rashi Kaddish says, Rashi Shkula mitzvah zu. It's in short lines, about 10 lines there. This is very important. Actually, as called mitzvos. So first of all, because remember, the Torah itself says that you will see mitzvahs or Yisrael as called mitzvos Hashem. So the Torah itself creates this reality that somehow tzitzis current to all of the other mitzvahs. If you look at the rest of Rashi, all the tzitzis begimatria, tafresh, the heksharim, the cheskutim, hartayag. And again, Rashi gives something very beautiful over here. Rashi says the numerical value of tzitzis is 600. That's if tzitzis is written in 2 years. Right? The numerical value ultimately is 600 plus 5 knots. 5 knots on each corner, and 8 strings for each corner, 600 plus 5 plus 8 is 613. So beautifully, tzitzis itself is a numerical reminder of all of the mitzvahs. So Rashi saying over here doesn't have to mean that necessarily tzitzis is as important as the rest of the mitzvahs. And again, I want to say that the point of tzitzis is literally a physical reminder that I wear on my body just to remind myself there are 613 mitzvahs ultimately in the Torah that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave me, and those are my daily responsibilities. Quite beautiful. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, or Isa also is Chayfan Vasisem. So this is a very dramatic Gemara. So another place. Or Isa also is Chayfan v'asisa. So let's say if you notice again, there's like 3 verbs over here. You will see the tzitzis, like you said also, uscharta. You will remember the mitzvahs, v'asisam also, and you will perform them. The Gemara says, listen to this. Re'iyah, mebiyah l'gei zechira. So seeing the tzitzis, seeing them, leads me to remembering the mitzvahs. Zechira, mebiyah l'gei asiyah. And remembering the mitzvahs ultimately leads me to performance. So seeing leads me to remembering leads me to performance. Which I will say is another tremendous Musar skill, because what it's saying is if one wants to have a meaningful Yiddishkeit, by definition there are steps inculcating the mitzvahs into my spiritual identity. It's not like all this is reminiscent of Yaakov's vision when he sees the malachim as they're going up and down a ladder. The Rebbe says, why a ladder? Why not a staircase? It's very simple, because stairs, the Rebbe says, you take 2 at a time, 3 at a time. But ladder, you can't really take 2 at a time. Ladder only works 1 rung at a time. In spirituality, there's incremental growth. If you try to do too much at once, it doesn't work. That's what is highlighting over here. There's a progression in spirituality. First, what is there? First, there's a re'iyah. First is almost like looking, like surveying. What is it that I can accomplish? What could I do? Then after re'iyah, ultimately again, there's a zechira. There's a recognition that I have abilities, that I have talents, that I have kolos. And then after that, the zechira, then calculated asiyah. What should I do? How should I do it? Successful spirituality is methodical. Ultimately, again, re'iyah, see that you have potential. Zechira, remember what your kolos are. When you have that information, then asiyah. Then you make a targeted plan for what you want to accomplish. But Rashbi says, all people know it's Kalazar, but it's two. So this is very interesting. Whoever is Zoros, whoever is Alacritus, right, Zizos with this mitzvah, ultimately will receive the divine presence. Now, what is Rashbi? Where is Rav get this from? He says, also, it says over here, you will see the tzitzis. Now, the focus is on the word also. Also, you shall revere HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and you shall serve him. So it's also. He who is careful with the mitzvah, he who is zealous with the mitzvah. So it is ultimately again will be Mechaba, will receive the Shekhinah. I want to say once again, when I said, what is that? What is that? It's beautiful, but that's how powerful the mitzvah is. I don't know, it doesn't say one who is zealous with tefillin is Mechaba and Shekhinah. So isn't it one who is, and again, once I can't stop. The mitzvah is unique because remember, at least the way we perform it, is it's voluntary. Like we go out, we obligate ourselves. It's quite possible that generally if we have a situation where a person would never ever encounter the mitzvah of tzitzis, right? If I don't have a 4-cornered garment, so then I have a mitzvah of tzitzis. We go out of our way to go on a 4-cornered garment. But when I say it's strange that the Torah, that the Gemara would ascribe so much merit to almost a volitional mitzvah. So what, or optional, I should say. What's the pshat? So perhaps these two Gemaras are connected. When Rashbi says, Kalazar is b'mitzvah zu, zocher u'mekaba p'nei hashkina, what it means is like this. Kalazar is b'mitzvah zu, and perhaps Rashbi's statement is directly connected to the one above it. What do the previous braysos say? The previous braysos noted the 3 verbs. What do the previous braysos teach me? If you live a life of what the Ramchal calls as a heroes, right, where again, you're waking and methodical. So what do? You survey options. You look at life and you see that life is full of opportunities. Zechira, you remind yourself of what the particular kotos are, and then you take that riyah, you take that zechira, and you plug it into a siyah. You make for yourself a life plan. Such a person who lives a life of tzitzis awareness like that, Rashbi says, Kalazar is the mitzvah zu. If you perform the mitzvah as I outlined it above, Re'iyah leads to Zechira. Zechira leads to Asiyah. Such a person like that, Zocher Mekabel Pnei Hashkina. Let's say if I live a life where I am methodical in how I live, I have a plan, I look at my options each and every day, I am reminded of my kotos. And then I make a targeted plan for us. A person like that who lives a tzitzis life like that, such a person is going to be a makabel b'resh. The Gemara goes back to Tanabon. Chagiv Yisrael, so beautiful. Shesiva b'nakadosh baruch hu, the mitzvahs tzol. Sorry, the mitzvahs. Klal Yisrael is so beloved by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. The Ribono Shel Olam surrounds us. How does he surround us? By good mitzvahs. Tefillin b'rashayim. I have tefillin on my head. Tefillin is all I say. Tefillin on my head, tefillin on my arms, and the day, and ultimately tzitzis on my clothing, and mezuzah with the second, and mezuzah on my clothing. So Chagiv Yisrael, praise where we are. How beloved are we? And Hakadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and surrounds us with mitzvahs. Tefillin on my head. My arm, tzitzis on my body, and mezuzah on my tzitzis. He's going to find us something amazing. Us teaching us how to view our spiritual obligations. So I say, if we're honest with ourselves, sometimes we don't necessarily view our Jewish obligations as schos. We don't view it as a schos. We view it as something we have to do. It's something we have to do. And when I saw like, I'll do it because whatever I want to go up, I want to go to Ham, I want to be a good Jew, there's good positive peer pressure. So we'll say, it's like flipping that switch. I'll give you a perfect example. It's like, we wake up early every morning to go ahead or whatever. We're up, right? Then a lot of different people on different times on Hashem and on Zoom as well. How do you feel when your alarm goes off in the morning? How do you feel? So, I was like, we have to work on ourselves to feel this is the best opportunity in the world. Not just because it's the best opportunity in the world doesn't mean I want to do it. I'm still very tired. But when I start understand the opportunity to get up in the morning and learn Torah, it's a schos. It's not something I'm like looking to get out of. It's not something like, okay, I'll do what I have to, but like as soon as I have some other reason to exempt myself from it, I'm out. It's a schos. And it's with everything in Yiddishkeit. You being stuck up. I was like, I'll tell you, I have to do a lot of fundraisers. I have to in that capacity. One of the things that drives me a little bit crazy is that people are like, really? You're asking again? You're asking again? You know what the answer is? Yes. I'm asking again. Because presenting you with more opportunities, you're welcome. You're welcome. Don't you know what? You put it on. Because Klal Yisrael has a lot of tzrachim. You put it on because there's another opportunity to give. You want to give, you don't want to give. But don't be taking it back because someone is coming to us that with an opportunity to participate in magnificent. To give or not to give, that's your decision. That's a personal decision. But it's amazing. It's a source. It's a source to have opportunities for mitzvahs. It's a source to give. It's a source to be written, speak to pride. It's a source for Hashem to go in different directions with a bunch of. It's a source. And the moment you make that switch, everything in Yiddishkeit becomes so beautiful and so incredible and so wonderful. And this switch can never done. This is the distinction between Yiddishkeit that is rich, fulfilling, and meaningful, and one that is difficult and is manifold. The Gemara says, what is it going to give us all this stuff? He gives us this stuff because he loves us. Because he loves us. And we are surrounded everywhere you turn in life. There's a beautiful pocket of spirituality. It's on your head, it's on your heart, it's on your body, it's on your blood. It's everywhere you go. Everywhere you go. And this is the tremendous thing that comes from you. Let's listen to the Mosara. All right, David. David and I said about this. Shada Bayom Nala. People are Mishpati Sikapa. So let's say this is incredible. David and I said, and this is really just an exceptional concept. Literally, it's literally it means showing up because I will praise you 7 times again or 7 in the day. I will praise you on Mishpati Sikapa. Or again, literally the Mishpati Sikapa, which means again the mix of negation. Now why 7? Why 7? Tefillin Shalosh, Tefillin Shalyat, Tefillin Zod. Ultimately, again, tzitzis, 4 corners of tzitzis, that's 6. Mezuzah, that's 7. So David HaMelech, the Gemara says, he's making reference to that goodness. The tefillin and the tzitz, my body, well, that's the tefillin and tzitz, which surround my body, the mezuzah, which on my doorway. These are the 7 mitzvahs that I encounter day in and day out. Now listen, I watch this. This is an exceptional love. The Shashanik was David the base Americans. When David Amalek went into the bathhouse, Allah asked him and he said that he was unquote, Omar, I sha'amot alim below mitzvah. What am I going to do? I'm in the bathhouse now. I have no mitzvahs. I have no tzitzis. I have no tefillin. And obviously, again, there's no mitzvahs on the bathhouse either. The Cleveland Shenis the Nila Shem Bisano is such a factor. As soon as he remembered, I have this mitzvah. I just knew that, like, and that is a mitzvah that is with me at all times. Ultimately, again, his mind was settled. The Akhar Sheyasel, when he left the bathhouse, Amra Aleha Shiva, he said, Shiva, about this Mila She'anai, La Nasher Al Hashmiris, Mizmar Legabi. That's how beautiful is that. So, when I was after Hashmiris, right, when he came up there, when he did Al Hashmiris, Al Mila Shemitna Bishmiris. Originally, David Amalek gives thanks to the Bible for the 7 things, which again, children, the tzitzis, the shizon, and then he goes ahead and he extends to the Shparaku ultimately again for that each thing from you. So I was like, there's so much on this Gemara here. I just want to share with you two ideas. The Torah is Yaakov Yosef, who was Yaakov Yosef of Hanan, who was the Talmud Mufar of the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. Says something so beautiful. He says, what's the shot? Nichnas David the face of my house. The Rebbe gives such a beautiful, esoteric insight into this. So David Amalek was doing a spiritual inventory. And he went into the base America. Base America was, he wanted to go in and like cleanse away all of the impurities and find in himself a pure mitzvah. I want to find one mitzvah that I did that is absolutely pure. After what does that mean? So let's say you can use this every single day. But often, it's hard to find the pure mitzvah. But what am I at? Even if it's funny, I want reward, I want cover, I want recognition, I want accolade, I'm afraid of punishment. To do a mitzvah just for the sake of doing a mitzvah, the shema, with no other intentions. So Tony Jackson says, listen to this. Nuclear David Amalek goes in to cleanse away everything to find the pure mitzvah. And what happens? Amar Ayri Sha'amot Arim. Well, to me, I'm naked. I don't have any pure mitzvahs. I told you to remember the one pure mitzvah that we have, which is this mitzvah. Why is this mitzvah pure mitzvah? Because first of all, you don't do it, it's done to you, and you're 8 years old. Like, too young for any kind, too young for any kind of ulterior motives. So that I know I realize that every man has at least one pure mitzvah that is part of his persona, ultimately again, which is that mitzvah this mitzvah. There's no ulterior motives, there's nothing there, it's just pure avodas Hashem, which I've also watched this. Helps us to understand the bracha that we do every single day, which is shame. She lived us with this, being cutting for Torah, or chuppah, or the Mexico. What's the bracha we give up church? The similar that this mitzvah this mitzvah is pure. There's no ulterior motive. There's nothing else driving you to this mitzvah except service it up to the Shparaku. That should highlight you the same mindset that you take with you to other areas of life. Which means the Torah. When you learn because it's beautiful, learn because it's incredible, learn because you become better, not because of anything that you can get from it, but just because of what it is. Torah, chuppah, the most important piece in building healthy, meaningful, beautiful, and enduring marriage is selflessness. You can't be in it for you. I have to be in it because of what I can give to my wife, what I can give to my mishpacha. Selflessness is the key. Ultimately, again, it's a nice and potent. You should do chesed in your motives, and if you do so, at the end, it's still chesed. Chesed because that's the Shparaku with nothing in it, just the desire to give. Highest level. Now I realize that at least all of us have selfless, pure mitzvah. The goal ultimately again is to bring that same selflessness and selfless kite to the Torah, to my marriage, and to my chesed. Incredible. That's what I think. No, sorry. Rabbi Elazar Yaakov Omer. Kamshi Shamsun Barashot from Israel, since it's been rebuilt, and the Zuzah of this skull. So anyone who has something on his head, something on his arm, scissors on his body, the Zuzah on his doorway, have called the Chizuk Shalom Yachta. Wow. That is a Chizuk, now not against you, that bolsters you against sin. Shemar. Not quick on the short term, the 3-ply cord will not be easily unraveled. And this is 3-ply cord. Sisters, this is which I wish it's very beautiful. But what does this mean? It's so much over here. So it says, remember again, what does the story specifically represent? It represents bolstering the spiritual influences. Basically, the Messiah. In other words, so much of life is created light spiritual energy on your person, in the light, and in your home. That's what this is. What is your house? What are the influences? What is allowed to happen to the door? As to go into that is incredibly important. So the person bolsters themselves with proper spiritual energy on my book, on my body, and in my home. That bolsters me against sin. Build your strength, spiritual strength up, and one will be able to resist this. You might look like that. عشان صديق فتاني أنا ما هو ما يدعك بالكونسيبوني why get a sticker while you're on color if you run away today have you seen the social guy one of our strings of the color white chaos why that blue you might say such a beautiful you want to say Shatana Doma the young Doma the Lakia Doma the Kisia because the village resembles the sea resembles the heavens and the heavens resembles the divine assurance. Abi Fashia Mar, the Tapas, Lago Kimasim, Saki, Asana Faran, the city, the Nara Heaven, Saki, Musikisi. So it's obviously the entire use of the Payless is to go ahead and remind me of a control. Somehow, through is reminiscent of the Kishia cover, the divine flow. So again, it just reminds me of the sea, reminds me of the heavens reminds me of the Kishia cover. So those references right back when we just said right before. So come on, let's just skip the middle man. Just say, Payless reminds me of the divine flow. Let's just get right to it. Once again, without a ladder of Yaakov Avinu, spirituality has to be sequential and incremental. You can't go from the tips to the covered. Your steps in spirituality, back to yourself, a process of incremental sequential growth. Then it resembles the sea, sea resembles the heavens, heavens resembles the sea covered. That is the everlasting and enduring spiritual growth. Try to get from Payless to PCI covered, you're going to fall and you're going to fail. If you necessary steps, it will last and ultimately endure. You know those guys. Tanya, Hayamir over Amir says as follows: Gago Onsho Shalavan, Yosef Onsho Shaltiel. This is interesting. Literally, the punishment of neglecting the white strings of citrus is greater than neglecting the payless strings of citrus. Now, again, also that is if you omit the white strings, there's greater probability than if you go ahead and don't do the blue strings. What's the shot? Marshall, not going to know what this movie, right? But nothing but so so this is a king who's so to one side he says, bring me a kosher, bring me a seal made of clay. The other one said, bring me a seal made of gold. The Pashas never neither of them ended up bringing me a seal, Azan and Ocean who has bigger in the city, who has a good punishment. The over as Yeshama or Hadeli Kosim Shokin Philosophy. So what did he declare? Why not? Because it's more readily available. So, okay, I understand you can't get Payless, because at the end of the day, Payless is a little bit more rare, but there's absolutely no excuse for not having the white strings. Incredible. It was so ultimately becomes so amazing. The Bonus Shalom does not hold us accountable or culpable for not performing in spiritually heroic behavior. Sometimes, Paul the Bible do some things and I can't do it. Okay. Not everybody should rise to the occasion of spiritual heroism, but that's not ultimately the measure of my success. That's Payless. Payless moments are moments of spiritual heroism. How does that respond? Because we want to see what for. How am I living day in and day out? Because ordinary, white string periods. How am I living? What am I doing? Am I rising to those just daily occasions? Again, spiritual heroism, a different kind of show. But at least be able to perform day in and day out. That's the metric of success. You know the right thing. The Gemara goes like that. How other Rabbanim supposed to give it up? How we're not finished this yet, but how other Rabbanim may have roughness for Koyo. Because there's obligated to go to make 100 Rabbanim expectation. The Atal Yisrael, Ma Hashem Elokech Shari. You call Yisrael, what is Hashem asking of you? So again, I want to say it's a play on word. Ma is Mea. Ma is Mea. So I'm so what does Hashem ask of you? He asks of you Mea, he asks of you 100 brachas. That's the Rashi of regular Avia, the Shatz of Yom Tzavot. So first of all, on a regular day, it's not really a problem. Because remember again, on a regular day, you already start out with 19 times 3, just from each model. Right, so you're good to go. Just add in there all of the brachas on eating, add in there your hasher, yassars, and any incidental brachas, you're more than good. Where does the problem come up? Problem ultimately comes up. On Shabbos and Yom Kippur. So what would happen on Shabbos and Yom Kippur? Because remember, Shabbos and Yom Kippur, you don't have a 19 brachas more than what you have. You have 7 brachas more. Obviously, that's pretty dramatic. So you want to repeat the Aviyah of Shabbos and Yom Kippur, Hara, and the Mayu, it was oh my God. So again, they would burn up, they would go ahead and they would smell, sweet smelling scents, like a personal balsam, and without the other foods. So they would eat additional foods, making additional lunch, they would smell sweet smelling things. So let's say, so that we get this idea, much like this idea of how arguing about it may have roughness. What's the shot? Because it's a beautiful play on words. Ma, Mea, the Bashana, the says makes a beautiful night. A person is obligated every day to try to see at least 100 bucks. So much of life is tons. Let's say you ask any person, what's broken in your life? No problem. I can rattle it off alphabetically, chronologically. From most severe to less severe to most severe. I can tell you whose problem, whose fault each of the problems are. Problems, I got that on the tip of my tongue. Ask the person, name all of your brachas. Have like take a step back, think a little bit. There are certain things that come readily to my mind, other things that we think about. Hashem says, Chazal are trying to condition us to be a bracha-oriented Jew. By telling us to make 100 brachas, they're conditioning us to see the beautiful bracha in life. There's a lot of stuff in this right. But there's also a whole lot of stuff that is beautiful, that is incredible, that you even sees, not just, but you see the brachas, you see the 100 brachas each and every day. Gemara goes like that. So this is actually very interesting. Gemara. I have near over a time. The person is obligated to make a minimum of 3 brachas each day. One of these 3 brachas. Elohim, Sha'asan Yisrael, bracha number 1. Thank you, Hashem, for making me a Jew. Number 2, Shalom Asani Isha. Thank you for not making me a woman. And number 3, Shalom Asani Bor. This is an interesting one. Thank you for not making me a bor. By the way, both said bor translates the same way in English as Hebrew, right? It's a bor. B-O-O-R. Thank you for not making me just like an empty, vacuous person. Thank you for not making me a bor. So it wasn't straight. And I thought about Yaakov, this is incredible. Shamil Lebrei, Dalakamabai, Shalom Asani Bor. So Ravaka Yaakov prayed his son, making this bracha, thank you for not making me a bor. Amarle, Yaakov says, really? That's it? That's the bracha? That's your accomplishment? Thank you, Hashem, for not making me a bor. Look at Rashi. About 8 months after the bottom. That's what you're giving yourself a shkaya for, but ultimately you're getting another amaretz that you're not figuring, that you're not a bor. So it goes on, he goes, put it high, young, do something again. We'll read this one. But isn't that incredible? So Yaakov says the same thing here, Hashem, not making me a bor. As if Yaakov says to this kid, really, the bar is so low for yourself, but that's the metric of accomplishment. Thank you, Hashem, I'm not an amaretz, I'm not a bor. How can it be that that's the level, that's the sex for himself, right? I'm already pleased to say, oh, my device, again, what should I do? Whenever he was in my device, Shalom Sani Abed. That means the Prophet said, number one, Shah Sani Yisrael, thank you, Hashem, for making me a Jew. Number two, Shalom Sani Isha, thank you, Hashem, for not making me a woman. And number three, ultimately again, Shalom Asani Abed, thank you for not making me a slave. Again, so I want second. You want to say Shalom Sani Abed and Isha, so you want to say, isn't that the same thing? First of all, so much, what is that Prophet Shalom Asani Isha? What is that? What is that Prophet making every single day? Thank you, Hashem, for not making me a woman. The things of us that is not rocket science, what it is. But the ultimate responsibilities that every single woman has. But no matter what a woman, right, is doing outside of the home, one thing is clear, which is the entire essence of the mishpacha rests on her shoulders. I will say that maybe it's in mind, it's 2026. Listen, you can deny something that you're still true. At the end of the day, there's a reason why under the cover is the woman who walks around the man 7 times, right? No matter how I don't know, I shouldn't say it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe are young carrying husband that haven't got 3.5, or maybe, you know, it's when the husband's walking around, I don't know. But whatever it is, it's ridiculous, because at the end of the day, what is that? Obviously, 7 surface representation of a world. And from the first moment under the chuppah, a woman says, I hereby take upon myself the responsibility to create the spiritual fabric of the home. And that's what I will say. That's one of those situations where the woman is not creating the spiritual fabric. The fabric is deficient. The fabric is fundamentally deficient. You can compensate as much as you want, but there's something missing when the woman doesn't own the spiritual fabric. No matter what other responsibilities, that's it. That's awesome. That's an awesome and overwhelming responsibility in a family and in a home. So every man looks at that, just like every single man should look with overwhelming reverence at his wife for everything she does, all she juggles, and all the different responsibilities somehow that she's able to manage, all the different people that she has to manage, and a man comes to one single conclusion. Look at that thing on the phone, so I said, right? It's awesome. It's awesome, and it's hard for any man to understand how one person is able to manage so much and yet still maintain the spiritual quality and uphold the spiritual quality of the home in general. So the Gemara says that. So again, Shasani Yisrael. Again, I will say, remember, we don't say Shasani Yisrael. Instead, what do we say? What do we say? Shalasani God. That's a whole different reason. That's because in general, by the way, we don't phrase the brachas in the affirmative. Whole different discussion. Machlok is Shammai and Hillel. Is it good for a person to be created? Not good for a person to be created. So again, we asking a little bit more. Better for a person not to be created. But now once they work, make the most of their existence. That's not really phrase any of the brachas in the affirmative. Everything is phrased in the negative. So we don't say Sha'asani Yisrael, we say Shalom Asani Bar. More about that different times. That's what Yaakov says. Don't say Shalom Asani Bar, say Shalom Asani Adam. Let's see one second. That's the same as Isha. Why? Because you understand that Shalom Asani Isha is also about mitzvahs. Women are exempt from mitzvahs as say Shazman Brahma. So isn't Evan. So isn't that both those brachos overlap? Which the Gemara says, Evan top of Mendalit. Ebed is still no. Obviously, I must say, Ebed is a different level because again, Ebed obviously has a very low social standard, a very low societal standard. It's not just about exemption from mitzvahs, but Ebed ultimately again has a different quality of person. So let's say this mitzvah ideal here. Shalom Asari, the Magid Medrash brings down Shalom Asari Ebed is also a different bracha. What is it a bracha? It's not just saying thank you Hashem for that making Ebed Kinan. Right? The truth is it's Shalom Asari God. It's the same. What is it giving it to me Ebed? So again, the bracha we make is Hashem. You did not make me an Ebed of any of my lust, desires, or preferences. I am not a slave. I might have many things. So again, also the Baruch creates us with all types of innate desires, wants, lusts, proclivities, and sometimes they are very hard to combat and very hard to overcome. But I'm not a slave to those things. I am the master, and I am a slave to nothing. דרך primitive statement, הולך אתה שנותנים מלך עולם, שלא עשני עבודה. At the end of the day, yes, I have many things internally that seek to derail my spiritual success, but at the end of the day, I am a slave to nothing. I own those things, they do not own me. And a positive declaration that I am in charge, I am the master of me, as we started every day, I will say, is one of the most overwhelming and energizing statements. Let's go back to turn around on emotion. So let's go back to success. Emotion. So good for Domaria, so again, its body resembles a seed, that's a reference to its coloration, would be also Domaria, and its actual gold, right, its actual gold, that was a fish. But over Afra Shemishana, and its own blood should destroy once every 70 years, will become what's called the Keras, and again with its blood, if you die with the Keras, the few cups, some of the time, therefore again it's very expensive. I'm not nothing. In the comments, the color should see the Torah. She might have started all of us there. Or you're about there. What's it? Get ready for this. Get ready for this. There's a word says, even the simplest of mitzvahs. Even the simplest of mitzvahs. What's the color? Also, this means an easy mitzvah. Even the easiest of mitzvahs essentially has a reward in this world and in the next world. The Gemara says, She'ema tanzchad olam hazeh v'olam haba, every single mitzvah carries with it reward in this world. Now, again, whether you see the reward of future generations, see the reward, you understand? Whatever, sometimes you don't know how reward comes about, but every single mitzvah carries with it reward. The olam haba, as his reward in the world is absolutely immeasurable. And what's the other this? Sittis is a perfect example. Now, what's like, Gemara says, Sittis is Mitzvah. Right? Why are you doing Mitzvah? What do you do? What do you do? You put it on. That's it. That's it. That's it. And if we're going to see that Sittis, there's nothing to do except put it on first thing in the morning and then I'm done of the day. And then again, the reward in this world and the next world. What's that? Get ready for this story. This may be one of the best stories you will learn in your entire life. Shai Yazar in this last sentence. Never like in the same sentence. It's only the club. Hey, I am. We heard about it because of the Harley overseas. Shena Kalas Daled nails to Ruben Skala. She charged an incredible amount of money, 400 gold pieces for her services. So what did he do? She gave her arba nails, he prepaid, and said that already part of the business was selected. That's not, come on, you know, right? He prepaid, and he sent her the money, and what happens? For a couple of months, and he made an appointment. Just understand what's happening over here. There's two things involved over here. There's putting amount of money and the flow travel. Right? In other words, he's got to travel. That was saying something the introduction. There was a guy ultimately again. How did you want to introduce us to him? He was very careful with titties. He was careful with titties, but apparently not morality. Right? He was careful with say. She said, what a hypocrite. He's speaking this all the time. He's not a hypocrite. What is he? He's just a Jew. He's just a Jew. I will say, we're all hypocritical. There are things in which I'm incredibly proficient in, and things in which I'm incredibly meticulous in, and then there are other things where I'm just like a train wreck. Right? But the beautiful part is that at the end of the day, my mistakes do not eclipse my mitzvahs. We all live with hypocrisy. Things that I'm very good and very diligent and vigilant at, and things in which literally it looks like I don't even care. I just railroad over those things. That's the nature of life. This guy is very careful with business. He had a weakness. So he sent her the money. He didn't go, what happened? He goes, here you go. Bob the Yashav al Pesach. So he comes to her house. Nickness of Shivchasa. So says, you can tell this is one successful harlot because she has a secretary. She has a secretary, right? So what happens? So the secretary comes, your phone back to find this here, so she tells her, right, tells the harlot, the guy is here. And the secretary says to the soldier, that guy, sent you,
They fixed it.
400 gold pieces. It's here for his appointment. Okay, so what does the Zohar do? Bought the Yashav al Pesach. already you can't. So what happens? So the Jew is waiting by the entrance, right? And the Zohar says, okay, come in. Nick, so what happened? So Nicholas, he see a lot of Zayunitos, Shishakasa, the Acha Shazar. So she arranged for him, the Zohar arranged for this Jewish man 6 beds of silver and 1 of gold. Also, we're going to see really what it means is 6 beds with silver sheets and 1 bowl done with golden sheets. So what happened? So apparently the imagery over here is she had like a bunch of beds like stacked, like a home bed arrangement with ladders in between each bed. Right, they call Arpas the Arpas Subam Shalkasa. And again, between each bed was a ladder ultimately made of silver. The Alona Shalzar, she was on the upper bed where had the golden sheets. Also, the Yashta Agabe Yona Kishiamu. And she goes up and she sits on the top bed, totally unclothed. And that's, again, this is the image, right? This is the view that's awaiting him when he enters into this room. He enters into this room. What happens? So let's say, Ba'aku, so like the Jew walks in, like this guy walks in, and what happens? He sees the Zonah laying on the top bed. Ba'aku Allah Leishik Arun Kinekja. And what happens? He also goes ahead and climbs over ladders, goes up all the beds, and sits opposite her unclothed. Ba'u Dalit sits Yosef, the tough Ulo Al. Right, literally again, as he's sitting there next to her, his sisters slap him in the face. Like a week into it, and I said, now what's interesting about this is as follows. What's interesting is, the Gemara says that he was also naked, he was also unclothed. So what does that mean? He kept his sisters on, and he kept his sisters on, because again, he's very careful with sisters, he kept his sisters on. Or, it's also quite possible that again, maybe when he was undressing, his sisters were naked, there were no sisters there at all. But sometimes again, you feel that sisters can get to even when you're not there, when sisters is part of who and what you are. The sisters slapped him across, they literally took slap on him. Nishmat, he ascended and came down off all the beds, the Yeshavar Gabriakarta, and he sat down on the ground. So obviously the Zona was quite shocked. The Aki Nishmata Yesha Gabrikarta, she came and she sat down next to him on the ground as well. So now watch this. Now remember, this never happened to this Zona before. Like never before did a customer show up, right, and just leave before the act of immorality was committed. So obviously she's a shtickle of prejudice, right? She's a prejudice. She goes, what's going on over here? So she comes, she sits down next to him. And what happens? I'm a Lord God for Shalom. A little bit again. I swear to you by Rome. What did you see that was so repulsive in this? She was shocked. Here, they're sitting unclothed next to each other on the bed. And somehow, again, something like this guy comes along, right? And what happens? He gets off the bed and goes, what did you see in me? She says, I need to know. This is bad for business. I need to know what imperfection did you see in me that caused you to descend and not engage in the act of immorality? Amaras, what's this incredible? It says to her, Havoda. Shalom Isi Isha Yafa Kanosfa. I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you. Ela mitzvah achas tzivanu Hashem Elokeinu b'tzitzis shma. Rather ultimately again, he says to her, Hashem Baruch Hu gave us one mitzvah. That one is called tzitzis. Tzivah. Ani Hashem Elokeinu Shnei Ba'am. Then that mitzvah says, I'm Hashem your God. It says it 2 times. I need it 2 times. I need to also be caught up, not need to also be shari. I am the God who will exact punishment for your sins, and I am God who will repay you for all of your mitzvahs. Achshav, people are right without it. And now I realize that if I engage in this act of immorality with you, there will be 4 witnesses to this act. Who are the 4 witnesses? The 4 witnesses are my 4 sisters. So I realized, how could I engage in this when there is ultimately again judgment for every single thing that we do? how could I engage? I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you, but how could I engage in this act knowing that I will have to give an account for it before I call this part? And I was like, it's such an amazing story on so many different levels. The power of the mitzvah, even one mitzvah to safeguard you against transgression. And I was like, but ultimately, again, the idea that this man has this awakening, he has this pinnacle moment, right? This epiphany, but obviously, this guy was doing this stuff probably for a very long time, right? In other words, you don't go from non-morality to go into the most expensive zone in the world, right? Obviously, there's a protocol, right? And this guy was leading a life of general immorality. But everyone had that moment where they realized that I can't do this anymore. My life can't be like this because if I keep living like this, I'm going to get to a point of no return. And we had that moment where literally again the tzitzis slapping in the face. The tzitzis say, come on, you have to give an accounting for every single thing you do in life. Are you ready to give an accounting for this? Is this worth it? Are you ready to give away everything for the sake of momentary pleasure? And this guy, this unnamed Jew, to his credit, stands up and says, who amongst us could summon the amount of spiritual courage necessary? He's sitting opposite, he's unclothed, she's unclothed. They're all dead, in a lofty room together. He's all alone with the most beautiful harlot in the world. Right? Ready? And then he has this incredible moment of spiritual awakening and walks away. Who could ever summon up the courage? I think it'd be normal to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to become a Baal Tshuva right after this. Right? You're like, I'm telling you, like this, let's get ready to advocate for it. Let's whatever, let's conduct transaction. And then literally, by mid-thought, that's to be a new guy. I'm gonna be a new guy. Look at this. He walks away. Just understand. But it tells us, I just want to point out, there's a reason why this story is anonymous. Right? Why is it anonymous? To tell us that everyone has this power. In other words, how can you give it a name where it's if this guy has this power? It's not this guy. It's any guy. It's all of us have this power to stand up to temptation as well if we want access. If you want it, it's yours. This guy isn't no one. He's an anyone, which means he's everyone. We have the ability to summon up this power as well. So the story's not over. The Gemara says, so he says, I'm not right. So what did she say? I'm alone. So the Zona was so taken by what he did. She says, can any man listen to this? She says, I'm not letting you go. I should know you. Mashmecha. What's your name? She was, I guess, historically, these transactions were anonymous, right? So who are you? Because remember, again, even when the secretary came in, she said, the guy from overseas who speaks Hebrew. Right? What is your name? Listen to this. Where do you come from? What's the name of your city? Umashim Rabcha. Who's your Rebbe? Okay, right? So he wants to know who his Rebbe is. Umashim Midrashecha. What basic message do you learn? So, by the way, you see this guy here. Right? He's not just some guy. He's got a Rebbe. He knows his message. She says, give me all of your information. I don't understand someone like you who has the willpower to walk away from such an enticing act. Literally, again, right when you're on the threshold of the commission of sin. Who are you? Who are you? Tell me again, what's your name? Where does a country come from? What type of dismedious do you learn? Who is your Rebbe? What happened? So she understood ultimately again that willpower like this, strength like this, doesn't come from nowhere, from Torah. So tell me, who are you? Where do you come from? So as I listen to this, for some reason, he gave her this information, which is quite shocking. Right? He's giving this all this personal information. I give my social security card, my PIN number, but he's giving her all of this information, which is so strange, but he gives it to her. Watch this. So he goes home, back to his life. Under the protocol of Asal, his Zona was so moved by this interaction. What does she do? She gets up, she sells off her entire estate. She divides her property or estate into three. Shlish v'malchus, she has to give away 1/3 to the government. That she points out because she was a high-profile showner and cannot just walk away from this life. She had to buy off government officials. So she gave 1/3 to the government, Shlish la'ayin, and 1/3 to the poor, and Shlish not what and 1/3 she kept for her own support. The one thing she did not sell off was sports, and also not sauce. The one thing she did not sell off were the sheets. The sheets. Listen to this website. It's incredible. So they say Joshua Sharp here. She gave to this man Sharp here. Plus the surgeon might be someone else trying to deal with this person Sharp here. Amrolo Rebbe. Ziva Alarva Yasuni Dioras. Those things are such. Follow the Gemara. So as soon as she shows up and it's not Sharp Rebbe here, she says, Rebbe, I want to convert. I want to convert. Amrolo BT. Shema Einachna Saka Be'acha Minachadita. So she says, my daughter, how can you refers to my daughter? Is it possible that you set your eyes on someone? It's like, so I don't know who this Zona was, but some, beautiful single woman shows up out of nowhere and says, I want to convert. But if you're just, is it possible that maybe you want to get married and that's why you want to do this? So I say, look at this. So this is how kind of what this is. She took out the piece of paper, little paper that had the name of this guy. What guy? The name of this guy. It's like, Grab, you know that guy was in the Shiva? You know that guy, right? You know that guy, the shear? By the way, so what's how beautiful this is. She goes ahead, she takes out the piece of paper. She says, I want to tell you what happened. She tells this entire story. And what does it say to her? What does he say to her? He says to her, he says to go before he converts it, and to go and marry this young man. Also, not so sheets, those same sheets that were spread out and that were ready for the good use of Issa for illicit behavior, go ahead and now use them for your marital bed. Use them to have. They'll say, this is the reward for mitzvahs things. So they'll say, why did this whole story occur? This whole story occurred ultimately again because of one mitzvah, just because of tzitzis. If this is the power of one mitzvah in this world, the Olam Haba in your day of come. In the world to come, I don't even know how to measure the impact. I think I'll say we're out of time. Thanks everyone about this topic for today. Incredible. All right, now it's like to be continued tomorrow next session. All right, have a good day, everyone. We're trying to all of you this morning begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's cheer. Thank our annual Come Talk sponsors. Let's ensure that. Marge will say good morning, a great beautiful sponsorship experience already with all of you. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this trip. Thank our annual Comic sponsor, the Tilson Sparklemars as well. The dedicated audition and Joshua's listeners is Swiss, the Solos Tavos So, our Comic sponsors for the month of the half, Steve and Wendy Drazen in honor of their parents, Isabel Drazen, Julia Drazen, Lee Rosenzweig, and memory of Stanley Rosenzweig's family Rafa. Our great sponsors, Dr. N.K. Wolf, the connection of the outside of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Sean Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Nathan's father, Ben Adler, father, Baruch Mordechai, and Moreno Ranoson, is normal. All those neighbors who travel together with cold days, our personal mission and home, all of our passages of Shalom and Karov, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. We follow on the lesson. Most of the back of us giving you a really incredible Gemara ahead of us today. We are up to today's daf. Today's daf is Samchay 65, and we are picking up a Mir Hashem right at the bottom. Samchay base 64b, literally last line of the Gemara, 5 words from the end of Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda Shadar le Korbina, top of Samchay. La Vidarna Biyomida. Interesting case. Rabbi Yehuda sent a gift. He sent a gift to this guy, Avidarna. It actually comes out to be Avidarna, the Shem Obikochal. His name Walter sent him a gift on the day of the idolatrous Yom Tov. Okay, so the Gemara says, now obviously it was like, this is a little bizarre one, right? This is literally again, right back to the beginnings, that you're not really supposed to do anything, not give, not transact business, not really do anything with an outcome on the Yom Tov, and a fear that this would cause them to go ahead and give thanks to their idol. Yet here Yehuda is sending a gift to this guy Avidarna, this apple, on his holiday. He said it's not a problem. Yedana pays a little I know that he's not an idol worshiper. In other words, he's not Jewish, he's a Gentile, but I happen to know he's not an apple. Because he's not an apple, therefore there's no problem for me to send him a gift on his on this idolatrous thing. I'm going to Yosef. Tanya, easy here until Chef Kosher, Kiva, Love, Kitchen, David, Show Lava, harkening back to yesterday's daf, we saw the most with a criminal focus about what the definition of the Tosha is. Ultimately, the mayor said that in order for a person to be a Ger Tosha, they have to kind of repudiate idolatry in front of the basement. So again, what the Yosef is raising is this guy out of Garna. Yes, he really didn't do this. So how can you be sure that he's not an apple? So the Gemara says, no. That's different. That's making someone official. What is official get? So remember again, in Halacha, Torah, so it is considered to be part of the community, which means that the community has an obligation to out. So when is someone considered to be categorically a kosher? That the community is obligated to look out, and that the community is obligated to, stock up, take care of him in this kind of need. That's someone who ultimately again repudiated idolatry in front of Israel 3. But halacha remains someone can kind of give up their status to Shalom if it's known that they don't worship idolatry. So therefore, again, the Buddha was saying, I know this guy, Abidano, he does not go ahead and worship idolatry. Interesting. Ger Tosha Sha'avu Allah, Iblis Shalom, Halehi Kumin Shalom Yobah. Most Rambam says, the Ger Tosha, in 12 months went by and he did not have a listen, which means he did not convert. He's considered to be a mute. He's considered to be like a part. In other words, essentially, he's considered as if he's relaxed in idolatry. So this is very interesting, right? Because what does that mean? The trajectory of Ger Tosha is automatic conversion. Like that's not what we saw before. Ger Tosha is a Gentile, right? It's righteous Gentile. Right? Who says it is a trajectory ultimately to conversion? Just hold on. Hustle to conversion. Keep on Allah, long over long. It's very interesting. We're talking about a situation of someone who was a Ger Tosha, and then he promised to convert. If he does not come through on that kindness within here, he's not doing it. He's not doing it. The chances are that he relapsed to his previous idolatrous ways. So really, first of all, just a little bit that if you commit to do something and you don't do it, This happens to us all, right? I say I'm going to do something, I don't do it. And I can come up with all these excuses in the world as to why it didn't get done. Bottom line, if it doesn't get done, chances are the proper guts, the proper will was when we don't make good the promises we make to ourselves and the promises we make to others, sometimes there are extenuations, but more often than not, there's going to be some. So forget what Shab says, I'm going to work. He doesn't conclude within 12 months. Again, maybe have circumstances beyond his control. Chances are he's not committed. If he's not committed, chances are he's relapsing to his previous idolatries. It's incredible. So therefore, I will say, therefore, a lot of the mindset we see over here is that the Buddha was able to set his Abhidharma even on the idolatries of me, because he knew that this guy Abhidharma was not practicing idolatry. Even up idolatry. Okay, next story. Rava unto the Kabbalah Barshisha. So let's go. Rava gave a gift to this guy Barshisha. Barshisha is also an now again. The Gemara says Yomita. And he sent this to them on the Yom. How can you send a gift to an Akum on the Yom? I mean, you can't think to know qualify on this Kabbalah. So Rava said, I know Barshisha doesn't worship idolatry. So because it doesn't worship idolatry, it's not a problem for me to go and give him a gift on us. So what's incredible? So that seems to be the same with the these guys. Listen to that story. Also, Ashkefe de Yossi at Sahari, the Kainin Zonos Agumos. So listen to this. Rava then went to pay a visit to Barshish. What did he found him covered up to his neck in rose petals with unclothed garments standing on the ground. Okay, so Rava walks in. He sees all of this stuff. And Barshisha says to Amalei, Islu Huki Agavna. So this is Barshisha he says to Barshisha, no, I know you just go off the front. Do you have anything like this? Again, covered up to his neck in rose petals, surrounded by unclothed garments. All the physical pleasure that one could possibly want to experience. Do you have anything like this? He says to Rava. I'm really done at least on the same time. So now this is what we have is even better than what is this? On the way, saying they hide me for hope. So Barshisha said to me, nothing that gets better than this. What could be better than this? Cover up to neck in rose petals, with unclothed garments all around. What pleasure can possibly surpass this? I'm really assume that I like what things are Makusa. Because Barshisha, as much as you're enjoying all this pleasure, you still live with fear of the king. Anon will take Havi Alon into the place. We and the world to come do not have fear of the king. I will say that this is very interesting. It's very interesting. So, what does this mean? So, it could very well be that what Love is saying about Barshisha is in this world, every person is in fear of something. Like, see, Barshisha, you're powerful, you're rich, you have all this stuff, you live in fear of the king. You just live in the world to come, we don't have to fear anymore. We don't have to fear anymore. But I think that's I think Barshisha. But I think on a deeper level, I think the brothers also highlighting is that in all of maybe there's not Yiras Hashem, there's only Adas Hashem. In this world, there's a concept of fear or a concept of reverence. So some people revere and fear other people. Some people revere and fear HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Fear is an emotion that is very much intertwined with an ambiguity. In other words, I fear things that I don't understand. And I even revere things, right? When something is just beyond my comprehension, there's a reverence. That's the beauty of all of that. The beauty of all of Haba is that it's time. The beauty of the world to come is that there's this clarity. There's no ambiguity. Everything makes sense. Everything is understood. So perhaps in Olam Haba, the world to come, there's no Yiras Hashem. There's only Adas Hashem. There's only love. See, when the Shabbos is loving to his HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Yira is a function of this world. But Hava, so he says to Barshisha, pleasures that you have, things that you fear. There are things that you fear. In our world, in our Olam Haba, there's no Yira. There's only Ava. So he says this is the way it's my aim to the Mahusi. So just Barshisha says, I'm not afraid of the king. But what do I have to fear the king? So as they're talking, I see us out who Krista Kaduna. I'm on home, the Kabbalah from so as they're talking, the messenger from the king comes into Bathsheba and says, Bathsheba is the king wants it. Bathsheba's got to leave his rose petals of harlots. And ultimately, again, go and see the king. At least we highlight the truthfulness of brothers and brothers. She offered for us. So as he's leaving, so obviously Bathsheba was flat up with Rava almost like delivered a prophetic message. Relay, Dana the message she said to them. So Shusha said, I literally again, the I which wants to see people before you, afraid to Rava. In other words, so the I that wants to see people before Rava, before the Jews, to Paka. And the Rava, Rava said, Amen. And what happened? Paka in the Vashisha. By Shusha's eye popped out, or exploded, popped out of its socket. So it looks like, so what is this? What is this? By Shusha and Rob had this conversation. It seems to be friendly. It seems to be getting along so beautifully. So what is this? So it's in her heads. People know. By Shusha represents like a charismatic example of a hedonistic life. A life that is just all about the consumption of pleasure, all about the experience of pleasure, right? The rose petals, the harvest represent just all the vices and all the desires and all the lusts that we simply indulge in this world. See, he says to Rava, look, come on, nothing gets better than this. And Rava says, really something that's better. He goes on to explain it. And I think deep down Bathsheba is like, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, Rava. Why do I hate you, Rava? Because if you're right, if I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, then so much of my life has been an exercise in futility. And I've been spending so much time trying to find fulfillment in all the wrong ways. And deep down, Bathsheba harbors this resentment towards me. You can't both be right. You can't both be right. So if you're right, then I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, what does that say about my life? And therefore, perhaps Bathsheba harbored this tremendous sense of resentment and hostility towards God, so that he was the eye who looked disparagingly upon the life, not even realizing it. Right? Sometimes there's so many things that swirl around our subconscious, but at the end of the day, we don't even fully recognize what it is that's happening on the inside. It wasn't just a profoundness of experience that, often sometimes we have this experience, which is see something in life, and or we see someone moving a certain way, and I know deep down right, I know these are comes just this. It's as honestly as I'm conducting my life, but I'm not ready to change. I'm not ready to change. So often what ends up happening, we lash out, we disparage, we put down, not really because of things you're on, but I can't just the opposite. You're so right. But if you're so right, I'm so wrong. And if I'm so wrong, what does that say about me? What does that say about my lifestyle? What does that say about who and what I really am? That's why you see, by the way, you notice, people who are comfortable with themselves do not feel the need to disparage others. People who are confident in their lives and the lifestyles that they are living are totally good when people don't agree with them and people don't fall in line with them. Like, hey, do what you want to do. I'm absolutely assured and confident in who I am and what I am and how I'm living my life. It's often people who are insecure with who they are, what they are, and how they are living, and feel the need to lash out at others who are not like them, and feel the need ultimately again to disparage the lifestyles and values which they feel don't their own. Secure people get along with everyone. Insecure people ultimately again get along with almost no one. Deep down, Bathsheba had this tremendous insecurity. So he might not even be but ultimately again when he leveled this curse, he didn't even realize that he was back on himself. Incredible. I'm not happy. My puppy said, no, the story's not over. My puppy says, by the way, the main route, lady Lover should have answered, Bathsheba from the following person. quoting of everything possible. So no silacham b'kuyasecha, mitzvah shagal u'minecha b'kesem achi. It's interesting, the Gemara's understanding over here that literally again, the daughters of the queen will keep her company. The queen herself will be adorned with gold by your side. So this is also a reference ultimately again to all of that. Now the contrast is that Shishak is surrounding himself with carpets. Right? And at the end of the day, Olam Haba was surrounded by the land, surrounded by wealth. Obviously, it's not the literal because Olam Haba is not physical. But what it means is all the pleasures that man seeks in this world, what really would happen in what comes in so much of a higher level. And I'm not going to reach up, I'm not going to instead, we violated the name of an author. No, rather should have answered by Shisha from the following verse. Instead, she should have said, Ayin Vara Sela Wizu Basefa, Yasel and Mefakra. So this is quite beautiful. Also, Shayashi quoted this Gemara a number of times in the second Sanhedrin. And Mo is talking about the profundity of Olam Haba. So literally again, so the eye has not seen what the world to come is, except for you have Baruch, and no one has seen ultimately what he will do in the Chakya. Those who wait for HaKadosh Baruch. For those who are willing to wait, ultimately again they will receive the eternal life. And both sides, another just beautiful. So again, obviously, this process. So they're saying, Rabbi, why say it's Rashi? We have a great over here with the God's parties. Oh, Olam Haba, no one's ever seen it. No one's ever seen it. You can't even begin to comprehend what HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately is going to give those who ultimately use it. The profundity of this ultimately is Racha comes to those who are willing to wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I want to say it's interesting. I often thought about this. I think when it comes to ourselves, it is important to be a little bit impatient. You should be impatient with yourself. Because sometimes a little bit of personalistic impatience is good. Because it pushes me, right? It stirs me to act. It stirs me to do it. I'm not content with what I am. I'm not content with what I'm doing. I need to do more. I need to do more. It's good to be intimate with yourself. But you have to be patient with every emotion. Because ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu's plan often takes time to unfold. And if you're impatient with God, you're going to miss out on all the beautiful bracha. But if you have to know, if you won't wait, you won't be patient, sometimes that patience has to span generations. But sometimes that patience has to span thousands of years. But one thing is clear, if you're patient with the Ribbon Shalom, you will absolutely come to see the beautiful bracha. Alright, let's go back to it. Since my Sachalas is all about that, supposed to be mentioned, we're going to define the distinction. Distinction between, if let's say the Akum hires me to move Yayin Mitzvah, so Allah for those wages are us. But if the Akum hires me to do something else, to just, rearrange his garage, and in the course of that work, he asked me to arrange to transport some barrels, ultimately the wage is mutter. So another question. Yavagan. Here's this interesting. From the Mishnah, it makes it sound like it doesn't make any difference when the Akum is asking me to do this. Now listen, it's interesting. You're seeing what we're doing is a daily work. So daily work is work ends at night. So in other words, I understand the following things. If you were to tell me, let's say, Akum hired me for $100 a day. Fine. So now again, the day's over, and as the day's over, he's asking me to move some $9 Okay. It's fine, I can do it. Why? Because I earned my wage anyway. But from the Mishnah makes it sound like even if he asks me to do something work that I'm still allowed to keep the wage. The Mishnah is that true? I mean, I still catch a probably fully to say Allah Haber Habis Shayain Esmakum Makom Svaram Mutter. It about say, okay, this right side. If an Akum hires a Jewish worker, and after the workday is over, so see, I mean, towards the evening, near the time the workday is over, he asks him to go ahead and move some Yain Esaf, the wage is mutter. Like why? Because I earned my wages from the permitted days reasons. So it's just like an add-on fee. Time of them they say Eric in fully alone. Now the reason this works is because you asked to do this after my work days or after the fact that you have my wage. But it sounds like if he asked me to do this during my work day, then it would be usher. I'm not buying it. In the honor of this, you say tonight. So Rabbi says, you're right, enough and you're correct. But the Mishnah's case, ultimately, I think the Akum is asking me to move the Yain Esef when? At the end of the day. So I earned my wage already from from the regular day's labor. And then at the end of the day, now he's asking you to move some barrels. Rava says, no, low kasha. Had the honor of Havili Mea Chavios Mea Kutos. Had the honor of Havili Chavis Kututa. So let's say it's very interesting. Rava says, here's the distinction. If the Akub asks you to go ahead and move 100 barrels for 100 kutos, that means I'm getting paid for that. In that case, I cannot keep the wage that I get for moving the barrels of the that wage has to be the same. I cannot keep that. If on the other hand, ultimately, again, he tells me ultimately again, then I'm sorry, if it's then ultimately, one case is where he tells me move 100 barrels for 100 kutos, and one is where he tells me move each barrel for a kuta. So where again I'm getting paid per barrel, then halacha nice again, and again each barrel is individualized work. Again I'm getting a kuta per barrel, then halacha nice I can't keep the ultimately again from the yayin excess. But again, if there's a general wage for a general job, in halacha nice those wages ultimately again become. Look at Rashi. Rashi says that we have low kashya. That's this in the coming winter. They go on hard and publish the fruta. The name says publish on your nesaf name. Shadi kuto naro. Inani lo shaka miyad on the inat mystery. The hollow shayef star. The publish party inat to Khadi king and Rabba and so again, if he tells me use each barrel for a fruta, then good. And how often I said keep the fruta that I get to the barrels, and I cast away the fruta that I get to the nesaf barrel. The price of the fila, Amalei, to say, Eric, Habikos, Falo, Asim, Kong, Amalei, Heber, Kabios, because Kutos. To go come to Avila with Kulu, or you have a need. If he says to me, move 100 barrels for 100 Kutos, and what I mean is, I'm only getting paid once all the barrels are moved. In that case, again, the movement of the INS by definition is carried out with the rest of the Malacha, and then the sky ultimately again is going to be us. Very interesting. Okay, to which the Gemara says this one. It's not time yet. We learned, so was it Gemara that puts the price of this first line? So far, so far, right? Again, if an Akim hires me, and he says to me, move 100 barrels for 100 kudos, and in case Chavis Yain and Shal Nesef Benehem, and ultimately again it turns out that one of the barrels is Yain Nesef, Staro Asr, the wages are Asr. Wages are Asr since again in this case, I'm only getting paid 100 kudos after I move 100 barrels, included in that ultimately is Yain Nesef. Therefore, I work for myself the wages Asr. Obvious kuta, but again, if he tells me, listen, move 100 barrels, I'm going to pay you one kuta per Chavis. The name says Chavis Yain Nesef Benehem, and it turns that one of the barrels is Yain Nesef, so I can't keep the wage for that prohibited barrel. Ultimately, the rest of the wage ultimately again is so soon I guess there was one to see which one that's let's say Akum hires my donkey in order to transport it. And if you transport the Yain Nesef, the wage is much as possible on the same case. What does it matter if the Akum is hiring me to do work or is hiring my donkey? At the end of the day, if the work involves Yain Nesef, then the wage is going to be us. If that doesn't involve Yain Nesef, or Yain Nesef simply, is an afterthought, then halacha like such mutter. So in both cases, someone says any reisha seifa is true. So I need ultimately again. I'll tell you why I need it. Safra leishe halacha. So ultimately again, I need the second seifa. Watch this. Safra leishe halacha. So if let's say again, Akum hired me and donkey hired me to transport him, he was going to sit on a donkey to get from point A to point B. And then what happens? Let's say again, Akum is carrying his flask on the other side. He put his flask on the donkey. Still, the rental wage is still paid. And says, okay. And they brought the login of so you tell me then why is it? Because the Akum doesn't really have the right to do this flask. So therefore, again, his rental doesn't include the flask. Therefore, he brings the flask, the rest of the wages. What's the why is this? A minute. Whereas the kasha, the surface of the surface wasn't very interesting. This is the halakha sometimes we want this. The surface of Homer, Sofer Maniach Alek Susum, Uliginoso, Ulizonoso, Shokosahan. So what happens? Listen to this. Someone rents a donkey. Someone rents a donkey. Ultimately, again, the renter, right, the renter is permitted to go out and put his clothing, suso, Uliginoso, his flask, Ulizonoso, Shokosahan, and the food that he needs for the journey. These are the things that he's allowed to put on the donkey. Can't be able to trust anymore the donkey. The donkey driver can say, no, too much. Too much overloading my donkey. Chamar, Maniach Alas Orin, Bitaban, and there's also Shaul Sahayon. The donkey driver himself has the ability to put on a donkey, barley, right, straw, and ultimately again the food that he needs for that day. More than that, Nikan Ve'ila, Suchama, the renter, interesting. The renter could say to the owner, sorry, you can't put more than that on that, so compromise my trade. Amravali, we heed the luck, so you know this. What do you see from here? You see from here that, again, a flask is included in what a renter is allowed to put on the donkey. So that's the shot. Rabbi, we heed the luck in Yunus. So again, you're right. A renter has a right to put a flask on the donkey. But watch this. Mino, Ilo Mosile, Mia Mino Lakain, Niki, Lay, Igra, so this is this. If you didn't bring a flask, right? So if you didn't bring a flask, so does the renter that say to the owner, you know what, I bring a flask, so really you should knock off a little bit of a rental on that. Of course it is. Of course it is. So in other words, it's permitted, but at the end of the day, it's inconsequential. So because it's inconsequential, if he out and he rents my donkey, and he's donkey, and he puts his flask in the Yayinesef on there, that's inconsequential vis-a-vis the rest of the rental, and therefore the rental fee is permitted. So much one second. So the Gemara just go back and ask on this right. Everybody, what's the case? Either Sheikh or Mizban, Chama Nami the Aki. If ultimately, again, I will say, the Bryce said that the member is permitted to put all the food to use for the journey on the donkey. So what's the case? If there's food readily available along the journey, then ultimately, again, why should the renter be able to bring all of this food? Donkey driver should say, take what you need for the day, for the first leg of the trip, and get most of the way. Be the low chef, when there's no food readily available, then the renter shouldn't be able to stop the donkey driver from doing just what he needs for that day. And Papa, let's see how the chef, the truck, or the Lisbon, may own a lot. This is very interesting. What's the case? The case is where Halakha you're able to get food from one leg of the journey to the next, but it's a to-do. It's a to-do. Chamar, the darkening in the truck in Lisbon. Socha, not darkening in the truck in Lisbon, is this simple donkey driver. That's part of his job. Right, to go through the trouble, to go through the difficulty of getting food and getting provisions and stuff. The renter, that's not the expectation. The renter is permitted to take everything he needs for the entire journey, put it on the donkey. But ultimately, the donkey driver himself is only permitted to put the amount of food that he needs to get in from one leg of the journey to the next leg of the journey. The food is going to be available. The father of Rav Acha, the son of Rav Ika. That's an interesting combination. Like the father of Rav Acha, the son of Rav Ika, is Rav Ika. Okay, so Rav Ika on the days have a shafet who from about the Rav. This is an interesting case. He was pouring wine for the what is this? First Rashi on 65. So ultimately Rav Ika was a wine salesman. He was selling, again, this was his wine. So he's selling wine to the apple. בדרך כלל מוכרי חבילות שלהם, גם החבילות לא קפים, normally again when you sell wine, you also sell the barrels along with the wine. Okay? Okay, I'm reading that. Mafkid, Ika גורפי בשד לשלקח, מופלא בחרוס, מסתכר בהן לבד, משהו מסתכר בהן. Ika, have a shafet רגוני גורפי שלא קפים מגום, Yard Beziki Vigo. So what happens? This is very interesting. So Aha, Ravika, the rich has 3 people barrels. 3 people barrels. So what he would do is he would go and take his wine, part of his barrels, into the Acha's wine skin. Okay. So the Gemara Shabbal will come on the problem. The Azal Ma'avel Mavra, the Yoivle Gulfe Be'ik. So ultimately, again, based on the way we're reading it now, is he would take the wine across the river, give it to them, and ultimately, again, he would keep the barrels as part of his wage. Okay, that was it, according to their wineskins, transported by right, transported, and he would get to keep the barrels. Also, so the king told the Abaye about this practice of Ika. Amalei, he kataref, kataref. What's the problem? And I will say, the pashtus, what the problem is remember, Once that wine is poured into the wine skins of the apple, it becomes, we are called standing on Yayin Nesa. So they were bothered by this because isn't ultimately again what he thought he wants to continue the existence ultimately again of this Yayin Nesa, which is going to cross the river as well. So which Abai says it's not a problem because when Rafik is dealing with it, ultimately again it's still mutter. I must ultimately again, but one second. Still, even though he's pouring wine that's committed, you're right. But then he has to transport the wine skins across the river. So ultimately, he doesn't want the wine skins break, but he's going to be in trouble. So he wants to continue the existence of the wine skins in Japan. It must be bad. He made a condition, right? And the condition ultimately again the condition ultimately again was that Halakha, when I say if it breaks, it's on him. He has no responsibility. You know what I mean? The Maisu beside or they brought backup utensils as well. This way again, if for some reason the wine skin, if he was pouring into broke, he'd have a backup. Come out of the room, to that out of 1 second, don't come now because that's just pouring the wine skin, it's just pouring across the river. Isn't there a problem now that he's helping with the citation of transportation behind himself? And the Madrigal made he arranged transportation for them even before the actual wine transaction. Okay, so if he arranged transportation, it was done already beforehand, therefore he's not doing anything after the INS Nami to make it kitchen, or he gave them literally again ropes with like knots and the boatsmen would see these ropes and they know to take these guys across. Either way, part of the ways that people made the arrangement beforehand for transportation. In other words, how did he work out transportation after the wine had been poured into the wineskins? Nothing happened. It's a little problem. And essentially, he arranged it partly by working out with boatsmen or by giving them like a knotted rope, which I guess symbolizes really the wage of his fare. And therefore, they were able to get on the boat to that. The Lika did not have to be involved with that. Okay, good. All right, there's more. A lot of good actions on also over. Yain Nesa Shinafal. What's the interesting thing? What happens if Yain Nesa skills on grapes? What's that? So you can just wash them off the hanging times and the grapes on it. Then hang with the clouds but the grapes facts. So you have to be concerned with some of the oil patterns and crevices of seasons. Ultimately again it's not like that big to so ultimately the INS fell on figs or on grapes. Yesh one the no same time also. If the wine infuses taste into the dates or into the figs, ultimately again it is going to be possible. Okay. So it says, the mice of the Vitus Fenceman, the one kind of the Vitus Fenceman, shading globos the sea. There's been globos. It actually turns out the word globos are dry dates. Dry figs, sorry. Dry figs. And what happened? And it's kind of Chabis Shayan. It's like another boat. There's a barrel of milk. It's like the barrel broke. There's enough of that again. And a quart on the dry figs. Shalom, Chachamim, they asked the Chachamim, Betira. And the Chachamim said that the figs are well, this is the rule. Anytime the INS infuses taste, ultimately again it's going to be problematic. Anytime the INS do not infuse taste, ultimately again it'll be much. What's an example of when something really falls onto something that really doesn't infuse taste? Kidon, chomet, shinafa agave glisten. Ultimately, again, like vinegar that falls onto split lentils. Apparently, again, that does not contribute any positive taste. Okay, which Gemara says, I don't understand. My solicitor, the story of Baitus ben Zonin seems to contradict the halacha like before, right? Again, right? The Mishnah said that if one fell on Ta'unim or Tamar, right? And therefore, again, same time, if it's flavor, also it doesn't flavor as much. Then it says the story about this person, where he had dried figs, again, it's cracked, different things, and it's just food that the wine did not need it. So what's going on over there? So it's Vashi Katani, and no sin from the family motto. But it really needs to say something. when you're dealing with wine that pours over figs or grapes, so here's what we look at. Did the wine infuse taste into the figs or grapes or not? If it did, then it's awesome. If the taste is detrimental, then ultimately again, it's mutter. And then, nice nami the Bible spent, when you saw the Bible spent, Shanedi Grogos Isina, and Shabra Fabi Shayana, Saki Nafa Alda Behan. Was the obvious way that happens. One of the Bible spent on me was taking dried figs on a boat. A barrel of yain nesaf broke on or spilled over the figs. And finally, bought myself with Chachamim did. And ultimately, again, the Chachamim said that it's mutter. The Chachamim said that it's mutter. So ultimately, again, what's the logic over there? So apparently, the Chachamim tells that in this particular case, the yain nesaf with the grog was what we call no sin common it infuses detrimental things, detrimental. And therefore, Allah promised that they don't try to keep you away from this in the animals. Shari Rava is a woman of it was an interesting reason. First of all, wheat, and Yain Nessa fell on the wheat, poured on the wheat. Broke, right? This blood poured on the wheat, and Rava permitted to sell the wheat to an Arab. To a non-Jew. Okay, you can't sell to a Jew, but you can sell to a non-Jew. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second. Ace about the boy, the Rava, so now about the boy raised the shine. Beggars and broke the line, where he's only looking around the comment. But boy, yes, and that's the problem. Listen to this. If you have this very thing, I'm not told. Let's say it's a linen clothing, and it was one to was and you lost back where the thread was, so essentially down with the shine. Oh, well, this. So what's this? So what's the hub? I know there's like this. Right, you don't know what the wolf thread is. So the Gemara says you're not allowed to sell that to an Ovid Kohan. You can't sell to an Ovid. Now, why can't you sell to an Ovid? And Rashi says, the Farshim Yachsam Yifram Yisra. What are you just saying, John? You're going to sell to an Akum, and the Akum is going to turn around and sell it to a Jew. No, not with any malicious intent, but he's going to resell it. The Gemara says, no, I jumped ahead. You can't use that as a saddle for the donkey. Sitting on it could also be benefiting from shyness. I'm sorry, about also tafik on this you can use it for burial shrouds for instance. Since the lace doesn't have an obligation in business, therefore it's okay if his burial shrouds are shot in this. You must all be behind my comment. Why can't you sell this garment with a lost thread of the going to it? Dilma Asi the Zabonis because they're afraid that he may be sell it to a Jew. Oh, Asi the Zabonis. Ultimately, again, shouldn't you be concerned over here? The same thing if you have this pile of wheat and the Yainesa spilled on it, how can you sell it to an Akum? Don't you have to be concerned that ultimately it's going to sell it to a Jew? Hadar Shara, the Metrino, or the Mufanino, or the Zaruna of the Bahabim, Shalom with Mays. Ultimately, again, afterwards, Rabbi retracted, and all Rabbi retracted, and Rabbi said, you can grind up the wheat. You can make it into bread and you can sell it to an apple, not in the present century. So it's essentially, you can sell it to an apple as long as you know if there are no Jews. She said, Shalom before you smell. Because you saw, Fabre, Masculine, Obego, Amen, other Zavalin, Ibum, Yahweh, Kohanim, the Sabra Hashal, Hatushi, Salah. The time this is a term Tuesday, I'm not saying, you basically selling a loaf of bread to an apple. Ruby is going to be small. Silver loaf, it must be kosher without realizing the backstory. Sell to an apple, ultimately, again, as long as there are no other issues. One second. Now, why aren't you concerned about reselling it also? Remember, that's Hassan. So remember, again, bread to an apple has its own set of halachas, its own set of conditions. Very well, so let's stop over here for today. Shleach, everyone, for the children this week, so this was the real for all of you. Everyone, a good night, Shabbos, and a beautiful Shabbos. I will say a great spot for some video return with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip. Thank our annual Comic-Con sponsors. Listen to Shop and Braces of dedicating all the German Russians this year is a Swiss for the stores for us for Ami Israel. Comic-Con sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Ali, and Toby Stephen Randy, raising the honor of their parents. Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig from the Rafa. All the learning sponsors, Dr. Anthony Wolf, Commissioner of the Yahrzeit of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then three versions from the Rafa. Nathan and Beth Adler, father Ben Adler, Albert Butler, Mordecai, Ben Molina of Nelson. Learning sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum's memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Bass, but for the American of Tamatola, all the Michelle Sabin, the families in the family, all those who were through Shabbat, wonderful ladies, all the Ocean Organization, all of our hostages, Shalom and Ricardo, and our offer is so to be successful fall and I'll see. The most exactly what us to do today's that is Son of Dollar 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from San Diego on the base 63E, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's what Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adiyar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adiyar Papi, Yasser B'Shia Ba'Ami Ba'Ba'Ami. And here Ba'Ami was sitting with them, and he was Yasser, my bride, he asked the following question. This is a fascinating discussion. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesses? Right? So if you're imagine this akum comes over to you, bank, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesses. Now, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his life? Let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we deal with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be committed activity or dealing with items that themselves may be usher next. The Akum is asking to do something with the INS, asking me to destroy the INS. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Miyam keeps it also be more usher. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? The barrels which are break on their own, I lose the opportunity to break them. I lose the panels. So, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So, because I want it, therefore, again, look at that makes the closest. Look at actually just a moment. Miyam Kevan, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. Yisrael said, "Lo tzedek libo shachar yosei." Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. So when you start with Akshamelem, I don't know how Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Sharebu, he does not also. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yain Nesach, and therefore again, it's us. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the INS, destruction of our result. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want it also in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy all the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating side. Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishbar and Kawal Baruch. Nachman says, not the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell Baruch you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people, root out all the Torah, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the words, let me see others. Let's bring a proof to yourself. You see it on that. Ain't Ochi in the Ovik of Hamid. So let's say again, in Aku plants July, right? July is forbidden. So wheat, we had such as just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and the grape farmers, as we got in forbidden mixture. So if an Ovik of Hamid is planting July, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Over means like home, removing weeds or seed from dirt. You can't do that. How about Son of 64? About Open Immobility, what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. Look at that sheet. About open, let's say Akum hires and manage to listen sober. Do me a favor, I planted Kalai, not okay. I could do the planted every Kalai, right? But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even when get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim is not uproot on their own, I use that in my parnasa. So the Gemara says. So it appears from here, this is to support with nothing. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua Amar, he gives it to you. This is what they keep the Amar, and the kind of the lion worker. This is very interesting. They keep a whole in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killing, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains them. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the lion, right? Apple planted the lion, and the apple asked me to put up a fence around the lion. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the lion. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it's going to be also for the it's not very well. The Mirachish means reading. The fact that means covering the seeds with dirt. So Mirachish on the top of the Kula. And look at and get markets, right? Because again, that's kind of come up. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the flagging of ground. The King of Kiva says, After the time. And the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kula, for example, put up the fence around the Kulayim, that's really problematic as well. So once he's my time, where's the Kiva from? What's the I'm a pro, such from a Tizra Kulayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kulayim in the field. In the Elazarea, I don't know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? I'm Omar, low Kilayim. So let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of spicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's really Ilu, the Gemara says, Ilu, the Mu'ute Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is concerned that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that thing of Rabbi Kiva. Rather, Haman, who's the thing? Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be your opening to the Nami Shahid. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is willing to put up a fence. So, because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon will nothing you can with plants that are planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like safari activity. Or putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So, if putting up a fence is mutter, you can get paid for that. Then certainly, again, you can get paid for uprooting the fence. So, that's not the deal. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Kina is very interesting. What's the case of the year? Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that Allah and myself are not allowed to do a favor for us. Like the accounts in the beginning of Allah, Allah said, so I'm not focused on most of them means. Right? Doesn't mean to compliment them, don't give them a you says, don't do understand, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of all the Torah, you still can't do it. So the Gemara says, we've got Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva. Now, the fact that you're saying it's up from Yehuda, something from Rabbi Akiva is not be permitted. Yehuda also looking at Maknasina. Aval Yehuda Tifla Shakin. Gemara says, no, according to the Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for us. But to do something to uproot our Zala, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good that's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Kiva Nami. I found out Rabbi Kiva. I'm Rabbi Kiva, I'm a kind of line worker. Okay, Tisla Shakira. Can you say something? Even going to be a keyboard has a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Quran. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you have some of the actual planting itself, but you can put up a fence to sustain it. Even if the people would agree to uproot Quran, to rid of Isser, to get everything prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the author. For which the Gemara says, this so low there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. Of course, it's good. This phrase, Sulamidi, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The Sulamidi. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss on this. So it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? We all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yain. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his name to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the guy next. I'm benefiting from the whole result. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break that song. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And the math that says you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say there is it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of like part of Western society and mindset is like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in the greater society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not that religion to be used for what it is, nor is it a place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. And that to some degree, that has to be our approach to living in the greater society. And on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why the Matthew uses this question of, yes, destroy the INS and cover Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's really not evil. And sometimes you would think that the world would just line up for us, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often in the world you can't see what's evil, what's good, you can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little like live, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar Kavala. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash, destroy it, and if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is long. But ultimately when you get to the start of the process, that's what it's going to be about. Incredible. Nor goes like it. But how do you speak? So again, the same fellow is saying, and they asked about the question, how do you speak? They come by like, the main apple is from the other people, but I'm not. So what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an apple sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has sold it for $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the idol Now, me professes does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm doing nothing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're going to nothing. So we start with the nail, let's come the other people, probably time. So nothing says, I think it's not. I think it's not that. It's a Akum sells his idol, and he has that money does not retain idolatrous income, but rather that money is just money being why? Listen to this. So here's our reference proof. The also came to Rabbi. There were these people who came to Rabbi. What happened? Another rule. Zidino Hamad Islafu. The sewer scandals. He's fascinating. So our reference was like this. There were these people who came to Rabbi. And what happened? I see Rabbi. And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now let's watch this. What's the Rashi over here? And Rashi says over here, look at Rashi, look at the Suez Gayu. Both these Gayu, the African Gayu, also didn't call it from all those because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated. They can't get another from it. So it tells them instead of while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that halacha when someone sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time off. From the consumer, then you have let's go from the time. Let's get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry, but on the hands of the whom ultimately is permitted. I the girl and shiny person, the kingdom that you lay, God that bunker. So you got since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an outcome could be Madaka is a result. So maybe that's why the proceeds are not. Eleni the Hafa. Eleni Hafa. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai Noshim Omiko Kalim, Mana, Umachar, Ovodas Kokalim Dehli. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold the Yayin and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the Akum sin case, I'm not going to $1,000. They still don't want to pay you. Give me the way here. I'm just going to sell my ale. I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach. I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, really interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, his idol goes off, sells the Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I effectively know explanation. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's the distinction in these two cases. See from the Shumba, how do you make kilots in the community? So this is very important. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous subject. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue the existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshus posits the proceeds for us. And this is what's happening. If you go to the Kiyuma Kiyagatman, that's what we just said before, but that's not. But that's not. In other words, it was like, when you want to continue existence, but I'm not doing anything for the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the opera sells it. I want my money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continuing existence of these particular items. Why should it be us? Vatnan, there is Vatnan, there are only Kochanim, Shiyarshu Avi and Heaven Christ. This is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is still Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and they're getting inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say prohibited items. So Ger, Yochel, Loma, Lot, Ton, Akam, Lodas, animals. So brother Ger, he said to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yain and I'll take your money and the deals. He can do that. The Mishabol, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabol is just like your Esther, obviously. All of this presupposes that Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nessa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Well, there is recourse. You can get into the natural Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew only owns it, they are doing very little damage. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So what's this? Ultimately, again, we see from that. Now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the Yahweh, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore, again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? This Mishnah? This Mishnah is not an idol that says made out of gold or silver, which means that what even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its old state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain it instead of Yayu Nesach? Because that has Hadroni. So what's this very interesting? Hadrianic person. So apparently, he actually points out that the Hadrianic person where ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbed to one to a degree, that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother here doesn't care if the casks break or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother here doesn't care about the fact that they don't break, right? But he does care whether or not they still lost, so he still wants to continue existence. Don't bring a riot from this case. You're bringing a riot in from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Rushas Hager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis were makled by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makled by the Yerusha of the Ger. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right, so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money or choose his allegiance. And they say that's not only not on the Ger. That's a reality of the nation. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called the Harris Shah. God said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen bit of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's cheating. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to return. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial needs. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as you say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just things like you. And many people did not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and they're afraid that he has to choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put in that situation, if it was makel by a Ger, and you're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that's comprised of permitted items and prohibited items, therefore allow him to keep the permitted items, give his brother all of the prohibited items. Okay, what's the other days? Tanya Nachi writes that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shir in the case of Yerusha. About Mishtati also. But in the case, let's say, of a business partnership will be also. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they were not normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. You don't want to put the person in this role together in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. How do you guys find out? So remember again, all of this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha Mao Shilvadva Avodaska. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say just before we go on, just I think that Chazal will make it like that. Just so you understand the tremendous misrepresentation of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a Ono Shal Olah wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh is waiting for us to mess up, to smack us down. Because are waiting for us to mess up and levy some type of punishment that we have to against us. That's a pretty fair to the truth. But Yvon Shalom wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. Halachas, all the rules, all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we really want to be successful. Chazal understood what we really want to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do that. No, you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than the next world. And in this world, Chazal constantly committing for our successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys respond about it? Ger Toshav, Mashe Baikalan. So what's a very interesting challenge? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an apple has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So let's know what is a Ger Toshav? Now we're going to see this in my quote. This is about the definition of a Ger Toshav. Rashi points out here at the top of the daf, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas Chacham. Ultimately, again, worship idolatry. But again, he's like an animal with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. It's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's an animal. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a varmiyeh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission it all the time. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. I'm going to rule that nothing. So I'm going to also nothing related to this. Stavro, the Halach, and Battle, Halach. And nothing says, well, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it's Nisa, that is a question. Just 1 second. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. So found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual Basili. So what's it saying? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this phrase. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see an old idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because I have acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual Basili. So before I pick it up, over the Ovid Kochavim in the back, I can call over an apple. Remember, what's the effect here? Call over an apple and see if the apple. I need you to negate this decommission, right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in decommission of this body. It becomes committed. However, again, in the Shabbat Saliyado, but again, that's not figured out. I take possession of it. At that point, it cannot be decommissioned. And Ovid Kocham in Akron could decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Bein Ovda, Bein She'in Yod. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. In other words, define the between the things. My Ovda, my Ovda. What does it mean to worship? What does it mean that Akron could decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that wasn't talking about an Akron, then Hayu Shalom Shahayim. We already said that. We just said before that an Akron has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, Umay Shekin Elah of the Ovid Kohanim, right? All again, of the means an actual Akron. Umay Shekin of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Their conscience. Oh. So he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Akron and a Ger Toshav. Now you know that a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mavato, ultimately to theologically shin Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the verse says, no. The Olam Emelachar, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person that decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worship. I knew Shalom B'Shafat. We already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because we already said that Hakam could go out and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Zeh L'Ka'ar, Zeh, Zeh L'Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akams, right? And both worship Ka'ar, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Ba'ar B'Zela Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Ba'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so maybe three halachos we follow. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no raya about a Ger Toshav, right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, we still like the Zawad Hashem. Can a Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be at that level? That's the other answer. Whereas Mason against Toshav, is a Ger Toshav. What's a Ger Toshav? Toshav Kiba, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? So says, Toshav Kiba Lab Definition Kiba Shadeirim, Shalom La'avod Avodas K'tam Dilim. Meir says, it's any Akum who has accepted upon himself in front of three Chavim. In a verse like, Chaver means for the Chaver normally means someone who's careful with truth. This means careful about truth. So in this context, the Pasha said it just means he has to be in front of a dazed. Anytime Akum comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Toshav. That's a Ger Toshav. Good. That's what I meant. Come say, Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvot. Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvot Shekibarim B'Neimah. Some say a Ger Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah 5. Because the Chachamim don't seem to require a base. That's a Ger Toshav. Sheva Mitzvot B'Neimah, the next Ger Toshav. Even only Elu Lo Baal the Ger Toshav. Not true. Acherim say not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Toshav. What is a Ger Toshav? And the easy Ger Toshav, Zeh Ger Ofram Levelos, Shekidon Arav Lekani Kol Mitzvos Hamulas Katorah, Chutz Me'isser Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? The Ger Toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So it looks like three methodologies out there. Definition of Ger Toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days in that Torah idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noach. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of Jews. He's allowed to eat not kosher. Incredible. But the Bible goes on. Yachad did Etzler. يعني كلمة نحكي أصل جميل. تعرفين is the air Sharubi Yisrael. What's it halacha is you could deposit wine with a get shelf, right? You could leave it with him for a little bit of time. I should say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time. You can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Allah Rashi says Rashi says over here. So many so actually so much the Akivan the Pala, no not the Roman asset. The Mago from the Asana Amar Base of Rokash. Even the Imo Anaba Kakinovani for Liba. He said, Ismail Mua like a Rokash. So ultimately, again, you could deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because what they're saying they swap out your juice wine for his own okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as the Allah wants to get from stuff, you can leave with one for a short amount of time, not for a long time, again, not for Yaines or not to Yaines, because it's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that with time for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wife to the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's water, for a long amount of time, Shmano, Kieno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano is Alanka, Shemen, Mika, Hadi, Yayo. That's not what we want with oil. Oil can't be into that. So Ella, Yengo, Kishmano. Interesting, you know, kind of what it means is like this, but Halacha Lamaisa, that ultimately again is his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that just a moment. That's the Shmano bin Abiyas and Yeno Mutamanga, Shmano Kodum Shukla Shamba Kilokos, Ababishkiras. But what does it mean that his oil is like excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? But the same that it should get enough from his oil to get enough from his wine. I can't drink the wine with the Kosher, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. So the shark called Dabar, ultimately, and for every other thing, what do you call it? He is like he's like an apple. So we should myself. Shimon Omer, Yeno Yair Nesa. Va'amilei Motor Shimon says this wine is like Yair Nesa, but others say ultimately again that it is Motor. Ultimately, again, for consumption. So actually pause over there. We'll pick up in the session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias, we shared part by the comment. We see from here that the apple is like an apple. We see here Toshav is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind him this up. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that your Toshav is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, love, so it doesn't that mean, because what's again, Herod was hoping that get Toshav at the start. Because Simon was trying to figure out, does it get Toshav have the ability to negate idolatry? If he allows you to decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, again, Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean it just doesn't happen to theologically decommission and negate that Toshav? So you can't get Toshav? To which the man says, no, that makes up. No, we came to Shus from about the Shus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's it about? It's Kid Samuel. We saw him the word. The Shabbos is a muscle. So just quickly. Erev Hatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a court, you cannot carry from a home into that court. Somebody owns a court now without increase. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. That's what Erev is. You have to pass the home into the Chatzar, Chatzar into the home. The halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, the guy participated in the movement that participated in the area. He can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, not to rent his rights. The Gemara says, "We saw the Shara Shabbos of the Shulchan Aruch, the Medachah Rishus." ultimately again, if you have Yisrael woman, unfortunately again Yisrael to an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, in public he keeps Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. Publicly keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Vatorashos. If he didn't participate in the evening, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. Shemesh Shabbos Ershot. In the Vatorashos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially it's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and process to other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights. Meishamru, Yisrael, no sin Rishos from the Rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, or actually by ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when you say to us just pause on Kesad, Omer law or say how does he yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Omer law, you should say I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights to the Chassid. Or you tell us or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who is participating in the Eruv, and it's up this question. And then control of things. Also, so just in general, about Eruv Chatzeiros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have Jewish residents who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights, or being a battle, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chassid that allows everyone else to utilize the Chassid. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a also the was therefore when we said before that a Ger Tosha ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, with a Ger Tosha, and you are choosing the Chassid want to make it clear of zeros, they must lend rights ultimately again of the Ger Tosha. Now, whether or not the Ger Tosha is actually joining the group of Sarah, and Mr. Rosai, we will see tomorrow's daf. Respect everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience of this history with all of you, and we'll see everyone. Great sponsorship to you. We'll tell all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's church thing. Our annual Common sponsor. Muslims Rachavarsis are dedicated to all the German Russians this year. This is Swiss for the stars for those families. So, I'm Torah sponsors for the month of Abba, and Torah Stephen will be raising in honor of their parents. Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Arun Rosenzweig, and memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch on the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Morgan, Moreno of Nossi. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Rachel Das, all the Mishnahs have the families in the family, all those who are sharing together, colorful ladies, for the Torah pushing in their session in the home, all of our hostages, Shalom and the Karov, allow our holy soldiers to be successful in the fall and our city. For those with that, let us begin. Today's that is Sanach Dalet 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from Sanach Gimel on the days 63. And we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Be'ula Ba'avinu Rav. So again, Rav Nachman Be'ula Ba'avinu Rav Yasser B'Chia Ba'ami Ba'avinu. And B'Chia Ba'ami was sitting with them. And he was Yosef, the Kabbalah, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. Sachra Vishbar B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Achim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesa. Right? So okay, rather than this apple comes over to you, right? So you're like, I'm gonna pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesa. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages in his life? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were doing the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be asr b'ayah. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesa, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesa. And he's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the law of me and your kid without speaking more awesome? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesa. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesa? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them and I lose the parnosis. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesa. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the basis for it, but look at our 6 moments. Minar Kevan, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Yisrael Zerotzi B'Kiyuvan Shachar Yosef. Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shelo Yishtavu Achshamei Lehem. I don't know, Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shavu the so those things the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the INS, destruction of the whole result. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the gospel in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what the Zohar is for the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishpar B'Kol and it says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the rest, let me say everything. Let's say again, an active plants Quran. My Quran is forbidden mitzvah. So we had such just 2 years ago. Weekend, let's say for example, weekends and break time stuff that have been managed. So you put in forbidden mitzvah. So if the Obi Bakam is planting Quran, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist in the overlimits like at home. When you can use the sequel and research, you can't do that. How about Son of God? 64. About hoping you be the what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Quran. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About open. Rashi from the Ibud Ba'afar of the road to be too much for you. Let's say I can hire some. This is so good. Do me a favor, I tried to line that up. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Quran, right? And I want the existence of Quran because if the Quran is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my muscle. So the Gemara says. So it appears from here this is to support the Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed himself. So when it says Savua, second line from the top 64, Savua, our money, who's a thing? So you keep it, so you keep it, Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim local. This is very interesting. You keep a hold of it, so in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Quran, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Quran, but you can't even do anything that sustains planting. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the Quran, right? Apple went blind, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the Quran. So the Akiva says, also. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Quran. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be eaten. So here we go. Nafish means eating. The fact that means covering the seeds with dirt. So that is covering the line. Look at and give out the strike because again that's the time off. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the driving of garden. The keeper says after the time. And the keeper says even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. Imagine my friend Rabbi Akiva. Where does Rabbi Akiva get that from? Makra, Satfa Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. I don't know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim Yunayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up a fence? I'm a low Kilayim. I suppose say so. It's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's going to be considered as well. Ilu, the Gemara says, the Ilu, when you eat a Tesla shard, but ultimately, interestingly enough, even for the Kiva, any bird of the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is going to sustain the Kiva. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that thing that rather Haman, he's a this Rabbanan, it's Rabbanan. Rabbanan might be your opening, I think to you in any shadow. That is not true. The Rabbanan, this is Rabbanan. Rabbanan is going to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanan only can be a Kiva. Rabbanan only can be planted, or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting up, like putting up a fence to hold is mutter. So putting up a fence is mutter, and you get paid for that, then certainly you're getting you get paid for uprooting the plant. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamat, Skina, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bezina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that Allah you are not allowed to give a favor for it. Like he actually had this in the beginning of the Zohar, Lo Sefani. All my focus what Lo Sefani means. That doesn't mean compliment them, don't give them the Yehuda says, don't give this thing, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is the structuring of all the Zohar, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, is that Yehuda, Nishmal Rabbi Akiva, wow. Now, the fact that you're saying the suffering of Yehuda, something to the point of Rabbi Akiva, will not be permitted. And Yehuda also became a Makasina, about the Yehuda Tifla Shakir. The Gemara says, no, the point of Yehuda, that Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so you give a free gift. You can't do a favor for another. But to do something to uproot Abu Zara, that's absolutely good. That's an objective benefit. I, as you know, says Rabbi Akiva Nami. Alpha, that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, I'm a kind of line look, yeah? And you can take this law, shut it on it. And you say certain points Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva has a more expansive, approach to the provision of Kilayim. They're not only clean up planting, not only clean up some of the actual planting, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even though the people would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Israel, to get rid of liberty, is absolutely good, and you can get paid for that from the outcome. Which the Gemara says, is so low movie, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase, the Silo movie, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The Silo movie. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also, it's very interesting, because therefore what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the police one. And Akum wants to break his barrels of Yain. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go to break his room, to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So I'm not allowed to do it or not. So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yain. Second, I'm benefiting from the Holy Zohar. On the other hand, I'm destroying the Holy Zohar. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the Zohar, but in that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break by itself. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and get paid for them and keep the proceeds because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as the Matthew says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of a part of Western society, the mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in great society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, not about religion to convince the world that you refuse your ideas, nor is it the place to stand in judgment. I think what also is lifestyle choices are everything else. Live and let live. Yeah, that's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why the Matthew uses this lashon of yes, destroy the Ayinesich and Tavo Allah Brach. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fun and challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. We think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing. It's really everything. And some of you would think that like the world would just line up false, right? Just flat. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the method tells us sometimes it is a little like live, and sometimes the method says Yishbar, the Tabarok. Sometimes you have to break an evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Tabarok. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is cool, the process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's where it's really incredible. Gemara goes like it. The Gemara goes like it. Good. Hadi Yasvi, so again, the same Kaveh was singing. And they asked about the question, was Hadi Yasvi, they come by like, the may have all this from the other Kaveh now. So what's it? This is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000, $1,000 in. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Now, he professes Dana the Avodah. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, we're nothing. So we start with now the problem top. So nothing says, I think it's more clear that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane wrong. Listen to this. So here's this. The Hanon reduction of made there were people who came up with what happened. Zero Zidino Hamad the Istifu, the suicide. This is fascinating. So that's something like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi and what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's the last over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at look at the Suez Skyru, all these Skyru, the African Skyru, also really call the because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and it can't get another from that. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, You have the money, then you should convert and the money is committed. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah when he sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, well, we shouldn't have ourselves and have let's go come there with coming time. Let's get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry and on the hands of the ultimately is committed. I the girl shiny plus and the given that I would way, God I bought maybe that case was because since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the item converted. So an apple could be mevakla is about result. So maybe that's why the proceeds come in. Eleni Hafa. The Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai Moshe Bamiko Tamim, one. Umacha avodos kofanim dehi. I lent Apple $1,000. So what happened? So the Apple went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nessa, the same case, I went ahead and I lent Apple $1,000. He sold his Yain Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, smutter. Ultimately, again, it's smutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the application, I put $1,000. Please still already pay you. Maybe the radio, I'm just going to sell my I am back with the process. I'm going to sell my Nesek, I'll be back with the process. In that case, it's awesome. So you're going to be interesting. Case number one, same case. I put $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his guy, Nesek. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, move to it. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my Nessa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I check the Gemara. So what's the distinction? I understand what's the distinction in these two cases. And what she says, see from the Shumka, how we make kilos with the Kizima. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous survey. Let's see if there's a difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore, Shesha's process the proceeds for us. Because one second, if you look at the community I got from that's what we just said before, that's not. In other words, it was like, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells it. I want the money. I want the continued existence of that because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, there is Vatinan, there are other Kohanim, Shiyarshu Adiyam Olikos. What's a very interesting case? You have two brothers. One converted, and one, they're both, they're Akum brothers. One converted and one's from Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permanent items. So here, Yochaloma wrote Tom Ata Moses Kohanim Ba'animos. Tom Ata Yain Esek Chaos. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain Esek, and I'll take your money and the widows. If you do that, then you should go, and that's clearly. However, the Mishabal is just like us, obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the INSF or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But well, technically there is recourse. No, you see this. You could get happen to be the back of Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So let's say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from here? Because now in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the INSF. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? Because What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol vessel that's made out of gold and silver, which means that what even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain it to his then of Yair Nesach? The Pharaoh's Hadrani. So what's his name? Adrianic earthquake. So apparently, he actually points out that the Adrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbed the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the casts grape or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, but 1 second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's going to break, right? But he does care whether or not it's still going to be lost, so he still wants it to continue to exist. Papa, the Rushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Rushas Hager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis will make the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Nesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money or choose his religion. So that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before, for example, right? Something like the parents of Shaman. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trade. Everything is not really it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary, right? It's important. And as we say, as long as you have your health, sure. As long as you have your health and you can pay the bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just things are like and people did not stand on religious challenges. And there was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they would make up by a Ger, understanding that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate which comprised of permitted items and forbidden items, so therefore allow him to keep the permitted items, give his Hakon brother all of the permitted. Incredible. Also, other bills. Tani and Anaki advice that supports this. Imagine, when is this so? Shiyush, in the case of Yerusha. But in the case, let's say the business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person together in this precarious condition. Incredible. So how do you also find that? So again, all of this is the same people of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came Ger Tosha now she bakra avaris. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? Let's say just before you go on, just I think that Chazal will make it back again. Just so you understand the tremendous concern of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to see. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of a very skewed view of halacha. That Hashpach is waiting for us to mess up, so we can smack us down. That's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment that can basically for the future. Ribbon wants success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, and not just smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all people know. Know that you have no greater advocate than this world. That's in this world than the next. Right? In this world, Chazal is constantly aiming for success. Okay, no question. Other Yosef Conrad. Tosha, Mashe Batal's what's the name? Can a get Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby to commission it from its status of your loved ones. So, Ger Tosha, listen, what is a Ger Tosha? Now, we're going to see this more focused about the definition of the Ger Tosha. Rashi points out to in the top of the daf, Ger Tosha, no Ovid Avodas Chacham. Timothy, again, he doesn't work idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. He believes in Akadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He does what in every other respect he's financial. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? On one hand, talking about the world Palapam, they say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Or maybe say like this: anyone who's what we call a barmineh, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. I'm going to rule out Nachman, so I'm going to also Nachman this established the Palach and Battle Grow Palach. The Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Gerton Shop doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. What's in this? That is the question. What's second? The social, that's about the mission. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Actually, marketplace, what's that level? Actual boss. So what's it say now? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold item sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because you know the quality. And once it's been acquired by you, essentially you can't be differentiated. So what do I do? Actual boss. So if I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember, I want to say back here. Call over an apple and say, apple. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this idolatry. It's committed. However, again, in Shabbat Saliyago, ain't no only open to come. But again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point, it cannot be decommissioned. In Shabbat, Ovid Kochavan Medako Avodos Kochavan Shalom, Ishachavelo. And Ovid Kochavan Nakum to decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Dein Ofda, Dein She'en Yod. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finds it as new things. My Ofda, my Ofda. What does it mean for word? What does it mean that Akum can decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Ilema, Edi, Ovid Kochavan. If you want to say that wasn't talking about improperly, then Hayim Shalom Shachari, we already said that. We just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a love of the Ovid Kochanim, Umay She'in, and a love of the Ovid Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural apple. Umay She'in, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Their conscience. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual apple and a ger kosher? Shmamino, ger kosher, non-mevaka. What do you see from here? That a ger kosher has the ability to be mevaka, ultimately to theologically decommission avodah zarah. Incredible. This Gemara says no. The Rather, you could very well be the only person who can decommission there's always an actual idol worship in himself. I did the comment, I knew Shalom the Shach, right? We said already said that. Then the price is redundant because you already said that Akum could go out and decommission his Avodah and his friend's Avodah. The Gemara says relations to this, two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Zeh, Lapa'ar, Zeh, Zeh, Lamarcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Palapa'ar, or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Lapa'ar, Zeh, Lamarcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So we'll say, so there will be three halachos we tell. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different thing. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, yes, but again, no riot by a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, we still like the Gawaz Hashem. Can a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile, who repudiated idolatry, can he do without level? That's starting with. What's a Ger Tosha? What's a Ger Tosha? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha? She said, Nina says, it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three Chavim. Chaver being spoiled before. Chaver normally means someone who's careful with choosing this. Someone who's careful about it. So in this context, the Rashi says it just means he has to do in front of a dazed. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Kibal Allah Sheva Mitzvos, Kibal Allah Sheva Mitzvos, from saying, a Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide. This is from those things that apply the base. That's a Ger Tosha. Sheva Mitzvos, the next Ger Even only able to evolve the Ger Tosha. Not true. Chayyim say naturally authentic. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? And the piece of Ger Tosha, Zeh Ger Ocham Leveros, Shekibel Allah Mitzvayim Pro Mitzvos Hamuros Batorah, Chutz Mitzvah Leveros. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha? The Ger Tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats Leveros, but he has accepted it by himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say three definition of Rabbi Meir, he accepted it by himself in front of the lazy idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted it by himself Shem Noah. Acherim, he has accepted it by himself most except the laws of kosher. He's allowed to eat not kosher. Incredible, incredible. So the verse goes on. Yachad in Etzlo, Yain, Ve'imachina, Etzlo Yain. He would be air Sharubi Yisrael. Once again, I love this. You can deposit wine with a Ger Tosha, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach the Hanusa Hashimah Oyosem Hashim Babiko. The Haikiva the Rapala will not go home and ask it. The Mago becomes us in the Amma Esa Rock Hashim. Even the Ino another Kakino Maniko Liba Olas. You say, is Mala Mua like a fish. So ultimately, again, we keep present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he needs to swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look at the Ger Tosha, you could leave with the wine for a short amount of time. Not for a long time. We're not told Why not do that? It's not because he's repudiated idolatry, right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's Mudra, for a long amount of time, Asr. Shmano, Tiyema. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano, Tiyema, Electro, Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yayin. It's not what could be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into it. So Ella, Yengo, Kishmano. Interesting, you know, kind of what he uses like this. That halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again is wine. Excuse me, his wine is like his oil. Just like his very interesting. That just like his oil is committed, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that for just a moment. Guys, Shmano b'Habiyayas Ayeno Mutivano, Shmano Pudin Shukra Hashem La'Kilakai, Avabishtia. And what does it mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? That the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine of the Gertrude, but ultimately you can get enough. The sharp of Dabar, ultimately another thing, he is like he's like an apple. So it's the Shem Omer, Yeno Yayin Nest. Shimon says his wine is like the Yayin Esach, but others say ultimately again that it is mutter, ultimately again for consumption. So this will actually pause up the day. We'll pick up in the next session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this as well. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias is shard bar by his loving common. We see from here that an apple is like an apple to here comes up is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a rotation is like an apple that? What does that mean? Which the Gemara says, lab in the back of a Vesco Fagin, Kava Vesco Fagin. So doesn't that mean, because listen, again, how did this whole thing that Gary Tosha get started? It got started because he tried to figure out, doesn't Gary Tosha have the ability to negate idolatry, to feel actually decommission idolatry? So now he just got finished saying that in this respect, Gary Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as it can theologically decommission and negate that Holy Sarah, so too can it get Toshav? So too can it get Toshav? To which the Gemara says, no, Litin just in the no, actually, it's actually purpose. What does it mean purpose? That's what's about to say. The strong number, the Shaman Shabbos is also just Erev Tassets. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that person and into the courtyard without includes. Like Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Matzah. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, so therefore, you pass from the home to the Chatzar, cross into the home. Now, the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Reuben, forgot to participate in the Erev. He could yield his rights to other members of his Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw a moment, the Sharon Shabbos of the Shop, Nevata Lushis. Ultimately, again, you have the Yisrael moment, which unfortunately, again, is the Yisrael to an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least he publicly keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Vata Roshos only needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the place. Okay. Shema Shabbos Roshos, in the Vata Roshos. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process of the other residents. Rather, he has to rent his rights from him. Yisrael no same rishos in the rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability and yield his right, give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents, and the other Kohanim actually start by Akum. Ultimately, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so what's it just cost of Ketzad, Omer law, say how does a yield, for example, yield his right to over his rights in Chatzar? Omer law, you should see the I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights in the Chatzar to you. Or you should see the tell us the or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for your purposes. Any Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who did participate in the Shiloh. They talk with us. Any form of explosives. So just in general, about Erev Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you're a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be the bank or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar and allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's in Yisrael Mumma, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mumma, who is publicly a Mumma, is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, one of the things means that if you live in a chutzner with a ger kosher, the electricians in the chutzner want to make it over zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger kosher as well. Now, whether or not the ger kosher actually join the brief of Sarah, and yes, I shall also say, you will see tomorrow's daf. Shkaya, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience of the system with all of you. And see everyone. As I say, a great sponsors continue to tell all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual sponsors. Also, dedicating all the Sherman Russell's this year as a exclusive service. I'm the month of half about the Stephen Wendy raising the honor of Israel Jason, the member of the Stanley Williams Wise of the Rafa. All we could learn sponsors Dr. Adam K. Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, of the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, However, Baruch Mordechai Ben Molino Ramas. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Bas, Reb Aaron, the Merit of Atama Torah, all of the Mishal Sabin, the families in the family, all those who live through sharing together, calling for the Yisrael, for the Squad, which the Merit Session, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bukarov, and our soldiers to be successful in the fall of our city. And also, with that, let us begin. Today's dot is Samach Dalet 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs from the bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Rapapi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Rapapi. Yasra B'chia Bar Ami Gabai. And here by Ami, the single time, we must be Yosef, and have my bride, and yes, the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. Suffer Lishma is a Jew to smash barrels of Yayinis. Right, so if you imagine this, Apple comes over to this event, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, see these barrels of Yayinis. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept and to keep the wages and process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be committed at or dealing with items that themselves will be also valueless. Here, the Akum is asking you to do something with the IMS, and he's asking you to destroy the IMS. And he's going to take me for it. So, am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Me and me, this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS. Now, why do I want the existence of the IMS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would use the opportunity to break them, and I lose the IMS. On one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IMS. So because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the process work. Look at that for just a moment. 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi, Yisrael Zerotze B'Kiyuvan Shachar Yosef. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabu Achshamei Lohem. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want to break on the own. Actually, Sharabe Rule, he does for us. So then we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yain Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the INS, destruction of our Mizrah. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want Mouse to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy our Mizrah is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. Hold on, nothing. So Nachman says, Yishbar b'Torah Labracha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out of Mizrah, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this idea. So you see that or not. Ain't ultra not a bit of something for us. So let's say again, in actual plants collide, right? Collide is the hidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the arithmetic. So you put any sort of hidden mixture. So if the Ovid Kocham is planting collide, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultra means like home. You know, when you can move to a seat on the third, they can't do that. How of Son of Calvin, 64. About open evil, I can uproot, right? I can uproot tonight. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About opium. Let's say Akum hires me and it's listen, silver. Do me a favor, I tried to collide that. Okay, Akum me to find everything I so but let's say again, he asks me to uproot. I am allowed to do that. I'm going to get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want to exist Kilai because if the Kilai not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my myself. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is support is nothing. So nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it, it's going to be destroyed on its own. Similar to Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua, Amar, who's it for you? So you keep this, and you keep the Amar, and the kind of the flying one. It's very interesting. You keep up all those in general. Not only is there a prohibition to transfer, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of it, but you can't even do anything that sustains cancer. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else comes to the Kalai, right? Apple went to Kalai, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kalai. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kalai. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also the sign really good. Hamnakesh means reading. Mechaka means covering the seed with dirt. So Hamnakesh and Mechaka, you get malchus, right? Because again, that's the time because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of plants. The Kiva says, after Mechayim. But the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the plant, for example, put up the fence with the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. It says, do not plant kilam in the field. In the Elazar, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. I'm a lomar low kilam. I so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, you might actually kind of slice it like low killing. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of killing, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it. That's going to be also as well. Ilu, Gemara says the ilu, the tifla shari. ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Akiva, according to Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing someone sustains the Kilah. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilah? So the Pashto sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't mean that being a Rabbi. Rather, Haman is it Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be your open to meaning any shackle. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon you want to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon only you can with plants to plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. So some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence to hold creates water. So if putting up a fence is nuclear, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting and it's not going to be for which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Kina is very interesting. What's the thing here? The Ha'avid Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the problem. Marcus Rabbi Hudi, the Amar, Liking Lahan Maskinam Ase. Ultimately, Rabbi Hudi is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like we actually had this in the beginning of halacha. Lo Sechanim. All my focus was Lo Sechanim. That just means compliment them, don't give them a skinam. Rabbi Hudi says, don't do like this thing. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an applicant for free. Even if there's free favors, instruction of all this law, you still can't do it. So which the message is that in Buddha, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la, you know, the fact that you're saying it's up to Buddha, says if you're according to Rabbi Akiva, so not be permitted. Rabbi Buddha also looking at Makasina, about when you eat a kifla shakir. The message is no, according to Rabbi Buddha, Rabbi Buddha says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an but to do something to uproot our desire, that's absolutely cool. That's a big, that's an objective benefit. I have you as a Rabbi Akiva Nami. I've had Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm a kind of line book, yeah. When you eat a tifla shakir, you say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even according to Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it. Not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of something prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the action. To which the Gemara says, Isu lo yudi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's what's it? It's good. This phrase, Isu lo yudi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic check. Isu lo yudi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss now. So also it's very interesting because therefore what this means is let's go full circle. How did we start with this? We still started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yain. He asks me, he wants to hire me to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? Am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain. So I'm benefiting from a whole result. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. Rav Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Ines, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, and permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them to keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Matthew says, you get paid and Tava Allah. Incredible. I must say, it is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in integrated society, we should take into account living. Yes, it's not that we're using to convince the world of using it, nor is it for place to stand in judgment. Like everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and that has to be our approach to living in a society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those norms between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly brutal. That's why the Nazi uses this Ashna. Yes, destroy the INS and Tabo Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is rough. That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what I think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out people. And some of you would think that like the Lord would just line up applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the Lord's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the Lord can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little like good, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar the Tawawah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you smash it, you have to destroy it, you have to do it. Ultimately, the process is difficult. The process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's really incredible. The Gemara goes like it. The Gemara goes like it. Good. Hadi Yasli, so again, the same federal ceiling. And after the possession, must Hadi Yasli become by like the May Avalos from the Arabic of Mountain. So let's say this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his idol and he has maybe sold it for $1,000, $1,000 does that money in the end of the Akum take on the same identity as the idol you sell that himself? Now, you profess as Dana the idol. No. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to so it's very interesting. So ultimately, when the Matthew says, "Mustaq with the nail is from the other people coming to talk." So Matthew says, "I think it's not good. I think it's not that if an Akum sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money." Now, why? Listen to this. So here's what Matthew's proof. You can know what the also is made with our Bible. There were these people who came up for our Bible and what happened? Honorable, Zidu Zidin Komar the Islamu. The suicide is fascinating. So that translates like this. There were these people who came before Rabbi and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, you guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. Then please, and listen and watch it. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez guy, this guy, the African guy, also really call it because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then you have idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be dated, right? Can never have its identity, and you can't get another from it. So he tells them instead of what, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from here that Allah when someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't have said it, and you have all this come the Arabic from the see that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry are in the hands of the Akum, ultimately is permitted. I feel shiny for some given that would way, bad I bought maybe that case is different. Since they're in the process of conversion, obviously if they're in the fact, they're negating the theological significance of the idol conversion. So an Akum could be Mavaka is a result. So maybe that's why the proceeds are Eloni the Hafah. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. We saw Shayanoshi what we go from Mother. The Mother of Voldos Kopanim Dehli. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nessa, in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Local? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Hunting actually any part of us will come back. And let's say the Akum same case, not the Akum $1,000. It's still already pay you. To me, the way I'm going to sell my oil. I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach, I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. See, again, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Mutter. Case number two, same $1,000. He said, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nesef. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I kept the email. My explanation. So what's this? I understand what's your name to cases. Conversations. Seifam Shum Bahavilek Kilotse. So this is very interesting. So now seems to circle back a little bit to the previous. But here's a difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine, like as I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. And there's no section. So he wrote to the Kiyumukia Gavin. That's what we just said before, but that's what in other words, it was like when you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the Ayin because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? But none. There, this is the response, and there are so Yarshu Adiyah every house. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is for Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the state is idolatry, and let's say prohibited elements. So Ger, Yachal, Loma, Lo, Tom, Ata, Loma, Skot, animals. Tom, Ata, Yain, Nesach, so brother Ger can say to Akum, said, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yayin, and I'll take the money and the needles. You can do that. The Shabbat, and that's permitted. However, the Shabbat is just like your us. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the heir has not yet actively taken possession of yayin or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But well, there is recourse. Not really seamless. You can get an apple to the back of the Sarah, and it's much more complicated. Once you already owns it, there are really very little. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So this is the ultimate field, and what do you see from there? That Halach L'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yayin Esach. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here in this Mishnah? This is talking about an idol, let's say it's made out of gold or silver, which means what? Even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not, even if it still has value. First, you might say, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Well, how would you explain the case then of Yayin Nesach? The Pharos Hadrain. So what's this very interesting? Adrianic earthquake. So apparently, he actually points out over here, Adrianic earth ultimately was very absorbent. When you put wine in there, the earth will absorb the wine to a degree that you take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't taste the chef. If it has straight or not, it doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. Which immerses the one second one second. Even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets still lost, so he's still wants to continue existence. Papa, Yerusha, Sagiramat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No. Shan Yerusha Sagir, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis will make up by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha myself, Chazal will make it by the Yerusha. And as long as the get has not yet actively taken possession of the Yesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? So you take this, you take this, put this stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he was making to existence. Why? Why would they make up by a get? We are afraid that if the dad has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. And listen, that's not a knock on the dad. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? The Shem of the hands of Shem. Zal said that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? The victim should not accept that which is stolen later on in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. Okay, if the thief has to return everything, that's not an election. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just things are becoming and many people did not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and money. Were afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it, again, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put in that situation, therefore they would make up by it there. And we're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have him stay with us comprised of permitted items and permitted items, therefore allow him to keep the permitted items if his opponents run all of the okay, we'll say any days. Tanya and Rafi advice that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, the case of Yerusha. About Nishtatsu also. So in the case, let's say the business partnership will be also. So you see from here that Chazal allows certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because you don't want to put the person in this, you don't want to put together in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. Remember again, all this is the same people who are running sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now she back for Avaliska. So this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say just before you go on, just this idea that Chazal will make it by the day. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And if sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of Halacha, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so we can see this one. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment of not doing these things. That's a pretty foolish in the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachos, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Hakadosh Baruch Hu understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do that. No, that you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly incredible question.
Are you ready to lose?
Dear Tosha, what's very special?
I've got news for you.
Okay, go ahead and abolish the gate.
I go easy on you because I like to build your confidence.
thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological state.
But I'm going to dominate you in a way that you've never been dominated.
What is it? Let me see. This is my focus about the definition of the Gertosh.
In the history of humankind, no one, my friend. Oh, you sent me an invitation. Oh, okay. Oh, that was earlier. Oh, okay. Well, I accepted it. And you're up, baby. You've got to tell me that you're sending me an invitation. Because I literally, many chicks in my DMs that you're just going to get overrun. Now look how easy this shot is. Oh, you're cheating. Right away, you decided to cheat.
We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission.
Look at that. Got one in, baby.
When we say like this, anyone who's what we call a barmineh, if you're in the parsha of an apple,
dude, if I could get these long shots down, you would be done.
And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it.
Just dead fucking solid sexiness. Son. Dog, I don't know what to do here. I don't even know what. I don't even know what balls are available to me. I need him to flash again. Yo, dog, this is some bullshit.
Actual marketplace, what's that about? Actual boss of the event. So what's it saying?
I tried.
So let's say
one of the great attempts in humankind, the history of humankind.
Sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they never covered it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew,
well, that's garbage. I can just tell you. That was absolute garbage. All right, baby. Give me this. That's garbage too.
So go ahead and engage in theological decommission. That's how it becomes committed. However, again, in Shabbat Salido, but again, but if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. And Ovid Kochav could decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, being of dog, being she'in of dog. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it.
That's what he said.
Might of dog, might be of dog. What does it mean for what does it mean that Akum could decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't.
Look how beautiful this shot is. Just sexy, good looking. Just the total package, baby. Oh, what the fuck? This ball's in my way.
His Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kochanim,
oh, that's garbage.
Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual act.
Now this a-hole is going to come back like a freight train.
He was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and a Gertosha.
Folks, in the future, if you're wondering what I like playing most about Trey's way, it's the way that he takes so much time to hit his shots. It's just, I really enjoy it. It makes me ponder the beauty of the universe. It's pretty tight, dog. Oh, what is this bullshit? He set it up for himself. This is garbage. Garbage. One of the most garbage shots I've ever seen. I'm glad you missed it.
Right? And both worship Baal. Both worship.
Yeah, it was not a miss. Look at this. Look at this positioning.
His idol and his friend's idol.
We're tied up, folks. I told you it was coming back like a freight train, and I was right.
The safest thing is something different.
For those of you keeping track at home, Traceway just pocketed a 13 ball. There's no way he gets this ball. I don't even know what he's trying to do here. That's ridiculous. That's goofy work.
an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, Akum can negate his friend's
Give me this.
idol.
Are you fucking serious?
And halacha number three is an Akum can negate
That
his
was
friend's
garbage.
idolatry.
We're gonna lose just because of that bullshit shot. That was garbage.
No lie about it. Right? So
Yeah, I want you to sweep the table. If I'm gonna get fucked like that, there's no way I'm gonna win. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
What is the definition of
Folks, he's got one ball left before the 8 ball. For those of you at home holding your breath for a win here, you're going to need a scuba tank. Oh!
Someone who's careful with truthfulness, someone who's careful about to. So in this context, the conscious it just means that through the days.
Give it to me, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
And he repudiates idolatry. That's a Gerto Shaf. That's a Gerto Shaf. Good. That's right there. From saying, Shekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Shekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekiba.
Look at this shot, folks. Just dirty. Now this shot, I don't really know what we're gonna do here. Oh, a kiss shot, but an absolute. I mean, we just lost because of that fucking scratch. Just absolute garbage here. Do me in, dog.
So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Gerto Shaf? The Gerto Shaf is someone ultimately again who eats not.
Oh, that was beautiful.
But he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs.
Folks, this is the easiest shot ever. There's no way he misses it. This game is over. Oh, go, baby. Go, 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 go. It is over. Okay, man. I see how it is. I see how it is, big dog. Are you sending to me or am I sending to you? Oh, I see how it is. Wow, what are the odds? 2 games in a row, scratch on the 8. That's just crummy fortune. Because he played extremely well.
What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says,
oh, get that ball in. Get that ball in. There you go, big man. Table's open, son.
So ultimately, I think we put the positive wine with him for a short amount of time.
Wow.
Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that they may swap out the juice wine for his old wine. Okay.
So, to my knowledge, the table's open.
The majority of the
inhabitants I can get that extra ball. Oh, yeah, that is how it works. Look at this shot, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I saw them all flash. I couldn't really tell which was what.
But we are concerned that
oh, thank you for the heads up.
He may switch his wine for the juice. So for a short amount of time it's mutter, for a long amount of time also. Shmano kiyena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that?
That was very nice of you.
It's not properly wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into that.
Folks, this might be one of the most devastating shots of all time. Garbage. Garbage.
His wine is like his oil. Just like
everybody knows that was garbage. I know it was garbage. Traceway knows it was garbage. Barry knows it was garbage. Barry's dogs know it was garbage. Everybody. But I especially knew it was garbage.
from this water. It can't drink.
That's a good shot.
But ultimately, it can get hana from this water. The shark called
This might be heartbreaking.
for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple to which the Muslim Shimon Omer
That looks very good. Folks, that was an amazing shot. Trey's White pocketed the two ball. This looks great.
So we'll actually pause over here. We'll pick up the near session. Actually, let's finish.
Oh, and he's got the brown ball.
You see from here that
he's just making quick work at this table, folks.
Regarding every other matter. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that inflation is having outcome for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, "Love the Mavanta of it. Let's go plug in."
The people of the world are demanding.
So it doesn't happen because we're again, how did this whole thing that get Tosha get started? It got started was trying to figure out doesn't get Tosha have the ability to negate idolatry, if we have actually decommissioned idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Tosha is unique, but in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple
choosing his target,
theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can Agir Tosha. So too can Agir Tosha. To which the Gemara says, no, retain the shus about those. No, it actually uses something else. It uses actually Hilchot Shabbos. What does it mean Hilchot Shabbos? What's it watch? It's Kim Samuel. We saw him, remember? The Shaman Shabbos was a most second. So just quickly. Erev Chatzeros. If you have multiple homes that open up into
combo shot,
you cannot carry from a home into that court. So many homes that court now without having kids. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants
look
of
at that sex appeal.
They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home.
Go for the long shot.
Home into the chutzner into the home. The thing is, if you have a Jew who did not join into
in the annals of history, people will be studying that decision.
He can yield his rights to the other members of the chutzner. If there is a non-Jewish resident,
a terrible decision.
His rights. He cannot simply yield his rights. You have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Gemara says, "Yisrael Momer, the Shara Shabbos of the Shop, and Medaka Lushusa." Ultimately, again,
look at this, folks. Now, will he make it 3 games in a row where he pockets the 8 ball and the cue ball?
As long as externally, right? In the public, he keeps Shabbos. Privately, he doesn't keep Shabbos. And at least in public, he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the Rishos, all he needs to do, if he didn't practice,
no, he will not.
He just needs to
Trey's Way 1-1. Rabbi 1-1. All right, we're going to leave it at that. You win 1, I win 1. I will play one more game, but it's different. It's still cool. All right, we're going to play 9-ball trick shot. Have we ever played trick shot? Okay. The trick shot, there are like 5 different kinds of trick shots. They are kiss shot, combo shot, blind shot, which I'll show you how to do that if you don't know already. And I don't know if you know how to play 9-ball, but you have to do it like in order: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And oh, look at you! You just put in a bunch of balls, but like that doesn't necessarily help you. Okay, so you go for points. So you don't want to just hit the ball and you want to hit it like off the rail or hit the cue ball off the rail.
The rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv, they start with this.
You get extra points for kiss shots, combo shots, blind shots. If you want a blind shot on the right side, get it. On the right side, you'll see that I. If you see that I, and if you turn, if you press it, then you can't see it, and it will basically give you a benefit. Do I have to hit that ball? I don't even think I can hit that ball.
full circle. What's that there for?
All right,
When
so
we said before that
we need one of the best shots ever. Oh, what a shot! So that was a kiss shot off the. That was like one of the best shots of all time. No doubt, folks.
They must rent the space. They must rent the
That was amazing. So that's a blind shot because I did it without looking at the thing.
You'll see tomorrow's
Um,
everyone. What a daft, what an incredible experience.
This one,
all of you. Wishing everyone.
I don't really know what's going to go on here. But I've got 50 and you have 0. But you can get, like, pretty easily, you can get a lot of points at once if, like, a couple balls go in.
Good morning. It is a graceful
there you go. But that doesn't get you anything.
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this.
It needs to be like a
our
trick
annual
shot.
Talmud sponsor.
If you fail to do a trick shot, it comes back to me.
As a support for the Soros levels for all of Israel. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Av. Habanim Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Irene Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig.
This one you can't lose by like hitting a wrong ball, but you can lose points. So like it's not like automatically open.
And that father memory of their father Ben Father Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno of Nasa. Of course, always. We dedicate our memory in the Swiss Bank, just have to just make the welcome to Shalom home, the Shalom and the Karaf and the Merit of the Source and give them
dirty.
Success.
That would have been sick.
All
right.
Ahead of us today.
Like this one,
that is
we're going to do a beautiful blind shot. Maybe one of the greatest blind shots in the history of humankind.
4, 6, 8, 10,
Get there.
12 lines.
So that's plus 10. Which isn't that great. And I mean, it's better than nothing, and it allows me to continue. And then this one, we're going to try to put in the right pocket, right center pocket. Oh, even though I didn't, that counts as a bank shot and a kick shot. So that was dirty as fuck. Now this one, we're going to try to put in back left. Not that it matters what I say. It's not like you have to call it.
Lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this does, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house over the Anai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on a part of the Sheminis, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yannai's household repay the Aniyim ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice to Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that
garbage
to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, you see, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect done. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. Ya'aseh of the stars to a couple of Rashis. Ya'aseh of then there. Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of the Yannais are acting totally fine. Rashi says the chivim that he shaita lo hadu hanach be'en.
Get it. Right, I'm going to have one of the dirtiest shots of all time right here. Oh,
so sometimes that forbidden
almost.
upon the previously permitted. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe.
So if I want, I could just put this in and not get any points, but it just means it's harder for you to get points, and then the last shot has to be a trick shot.
Therefore, this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce.
Oh, that was a blind shot. That's great. That ended it. Excellent. All right, we'll do one more normal game,
and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. This is to connect them to S9.
Baby. I'm telling you right now, I'm not your biggest enemy. Your biggest enemy is something known as the 8 ball. Because the last 2 out of 3 games, actually it's the cue ball.
Makes sense. Listen to this.
Are you going to accept my invitation, or are you going to just jerk yourself off raw?
Rice says, let's say Ruben goes to Rafa. Rafa's the song. Right? Ruben goes to Rafa.
Oh, what a shot. Get in.
Gives her, that's when he gives her
BS.
Right? But he doesn't have
Table's open, big dog.
Or he has
That's a miss. I can tell you right now. It's obviously a miss.
Payment ultimately is not for sacrificial use.
Garbage.
If he
My
gave
man,
her, let's say he gave her a lamb.
already putting up a big
And you
score.
have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why shoot that?
That's a miss, though. Everybody knows it. People are celebrating in the streets of this miss. I know I'm celebrating in the streets because you missed.
No restrictions on it.
Oh,
Which the Gemara says,
wow, what a trick. He psyched out the crowd. That was beautiful.
Ultimately, they didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay anything,
No way anything good happens here.
If he didn't pay anything, then what's the meaning
Are
of the
you
statement?
serious? Are you serious? My man might sweep the table, folks. I want him to.
If he gave her, let's say he gave her the
That would be great.
only afterwards. In other words, let me tell you this piece outside.
He's got a chance.
When does somebody become an S9, an S9 or a harmless payment? When there's transactional immediacy.
No way.
Relations. Right?
No
Or
way.
relations pair. In other words, when there's
No way. I'm in his head,
that's
baby.
what is an S9. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy,
No way he hits this shot.
does not
No way
take
he
on
hits this
status
shot.
of S9 zone. And what that means practically is that it can be
He
used
can't even get the
let's say,
ball
for
there.
some type of sacrificial or temples. So watch this. So much Ella cover. No salah, if you gave her the sheep, the African ball. Now what does it mean? The African ball. Rashi says, Achshav Ella the Achaz man.
Easy shot. That's one.
Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, the days with today and have relations with
Easy shot. This is 2.
tomorrow. Again, as opposed
I'm
to
dedicating this to Joe Rogan.
Oh, Baal, the Achakaf Nasara, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then
Easy shot.
Her,
Here's 3.
In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esna is going to be mutter. However,
Easy shot. This is for Joe Rogan, baby. Here's 4.
Essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esna zone, there has to be
Big dog.
Once there's transactional immediacy, in other words,
I can hit that
payment
one.
relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status.
There's a chance, though, that I could hit this shot
So remember,
for an unprecedented 5-0. Oh, dog.
People came to the opener because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange.
Oh, your fucking ball is just so close, but yet fucking me so badly.
So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the sheet of produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Now the amount of questions a little bit.
He's got to hit one of the most difficult shots of his career.
So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her.
Trey's way.
But within his offer, he gets her a sheet. I'm just using the sheet because it's the easiest example of the right? So he pays your sheet.
Not what he wanted to do, baby.
On Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest payment. And
this bitch is looking like Rabbi's way.
You must understand. If he bought when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right?
Give it to me.
He has relations with her on Wednesday.
Oh, babies.
So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her,
this is a tough shot, though. I dedicated to Joe Rogan. I'm not good at these shots, dog.
But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday,
I dedicate this shot to Joe Rogan.
the designation of
Fuck yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I put Trey's way in his place.
Tuesday, Rebbe says it's very interesting. But what's the case? It's very interesting. What happened?
Yeah, baby.
Right?
I'll let you practice some of that trick shot.
She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harlot skin. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as
Folks, if you're watching at
at
home, that was one of the greatest comebacks in the history of human
she offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Let's say it's important we make them.
Trey's way, do you like the Beatles?
And we all live with inherent contradictions.
Oh, go fuck yourself, dog. How don't you listen to the Beatles?
There are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly.
They're not that big?
The things that I don't do well,
It's definitely not what?
or don't do at all, far from Shem, it don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous.
Oh, I got you. Well. All right.
Righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal.
You're a creative person. I'm sure you can figure something out. Okay, so what's your favorite band?
Most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like a fake because here,
no matter what you say,
I'm doing this. I'm getting stuck on it. I'm doing this. Because like I'm doing this. Right. It is hypocritical.
Okay, I'll let that slide because that's a great pick. Do you have a favorite Bruce Springsteen song?
Such is the nature of life.
Fuck yeah. Have you ever seen the music video?
And even though the zona is a zona, she also brings covers.
You haven't seen the music video of your favorite song of Bruce Springsteen?
Because at the end of the day, no one knows her inner.
Do you know who Courtney Cox is? She was on Friends. She's in it. She's like a younger woman, and she gets pulled up on stage, and then she dances with Bruce Springsteen. It's pretty baller.
The animal was already, she already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this.
Yeah, it was before she would. She had done like maybe small roles, like a commercial or like. But yeah, it was like her first big role.
Right, acquire this as of today. Right, then.
And then from there, and then she did a couple other small things, and then she got on Friends. She was on an episode of Seinfeld. She played one of Jerry's many girlfriends.
So essentially, gave her a gift, and then she has every right to offer it up. However,
if you're ever check out the music video for Dancing in the Dark, it's pretty amazing.
As of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So
it's one of those before they were famous.
It's from Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, hey, he must be a card. I could shuffle up as a card. After all, the ish is based on published from Rahman. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the erech, valuation. Right, so we'll go ahead and consecrate.
Do you know who the drummer of the E Street Band is?
Just like your home, you own it.
His name is Max Weinberg. He used to be the drummer for the Conan O'Brien Tonight Show and the Late Show, Late Night with Conan O'Brien. He's very talented.
You could only be Makdish something that is yours.
Yeah.
In the realm of personal growth.
I think you can see him in that video too.
There's sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. And secondly, good to have people who look up to, aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's hopes are, their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own, you consciously say that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that if Baruch only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me someone else to do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual things that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess anything we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And our Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purpose, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. How dumb was the case? Law, the Hadikabe and Shashua. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so we're going to give this to the zone of the sheep out right? And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a card, whether you need dinner, whatever it is, then immerse the shop, and it gives you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting how the edges is best. Fine. So the Gemara says this. So it was that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why this? Besides that, it's totally it's interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabiana, this Shmita transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be invested in limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Eslam zone and by the Harlot case as well. Let me just get full into this Harlot case. So by the Moshe, Hamad Bishasomai, it's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, even gives Rachel moving its zona, the sheep on Tuesday. The dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish it. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Mami. Kevon Damar, Amiraso Midabot, Mishlasa Labo, Kimanda Kibasavani. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. Therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but it's gone, the animal is gone. The makdish ultimately then, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish? Again, because we must say, where the shine is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the deal occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it, Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So much of the case shall be very Eliezer. Because our so let's say going back, this is going to be on the top of the daf, right? So remember again, the way Rabbi Lazar understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time that the deal occurred. Dafka hikri basa. So dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About hikri so low. But from the Lazar statement, it would appear that if she is not efficient, if the animal is still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Lazar is fake to me by the truth is, this actually, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat Shikar Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Basar, Dafka, Baki Shasam, Lo, that Isra Shasbia. So Rabbi Lazar said that the only time it doesn't mean Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, Hikivasa Pshitale, Vibishasa Musafre. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's calling it as kind of of course it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says Kagan. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, But comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with this no zone yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an SNL zone as a harvest game must be transactional immediacy, which means BIA. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed BIA and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an SNL zone. If he deposited an animal for payments, now the idea doesn't occur until later on. As soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up as a bona fide cargo. If she's not vicious, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, and the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the paper, that's the cover. Okay, let's analyze more. So again, we'll say the second issue again was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards, so ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it's used for consecrated purposes, or meaning, whereas the kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or meaning, Ba'ala v'akakach masama, afilu mikana, at shalosh shonim esnala asa. The Brisa says if he has relations with the sinner, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the awesome. And I'm not stuck, I'm not just well kasha. So listen, that consciously is important. The rights that we quoted before on some page number 62, we said that if there's relations and then payment, that's another estimate, there's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if it is 3 years later, ultimately it is for us, and I'm not going to stuck, I'm not just a kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali li the Talasa, had the Amar is Ba'ali li the Talastan. So I said this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case and another case that says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. The Talasa, Hokama Biyav Lo Havi Eslan the Nekushkins. So ultimately, again, notice when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The other level follows that, my hobby, I was going to. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Moving goes over to Rafa. He says, have relations with it's up to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her 3 years. 3 years. Now look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't mean it hurts. In order for it to be first, what has to happen? The Gemara says, Yishufam. I'm going to tell us that having the custom Yishufam. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require sheep for the part of possession, to which the Gemara should be zone of bonus for having the kind of sheep. Okay? So kind of is actually interesting that ultimately the thing of the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep for 12 months. So something that someone is not Jewish. You guys know other possibilities. The old numbers on the scale, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. If you don't, they call you the Chatzim. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in the Chatzim. In which case, again, ultimately, this can be she requires it. That's in a second. Either Kai the Chatzim, Bala, the Akakaf Nasala, Hakamana. For example, I understand. If it's in a Chatzim, in ours, then she requires it. In ours, he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, denigrated her, only denigrated her. It's already in her Chatzim, she already acquired it. What are you talking about here? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like apparently not a case of Esnan Zona because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her Chatzim. Whereas the Gemara Psicha, the Shatni Neheli Akotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to Rafa, right here, this sheep is not good. Remember, what is it? You're supposed to be essentially that he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She buys the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amarlah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. the Iman, and if not, Shakli the Esman. Take this sheet, ultimately again, as a whole fine. I'm not saying that Shesha said like this. Also, you need help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamara or Ebola. Let's say again, let's say even employees, donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi Obiko Kabino Amia artists. Either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amia artists, which is unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They don't see why this is important to learn. And he says to them, L'chu ve'echlu b'dinar zeh. Su'ushtu b'dinar zeh. Right? So what's the halacha? The ein l'choshesh. Okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So listen, now the Gemara says, "Eno choshish." To do this, Eno choshish doesn't have to be worried. It's not a base 63. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yayin masach. Listen, here's this interesting about this, right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or ameh aretz, he has to be concerned that maybe akum is going to go by yayin masach. Right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amma Aretz is going to buy Shemitah produce or Meiser Sheni produce includes Milat and B'Shalom. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The Ha'ilu, Rosafilu, the Elapiti, like, we don't, Ruben is not the one giving them, we're just giving them money. And so, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unlegal. It's not unlegal. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast all the following things. Sound of Yola, they 63 do second line down. They such them. Su the ichlu, vani polea, su shtu vani polea. Like he says to the workers, donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. All. Now this is a problem. Then we have the problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? Look at that. She gets in the time Korea. Habihu lokeach ha'isu machilo the hashtal salat national. The issue of the kid is because he's in the tab. Now it's like he's purchasing and providing these negative products. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, whatever they do. If he says, go eat, go drink the tab, then ultimately that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these purchasing prohibited items for his purpose. Allah, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that Allah, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case of, remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8 year produce. The Yochanan said, not a problem, there's no transactional immediacy. So I said, what do you see from this last piece over here? Amo, ki kapara, did they say kapara? So what do you see from there? That when Ruben pays the bill, right, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paid for these Shemitah produce and Sheni produce, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halchanami, ki kapara, did they say kapara? So to even about Rabiana, and when they repay a year, ultimately, again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah produce? Same. Which you must take them out of Kisto, the Henry Hamakito, the Mishtabin. So, it's different. In the Ruben case, like if he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about really purchasing food from the shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the Arthur okay, kindly do it that way. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, then ultimately there is transactional immediacy. That's important. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at actually just a moment. Kindly do it that way. It's actually 90% that you guys do that. And give me some of the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from you because he regularly extends credit. שכבר בו, שכמוכם שישנו הדין הרחני לא לכן תוך חליפים. So we'll say, so that's it, there is transaction use. Ruben is not just saying stand home where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers whatever they want to use for these items, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. לא חזבו לדינים, אבל חלק בלעדיין, כיוון דהנה חנים, ומוסים חלים, not sending out of because again that doesn't apply in consideration, right? This wasn't like a credit situation. These were people normally business together. Therefore, that case is fine because of that transaction immediacy. You must send them a shame that people know. But again, using that logic, Ruben was to send out his work the same case. Though you can go to and pick up the tab. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. And it should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutter. Ilafi, adetani su'u ve'eflu b'dinar zeh, su'u shishu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then the second vice are differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat for a drink, make it two different things. What does this do to be? The Gemara says, is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenvalim HaMachtifos, the Mishtabed. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because this transactional immediately, and it's as if again the Chenvalim already has the money to pay. How about Chenvalim? But shopkeeper who did not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that here should be caught. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. Here's the rest of the old, somebody shame a people read on the shop. Furthermore, is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to pay? Many bummer about this. Homer the Fabio. The person says to his friend, King Monomachori, Vehicle from the Fosse Luck. So what happens? Right, Ruben goes, right, I got it to Ruben. Do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, give money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming from the to you. What's that? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now, again, let's even assume that you and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go and do something with us, and ultimately you're guaranteeing it, the encumbrance, that transaction immediacy, cease to occur right in there. Like on the level, you're right. At the end of the day, whether the shotgun is credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't receive any difference. We're supposed to say, even the low miyaki shibude low this. So what's the difference? Rashi says, even though the Yachid Shibude, third wide one is about him, he'll not say, she'll yiche lo miyaki mo's love coming to you below this. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It Shadimota. Shelo Yichil Mos the Kach Lav Chalikaninu Salo Nis. Sorry. The Gemara says Halahacha Amaychoshish. So that's the case ultimately again. So when we consider that, we should shvius. So the Gemara says, "Oh, no, we should be halacha." So ultimately, again, it says the Gemara. Ultimately, again, what do I have to be concerned about? Halacha, my Choshish. We should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha and saw that perhaps again shvius produce, but no miyaki should be halacha. No miyaki should be halacha. Ultimately, again, the same thing. Halacha and saw. Because no particular money is being designated or advanced, it does not take transaction immediately. The Papa can go shehik in Logina. What's the case? The case over here is where the Halabah is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes that. Rashi, shehik in Lo, Halabah is Dima the company, Chodem Sheshalach Etzlo. The Hashtam the Balabayas Ta'afli Yisoid all of this. So this changes everything. So in the case over here, ultimately again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not going to. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rafkan said as follows. So again, all of this is all in this same realm of transactional moves. Like that's the thing that's happening right here. So the Gemara says, I'm missing the Shmei Kamei Blacks reading that. So Rafkan said, I said this over in front of the Shifid of Narada. And what happened? Amalei, he hustled at the point Satan should see by me correct. That's the case. The prices shouldn't be used. He says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me to someone he hasn't paid. Now, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that the case of the years that you didn't prepaid. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much should we consume? To which the Gemara says, you're right. So you're right. Tani, ultimately, again, a lot of places you're right. Change the prices. The prices should really be the following way. That halacha said, Reuben says today. So case, remember, essentially there are two cases in price. Case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. Says, "Tell them go out and eat, go out and drink." That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, so we much understanding now, is that halacha l'maisa, Reuben prepaid the thing. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, "My workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay. Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. You have to be concerned. If you have access now to prohibited food items, because then it's if Reuben is going ahead and supplying with prohibited items. The way that prices should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a chash. And then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara says. Okay, let's stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what a God. Wishing everyone wonderful. We'll say good morning. It is a great source of opportunity to be able to learn a bit of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. Thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Mishpach Eretz Yisrael. They dedicated all the Shema Drushos this year as a source for the soul's troubles for all of Israel. Talmud sponsors for the month of Av. Havalim Lotova, Stephen Wendy Jason, honor of Israel Jason, Dina Jason, Eileen Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife for the Rock. We have learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, of the Yard of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Anna, the memory of the father, Ben Abba, father, Baruch, Mordechai, and Maria, and also the supporting body. As always, we dedicate our name to Swiss countries, hostages, and to the home. Shalom and the Karach and Merkah and Sholosh Nefesh, give them success. Chol Nasi. Once the daf that us speaking, we have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samach Gimel 63, and we are about on South facing the base 62b, the day Rabiana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So Mara says as follows: Today Rabiana, Yaski Perishlias Namin, who called them the Shmiras. It's a very interesting piece of here. The members of the household of Rabiana would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yasti Perishlis, called in Smarabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the household of Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes, and a part of the Shemitah, which Tachach, the often Aniyim, the Shemitah, Achar Abir, and the Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Yanai's household repaid the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8th-year produce. So the Gemara says, I'm going to do it. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice already. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to the Yochanan, another room, and the Yochanan said, yeah, listen up, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Then done, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you all seen nothing, sorry, it's a couple of actions. You all seen nothing, the Yochanan said, the members of the household of the Ananites are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the thinking that he shaita, lo habu hanach ba'en, lo iflise hani ba'ani, la chalite minu, lo chaylik kedusha shvesa. I see here again. We saw yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity off on the previously committed. So, for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one is transacting business, which means the produce. But even the 8th-year program that we have, the same condition. Now, the Yochanan said that would be a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken on the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition falls upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. This is to connect them to Esna and Motor. And interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with Esna and Zona. Esna and Zona is developing the person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, or even he gives her an object. That object is called an Esna and Zona, payment for a harvest, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Samuel. This is the first time these guys know what's this. Yes, Russell Marble Obama. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his home. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. For hundreds payment, ultimately is mutter to sacrificial use. So obviously it doesn't make sense. You understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a wife, sheep, even though you didn't have relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything, ultimately they vary. If he didn't pay her anything, even though no my estimate, if he didn't pay her anything, and what's the meaning of the statement of the Raisa that says that a lot of the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Which he must tell her, how he come. That this is what he needs to say. listen to this. Nasala, the Achakach Ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what we can take is outside. So we must say like this. When does something become an Esnan, an Esnan is on a harvest payment, when there's transactional immediacy. Pays are relations, right? Relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an Esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take status of Esnan zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So what's Ella cover? No salah, if you gave her the sheep, the Achakach Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Achakach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense. You know, the days are today and has relations with her 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. Barachach Nasala, Esnara Mutter. Oh, Ba'ala, the Achakach Nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her, Esnara Mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnara is going to be Mutter. However, Nasala, the Achakach Nasala. So therefore, what we're saying is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnara zone, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once you transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a house payment. Now, again, remember, just keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rosianai, they would borrow sheep produce from the poor and pay it ultimately again with the produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little strange practice or some practice business with sheep produce. So the Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that inferior produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the 3rd-year produce, and then for the 8th-year produce, it's totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussing on this. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays it. Right? But we're going to use this year's sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of how to use this, right? So he pays your sheep. Right? And then let's say give your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has your sheep. So again, based on what we just said before, that sheep do not have the status of a harvest period, and therefore it's not forbidden for consecrated campaigns. Right? There's a lack of transactional immediacy. You must understand. If he bought out, but when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, top of some people, Lechol Allah is stolen on Freya? Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, can't be labeled as Esman's on so he can have relations with her. There's no need this. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esman zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, it's very interesting. So what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. And also, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Yes, that's important. We've mentioned this many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all look at consistencies, and we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm authentic, and in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an ordinary thing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality. and righteousness in all areas of my life, but most of us are not yet. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Those are feel fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is zona, the sheep also brings kabbos. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbos are reach Torah. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions, our inner struggles more than Mishpach. And when we still push forward to do, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then halacha so she did the sharia, right? The halacha b'shas hila u'matara ba'amabudiya. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have a relationship yet. So essentially gave her a gift. But she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the law, unluckily in the action, it's enough in the pound. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So he gives it to her, it's on Tuesday, okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you not put it up as a part after all? So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Eretz, valuation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the Shusel, just like your home, you own it. After the Shusel, so to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you, in other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer up as a part once it's got you can only match something that is yours, which means in the realm of in the realm of personal growth, Hakadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. And sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's something that good to have people who aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and in the frustrating, we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that Hakadosh only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our ability, in our power, within our spiritual achievements. Incredible. El Damla, so is the case. El Damla, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule for the tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, right, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need to know whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, and it edges his best. Fine. So the Gemara says that. So therefore, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's totally not interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all with Rav Yana, this Shemitah transaction. And the idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there's a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon's own, by the Hanukkah case as well. And we're just careful in those Hanukkah case. So by the Hoshia, Kama Big Bishasa Mouse, very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Reuben gives Persona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a covenant, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevan Damar and the Russell Gavok and the Russell Hadil, Kemadaki Vasihami. So do we say that essentially making something checkish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? Do we say that? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish, it's gone. The animal is gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shiny is. In the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the Bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an excellent zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's not the shit. Wednesday, the Bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object explain somehow or not? So Mercification is very Eliezer. Because our Elazar, so let's say going back to the Elazar on the top of the daf, right? The Gemara says, "Damar Elazar shekadma behikli vasa." So remember again, the way the Elazar understood the case at the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered, right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. Dafka behikli vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. How about if she so low? So the Elazar statement that here. That if she was not, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esnazona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar can fake by it. The truth is, this Shaila is not the Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifsha Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, Dr. Vasa, Dafka, Bakisha, Solo, that he said the Shashia. Because Rabbi Elazar says the only time it doesn't become an Esna is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just in Makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha L'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Esron Zona. All Dilma, if he thus of Shitale, Rikishas in the Sak. And then maybe obviously she offered it up and it's falling in existence at the time of the Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Esron Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly, on both sides, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with Esron Zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an estimate as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately it is not considered to be an estimate. If he deposited an animal with her payments, now, and the Bia doesn't occur until later on, she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide carbon. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. That's the animal. Okay, let's analyze it. So when we look at the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, then we use for contemplative sacrificial purposes. Or meaning, marries the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, for him, Ba'ala v'akakach masana, afilu mikhan achshalo shonim esnala asa. The reverse, right? So it says if Reuben has relations with his son, and then he pays her, even 3 years late. 3 years late, so he will pay all of the girls late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the also. It's called Amrafista Lokasha. So most of the actions are just important. Right? That we heard before, that's like the 62% that if there's relations and then payment, that's not a full transaction immediately. Here the Gemara says there's relations even if it was 3 years later, ultimately it is still also. Amrafista Lokasha. It's not a contradiction. Had Amar is Baali Li, it is Baali Li, the Talasa. Had Amar is Baali Li, the Talastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Kirashi, the Talasa, Hokama the Yohev Lo Havi Eslan Mechashtakinsa. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transaction immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar the color that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rachel. He says, have relations with to Zola. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for required taking possession. Which the Gemara says, the zone let's go have them below sheep. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. It ultimately begin with the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the shlichut to apply. So it turns out a zona who's not Jewish. You guys know the possibilities. The old number is on Israel. It's not talking about a Jewish harlot. If you go, the koi bechatzeh. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her closet. In which case, again, ultimately there's two closet sheep buyers. That's in a second. In the koi bechatzeh, bara the achikaf Allah, hakayla. Hold on a second. I understand. If it's in her closet, then she acquires it. In other words, he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, denigrated. What do you denigrate? It's already in her closet, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? In other words, she acquired it before Bia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnon because she's acquiring the sheep even before Bia if the sheep is standing in her closet. Which the Gemara will the shopping and handy up very interesting. Now, here's the case. So moving comes to Rachel, right here, this sheep is not going to be. Remember, again, what is it for? The first case essentially that he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle the esnamich. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Massive Rav Shesha says like this. Listen, some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of the spotless. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so that he's paid. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them. Rashi points out over here, Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir-Haradas. They just come on religions. Idolaters are religions. There's levels of religions. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before you go to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's food and or supplemental agents, whatever it is. He's getting to here, right here, go and drink, go and eat. So let's say, now the Gemara says, the Einoshis, to do this, Einoshis, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people base 63b. Lomishim Shvis and Lomishim Maisa, Lomishim Yayamas. And what's that? Here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the question here? The Gemara says that Halacha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum or Amir Arts, he has to be concerned that maybe Akum is going to go by Yanis, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Amar Arts is going to buy Shmita produce or Meister Shady produce in Smilat Zav Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The heart, even, we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving it, he is giving them money. And it's covered here, this is for the food, this is for your food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Translate all the following is. Sabbath Yom, they 63 second line down. The Amalak, he said to them, Su ve'ichlu bani kolea, su shtu bani kolea. And he says to the workers, to the drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. She didn't have any Korea. Habi'ihu lokeach ha'isu ma'atilo, the hashtam solid nafshin. The issue of it is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's 100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's nothing. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. Allah, what do you see from there? So what you see from there is that we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbinic case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbinic case of, remember, the Rabbinic, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the Torah with 8 real produce. Yochanan said, now the problem is no transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over there? Amol, kapara, the name kapara. So what do you see here? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah so this transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce and the shady produce from the Yanis, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says. Ofenami, Kikapara, Dumisa Kapara. So to read about it, the other maybe pain is here, ultimately again, isn't that for pain to Shemitah produce? Same thing. So it's the must say, Gemara Fishta, the Senteni Hamakito, in the Shabbat. So no, it's different from moving this, like he's going ahead and telling the workers. And we'll just go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. They pay them the ugly say, finally do you have it. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, then ultimately there is transactional needs. That's how it is. Literally translated. Literally, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that, just a moment. Finally, you know that it's actually very costing to get to the left. Can give me some costing. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank because he regularly extends credit. Shekvazike though, Shekamok and Shiyesho Hajin are coming on the Fending Hilchra Khalifini. So that's it. There is transaction needs. Ruben is not just saying stand where you are. And buy food, buy drink. Then go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, no funny thing therefore it's considered almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers. And Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. No, that's how we do it. About 100 lira, even the 100 family, the Muslim children, that's coming again, that doesn't apply in Kisara, right? It wasn't like a credit type of situation. It's really normally there. Therefore, that piece is fine because it's not saying that for the movies. pretty much other, everybody should in my people or not. But again, using that one, even with the same that is working, same case, go you can go to your don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who nobody expects credit to him, then it sounds like what? Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that's mutter ihafi, determined se'im ve'echlu v'dinar zeh, se'im yishisu v'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then second writes up differently. Instead of making the first case of myself, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and drink, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, that's on when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenbani Hamakifa, the Mishtabit way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, Chavla, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to limited items. But shopkeeper is not extending credit, but that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be called. In other words, better for the rice to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. This was the old company should in my people we don't decide it. Furthermore, is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the company? Omer the Chavera. The person says to his friend, King Manavakori, Vikni Kon the Fossing Luck. So what happens? So right, Ruvain goes, all right, I got it to you. So Ruvain, do me a favor, give him money for Shimon, give him money for Shimon, and all my property will be coming encumbered to you. What's our fault? Finally, it's ultimately again my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see from there? Now again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately again you're guaranteed that encumbrance of transactional immediacy ceases to like you're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't receive any difference. You must look at it. Even the low miyach today low miss. So what's the difference? So look at Rashi. Rashi says even low miyach today look at Rashi third wide one. Rashi's about it. Kilach today. So when you say low miyach lows love coming from the low miss. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. שלא ייחי למוז לכך לאו חליק ממנו ולא נפסע. I'm sorry, the Gemara says, Ela on my conscience. So that's the case ultimately again. So when you consider that, you shouldn't shrieks. So the Gemara says, which is so ultimately again, it says the Gemara, ultimately again, what have to be concerned about? Ela my conscience. You should shrieks. What have to be concerned about over here? That perhaps again sleep versus Homo Yaku Chibide, Haka, Lom Yaku Chibide, Haka. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Homo Mesa, because no particular money is been designated for advance, because that creates transaction use, Haka, you don't shake it to your What's the case? The case of the here is where the Balatan is advance the money to the family. Okay, so this changes up. Actually, shaking loaf, Balatan is the family. Hodem Shoshala Exlo. The Hashtam the Balabayas Kapi Usually all these changes every so in the case of the rear, ultimately again when the Raisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I'm not done, I'm really up to So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all under this same realm of transactional needs. Like that's the theme that's happening with the So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmaitik and Midrash. So I said this over in front of Rav Sikid of Narigo. And what happened? Amalei, Ihachi, Adikait, Sukuru, Ifru, Sukuru, Shisu, Vani, Korea, that's the case. The prices shouldn't be that he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means that somebody hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Sukuru, the Ifru, Sukuru, Shisu, Vani, the Chash. It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that the case of years that we didn't prepare. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which means, I'm going to be right. So you're right. Tony, ultimately, again, you're right. Change the price of food. The price should really be the following way. That so please remember, essentially there are two cases in dice. Case number one, who then gives his weapons $100. So it's never go out to eat, but drink whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, the way the most now, is that Halom myself, Ruben prepaid the food. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Right? Now the US says, that's the concerned if you have access now to these food items, since if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the credit accounts. And the way that person should do this, Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a chasha, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what we're going to do. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Go ahead, everyone. What a God. I'm also a great wishing everyone a wonderful day.
Princess Afrodite. You told me before the show that you legally changed your name to Princess Afrodite. Actually, my legal name's Outdate Love Joseph L. Okay, I think that's one of my favorite football players.
Você que learning is a business option to be able to learn the review. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating Bodhi Shur and Drashos this year as a support for the Soros Tovels for all of Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Kabbalah Roselda, Stephen Lundy Drazin, honor of Israel Drazin, Dina Drazin, Eileen Roses White, and Stanley Roses White is from the Bracha. We got learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordechai, and Maria. As always, we dedicate our learning in the system of just the message from bringing home to Shalom and encouragement to give them success. Once they're back from that speaking, the exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Science Gimel 63, and we are about on Science Base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the line. So the verse is as follows: today Rabbi Yana, Yas Shlias Mandarin, who called him the Shlias. So a very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, they would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Perishis called him Manabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. That goes on a part of the Sheminis, which got off the Achli Aniyim Sheminis Achar Adira Kalifi Perishvis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, you guys also repay the Aniyim ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, So they came and they said, so people mention this practice of Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said to Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, Alvin, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Yet done. And I'll say that, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also know, sorry, just do a couple of Rashis. You also know, there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the household of the Ananites are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the thinking that he shut up, לא חבו חנך בהם, לא הכניסי חני בעני, לא חליתם ממנו, ולא חיו לקדוש השביעס on that. So again, we saw in yesterday's daf already, when you get into an issue of potential converse, is a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity could pop upon the previously committed to them. So for example, the concern over here is, if this looks like one is transacting business which need the produce, then even the eighth-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not going to be a problem. Why? Because there's not a there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves on the 8th-year produce. That's the idea of it. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. This is connected to Esnon and Mukha. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnon Zona. Esnon Zona is halacha goes to Zona, and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, if he pays her money, or he gives her an object. That object is called an Esnon Zona. So if you have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the land is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the soon, furthermore, the second case, he had a relationship with her and didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, they didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay her anything, even though my estimate, if he didn't pay her anything, and what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that Hamok and the Raisa, the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, that this is used to say, this is discuss Allah, the Achakach Ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Since we was going to say like this, when does something become an esnod, an esnod is on the harvest payment, when there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnod. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnod solely. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So once Ella covers, no solo, if you give her the sheep, the Achakach Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Achakach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, days of today and have relations with her in 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Oh, Bala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her, as none of in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnod is going to be mutter. However, Nasala, the Achakach, so therefore, also, what we want to say is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnod, so that has to be transactional immediacy. Once you transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately identified harvest. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and pay it ultimately again with Shemitah produce. People came to the Okana because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little strange practice or change after business with Shemitah produce. So the Okana said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Transactional immediacy that if your produce has an exchange, right? Whereas somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the Shemitah produce, and then for the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussing like this. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's go ahead and paste it. Okay, let me use a literary sheet. I'm just using the sheet because it's the easiest example ultimately of intersection, right? So you paste your sheet, right? And then let's say get your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday you have a relationship. So again, based on what we just done before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest period and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. Whereas I understand, but when he does have relations, like let's say on Wednesday, right? You get your sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, Lechol Allah is not fair. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, can't be labeled as Esmon Zimra. So when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esmon Zimra already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, it's very interesting to know what's the case. She should come up with a kibasa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara says that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized for harvesting. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. I will say, you may say to yourself, what a fake. She's a zona, but she's offering up kavanas. Listen, it's important to admit this many times in the past. It's always important to understand we all live with inconsistencies, and we all live with inherent contradictions, and in certain respects, I'm exotic, and in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do well. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well and I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing game. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in others. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes you feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is more contradictory. But welcome to nature of the human condition. We all have hypocrisy. We all have contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings covenants. You know what? I guarantee you. Those kabbos are the way after Torah. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions and struggles more than Mishpat. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of the accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the land on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then, halacha, so she did the sharila, right? The halasa b'shas ila umatana ma'amu. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esrog on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, if you need to know on the left in the afshak, it's not in the pattern. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of yet, right? He was not explicit. He said, if he didn't say that, this is your animal as of yet, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to Tuesday. Okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be kind of I think you have to have a part after all. The Yak is based on published on Rahman. It says if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Erev valuation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. On Rahman and not based on the Shuso, just like your home, you own it. After the Shuso, so to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so she doesn't own it until they have to up for that as a partner. Listen, it's got rich. And then it's the most possible here. You know, you can only be mackish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, this Bible only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who absolutely strive to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are, their abilities are. Dirisha only asks you to makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it, it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that God only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual achievements. Incredible. So what's the case? Eladamala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire a guest. So it's interesting, I just says that's an fine. So the Marsh is so there was that's the zone case. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides the fact that it's totally interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Veda Yana, this Shmita transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be invested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Eslam zone and by the Harlequin case as well. Let me just go further into this Harlequin case. So Vayabos, it's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not she consecrates it. She didn't offer up as a cover, but she's not bishop. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevan Damar and Russell Davok and Russell Hedil, Kiman Gakri Basivani. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, really the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, ultimately, again, that the act of going ahead and makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering that. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but it's gone, the animal is gone. The makdish, ultimately, again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shiny is, even if she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time there's, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence. This over here on Tuesday, she's not Thursday the Bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now it is, does the object become so now or not? So we can be Eliezer. You can answer the Eliezer. So let's say going back, this is going to be Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? You must not Rabbi Elazar, Shekatma Behekli Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of the Esmer Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time it occurred. Dafka is Vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About the Shasson, no. And the Elazar stated here that if she was not Kishin, that the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bria occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Aslan Zona. To which the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar was fake to be quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, man, Misha Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, that we thus on Dafka, Nisha Solo, that we said Shasbia. Because Rabbi Elazar said that the only time it doesn't become an Aslan is when the animal is offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Zona. Al Dilma, Vasa Pshitale, Vikishasa Musakala. I mean, maybe obviously if she offered it up and told her at the time of the Bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says, take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have to both say, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslan Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zona, as a part of this payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslan Zona. If he deposited an animal with her for payment now, and the Bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to a bona fide cargo. If she's not dishing it, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of Bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker, that's the under. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're making one second. The second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated purposes, or meaning, Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, Ba'ala bi'akatach nosama, ha'pivim kam achshalo shonim esnana asa. But the Raisa says that Reuben has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Like for 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and there's still the asa. I'm not Fista, well, kasha. So most of that contract is just important to the rights that we call the whole price on the occasion of the 60 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional use. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if this is being used for her, ultimately it is still also I'm not having this stuff, I'm not Fista or kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali me, it is Ba'ali me, the Talazah. Had the Amar is Ba'ali me, the Talastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. Okay, Rashi, the Talazah, Kalkama Diyahed Lo Habe Eslan B'Nehashka B'Nesa. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze it. The Amar of the Talazah, my copy, I understand. So let's say, so now it's Wednesday, we'll go to Rafa. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a public payment because this transaction needs it. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep, are required to take possession, which the Gemara says, the zone abundance of the sheep. Okay? So kind of is actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of Mashiach was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach at all parts. So talking about a someone who's not Jewish. You guys know that's what it is. We all know this on Israel. So it's talking about a Jewish parliament. If you go, they call you the Chatzir. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in the Chatzir. In which case, again, ultimately was to Chatzir she requires in this in a second. In the Chatzir, Bara, the Afrika, Nasala, Hakanyama. What was that? I don't understand. If it's in her chutzner, then she acquires it. She had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, denigrated it. Already denigrated it. It's already in her chutzner. She already acquired it. What are we talking about here? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of estimation, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Pia, if the sheep is standing in her chutzner. Which the Gemara says, the shati and the heli akotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to Rachamam, he says, listen, right here, this sheep is not supposed to be. What is a quantity? A quantity essentially is what we got into it. That he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amarlah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle the esmanah. Take this sheep ultimately again as your holiday payment. Fine. Massive Shesha says like this. Listen, now, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the explanation response to this. Omer Adam Lechamara or Apollo. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. The way ultimately again he's paying them, that actually points out over here. Either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir artists, which is unknown Jews. Idolaters are unknown Jews. Let's see why this is important to them. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before you get this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you do that. You're getting on supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So listen, now because the inofficials to do this, inofficials, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people of this 63 Romishum Shvis, the Romishum Marsh, the Romishum Diagonist. And what's that? Here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halakha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akim or Amir artist, he's to be concerned that maybe Akim is going to go by yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Amir artist is going to buy Shmita products or Maisa Sheni products, which will not have to be Shamani. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. God doesn't have to be concerned with this because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one line, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The heart, even, you don't, moving is not the one giving it, you're just giving it the money. It's here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following things. Sabbath Yoel, day 63b, second line down. The Amallah said to them, Su Ge'iflu, Bani Polea, Su Shtu Bani Polea. He says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. I have a problem. And we have a problem. Why is that?